Prologue. The biting Russian cold hit her like a slap, sharp, unforgiving, stealing her breath the instant she stepped off that tiny plane onto frozen ground. Why had she come back here? After 4 years in the buzzing warmth of New York, this icy wilderness felt like another planet, one that could swallow her whole if she let it. Yet something deeper pulled her forward, a whisper she couldn't ignore. That first gust stung her cheeks raw, turning them blue-pink, prickling every inch of exposed skin even through layers of thick coats and scarves. She shivered hard, the kind of shiver that rattled bones, reminding her this wasn't just weather, it was alive, hostile, waiting. She scanned the small airstrip through watering eyes. There, holding a sign with her name scrawled in block letters, a short, balding man, cheeks flushed rosy from the cold, beaming like he'd been expecting her all his life. Struggling under the weight of her bags, she trudged over, forcing a smile through chattering teeth. "Hi, I'm Greyson." He frowned at the sign, then lit up. "Oh, Miss Clarke." The name rolled strangely in his thick accent. "Yes, come. You need help. Please." Her small smile earned a warm chuckle as he scooped several bags from her hands and led her to his little cab, its engine already rumbling like a promise of heat. Bags loaded, except one still slung over his shoulder. She slid into the blessed warmth. The door shut with a thud, sealing out the wind's howl. As he drove, she pressed her face to the window. White mountains loomed against a darkening sky, snow blanketing everything in heavy, endless white. Forests stretched forever, silent sentinels dusted in frost. Through the glass, she felt that vast quiet pressing in, broken only by the soft crunch of tires on snow. A slow, warm peace settled over her despite the chill still clinging to her skin. "You like Russia?" the driver asked, nodding eagerly, smile wide. "It's quite beautiful. Have you always lived here?" "I was born in St. Petersburg, few miles south. Moved here at 29. Stayed." His English stumbled, but his pride shone through. "Russia is home." She leaned back, letting the snowy world glide past. Beyond the trees, nothing but raw nature, life pulsing quietly beneath the frost, tracks of unseen creatures weaving through the drifts. Breathtaking. Almost too much. Trees thinned. Small homes appeared, smoke curling lazily from chimneys like warm breath in the cold. Few people braved the outdoors this late, bundled in fur-lined coats, hauling wood stacks, breath clouding in sharp bursts. Mostly men, axes balanced on shoulders, heading home or back to the forest. A couple of women stepped out briefly, greeting husbands with quick embraces before pulling them inside to the glow. Farther along the winding road, a modest town emerged. The cab pulled to the center, brick streets lined with little shops, side paths branching to cabin homes buried in snow. One narrow trail vanished toward the dark forest edge. He parked. She climbed out into the snap of cold again. He hurried to unload bags onto the icy ground. "How much do I owe you?" She paid the fare into his waiting palm. "Sir, do you mind if I take a picture of you and your cab?" she asked carefully. His eyes sparkled. He nodded, rushed to pose. One arm on the roof, grin huge. She snapped it. He leaned in to see. "I look good." He laughed. "This goes in American magazine?" "I do hope so," she said, which only widened his smile. He fished the rubles she'd given earlier from his pocket, pressed them back into her hand. "I need no money if you put me in magazine." "Thank you. What's your name?" "Cleon. I'll see to it you get a copy when it's printed." "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Clarke." She waved as his cab rolled away, leaving her alone in this quiet, unfamiliar town, where English felt like a rare thing. Cleon had dropped her at the start of a short road lined with a few houses. One stood out in the photo her boss had shown her. Simple cabin, no smoke from its chimney, windows dark. She dragged her bags down the snowy path, shoulders burning, searching. The smokeless one was easy to spot. Grateful, her arms screamed. She stumbled inside, dropped everything with a huff. Darkness swallowed the space. She fumbled toward the nearest candle, struck a match from the pile left beside it. The tiny flame bloomed, casting flickering orange across bare wood walls. Now she saw it, main room with a dusty bookshelf, sagging old couch facing a cold fireplace, small coffee table. Opposite, a kitchen, ancient counters, stove, fridge that looked prehistoric, tiny table shoved against the wall with one lone chair. 2 doors. One to a bathroom where a small rodent darted past her feet. She squealed, heart jumping. The other to a bedroom, bed on the verge of collapse, small dresser, night table, worn rug. She sighed, hauled bags into the bedroom. Home sweet home, she muttered, the words hanging in the icy air like her breath. Chapter 1. The shutter clicked as it captured multiple frames of the deer leaping over the snowbank. She pulled the camera from her face, her own breath fogging the air as she watched the animal disappear beneath the falling snow. It seemed endless. The snow, it had been falling all last night and throughout most of today, and it amazed her she sank in the snow with each step, and if she stood still, she had no doubt the snow would reach above her knees. She didn't mind one bit, though she lived for weather like this. With a pink nose and cheeks to match, she moved through the snow and closer to the forest in hopes of getting more than just a deer leaping through a winter wonderland. She'd heard some of the English-speaking natives that morning as she walked to the forest, speaking about a recent wolf attack a few towns over. She wasn't worried. The closest town was miles away. As she got deeper into the forest, she found the snow untouched except for a few large paw prints that stirred uneasiness in the pit of her stomach. She crouched down, taking a few shots of snow-capped ivy that weaved up the trees as she stood again. She found herself no longer alone. Another presence caused the hairs on the back of her neck to rise beneath her scarf. Through the trees, she could make out a pack of them running through the forest. Their panting filled the once quiet area, along with the sound of snow crunching beneath their weight as she pulled the camera to her face and began to take pictures. Her presence didn't go unnoticed as she thought one wolf's head turned and locked eyes with her through the camera lens. As it ran, its gaze sent a shiver down her back. After capturing a few more shots, she quickly turned and hurried out of the forest and away from possible danger. It seemed as if the town gave her the creeps more than wolves in a forest did. Greyson sat in the corner of a little diner, and she could feel the townspeople's stares as she sipped her coffee. She ignored their gazes and set her own on the camera screen as she flicked through the photos she'd taken that morning. They were breathtaking, the photos, and she was extremely proud to go back to America and show her boss what she'd done. Taking another long sip of her coffee, she studied another photo of the wolves running. By zooming in, she could see each muscle defined beneath their fur, frozen in mid-run, every hair and every scar that marked their skin in one photo. She could even see the wolf's eyes, a bright shade of copper against its Greyson fur. A frown crossed her face as she zoomed in on another photo, looking closer at what was taking place in the background. She almost choked on her coffee at what was hidden in her picture. Behind all the wolves, further into the trees, was a figure. It appeared hunched over, its back to her. The skin there looked torn and ragged, with what seemed like muscle and patches of fur visible beneath. The strange sight made her breath catch. Her breathing had become shaky, and a light sheen of sweat made her skin look pale. Slowly setting down her camera, she put her elbows on the table and ran her hands down her face repeatedly as she kept glancing back at the photo. Nothing in her head made sense of this image. Nothing could explain what she was looking at. Her mind reeled from the realization that this couldn't have been her imagination because she had it on film. Greyson felt sick as she studied the photo closer. She scanned the final page of the book once again, not ready to admit she still was clueless as to what was in that picture. She'd read countless books she found at the little library, none of which had anything that led her to believe what she'd been looking at could be real, but it had to be. She'd been staring at the picture for the last 3.5 hours trying to figure out if the image had somehow been distorted or something, but there were no logical answers. She'd gone through countless books on anthropology and biology, but there was still nothing that settled that feeling in the pit of her stomach. Running her fingers through her hair, Greyson released a sigh as she closed yet another book. Leaning back against the couch, she threw it onto the coffee table, and it slid off with a thunk. God. Greyson frowned, looking at a book she hadn't even seen before that was now visible thanks to the one that had fallen to the floor picking it up. She wiped the layer of dust from the cover with a grimace that quickly vanished when she saw the title and the image on it. She whispered the title as if it were forbidden to speak the word lycanthropy. A cold shudder ran down her spine as her eyes left the ancient-looking words to stare at the image beneath them. The image that had been carved into the book was oddly familiar to Greyson, and that scared her, for on the cover of that book was a drawing of a figure standing tall and proud, with the head of a wolf, its teeth sharp. This is impossible. She tried to convince herself once again that she was losing her mind, but the crack of thunder outside wasn't what made her skin crawl. It was the deep howl that followed shortly after that made her question her sanity as she opened the book. Chapter 2. Greyson had been in that cabin for 2 days, reading and rereading the book on lycanthropy as much as she could. Thanks to the countless uses of Google Translate on her phone, she finally left the safety of her temporary home to get something to eat at the diner. The book still in her hand, along with a new one she'd picked up on the way there at the diner, she found a lonely little booth back in the corner. Still not hidden from the curious eyes of the locals, her nose was buried in the book as she sat against a window, sipping on her coffee and occasionally nibbling on the pastry on her plate. Lycanthropy. A voice spoke across from her, causing Greyson to squeak and drop her book. It bounced off the table and into her lap with a thud, barely missing her coffee. Thank goodness the coffee survived. She looked up at the girl with wide eyes. The girl smirked. Interesting choice for a girl like you. Excuse you? Greyson glared at the girl now seated across from her as she squeezed the book tight against her legs. That's a dangerous subject, girl. The girl's slender fingers started to reach for the pastry Greyson had been nibbling on, and Greyson slapped her hand away. The girl arched a brow at her actions, that smirk still on her face. If you're not careful, it'll take you somewhere you don't want to go. It's not real, Greyson stated, not sure if she was trying to convince herself or this odd girl. The girl shrugged, and they fell into a silence as her big eyes looked out the window. She changed the topic. Everyone's talking about you, you know? What? Greyson frowned and slowly grabbed the book from her lap and closed it, setting it on the table. The girl's eyes found it. She hummed, "A new girl comes to town, pretty face, long legs, gorgeous eyes. Everyone already talks about the very." And I mean very few tourists our town gets, but when someone who actually doesn't look like a Vedma comes in, we'll definitely talk. Looks like a what? She kept talking, especially with that fancy camera that had to cost more than every belonging in this town, and then you were carrying it through the forest. Which, might I warn you, is very stupid of you, the girl rambled on, leaving Greyson absolutely confused. But honestly, you're not like the other tourists I've seen. You're different. You don't try to explore the town and instead explore the trees. And you don't talk to any of the natives. I didn't think anyone knew English. The elders don't, but some of the younger generation are forced to learn it. The girl shrugged and flicked her yellow hair over her shoulder. I'm Petrarch, by the way. Greyson. She scanned her up and down before quirking an eyebrow. Suits you. Greyson frowned and moved her tongue to press against the side of her mouth with a scoff-like noise, but she ignored her comment, mind still on her past words. Wait, why was going into the forest stupid? She wasn't dumb. She knew it was idiotic to return to those trees, but she thought maybe this girl had the answer to her questions. Petrarch leaned back in the seat, arms folding as she perked up a single brow at Greyson. That seemed to be her look. When I was little, my grandmother used to tell me bedtime stories about this forest. There were so many different ones. I've lost track about the trees, the original wolves, all that lovely stuff. But the one that every single elder has told each new generation was the one about the Kishnik, the predator. It scared every one of us when we were little. It was a legend, of course, but we were naive. It made me fear the forest. What was it about? Petrarch's brow ticked up, and a smirk took place upon her lips as she shrugged. I couldn't tell ya. You see, I don't remember it. I haven't heard it since I was little. Oh, but... She leaned forward, too close for Greyson's liking, and smiled so that her sharp incisors were on display. I'm sure my grandmother would gladly tell you if you're interested. Grayson perked up at her words. Would she really? Tomorrow night, come to my house and I'll get her to tell you, said Petrarch. Go down the west road, last house on the left. And with that, Petrarch stood and began to walk out, but not before leaving Grayson with parting words. If I were you, Grayson, I'd stay far away from the forest, and its stories see you tomorrow. And she was walking away with one last smirk sent Grayson's way, who was left at the booth, absolutely stunned at that girl. If it wasn't for the feeling deep in her gut, she would have forgotten those directions to the yellow-haired girl's home, but it seemed her mind wouldn't erase them no matter how hard she tried. With a shake of her head, Grayson grabbed her books, put some money on the table, and left the diner. Petrarch was nowhere in sight. That night, the howls returned with blankets of falling snow. Outside, a blizzard raged across northern Russia, and inside, Grayson huddled beneath layer upon layer of blankets by the fire, trying to keep her body from shivering. The book was gripped tight beneath her pink fingers, shaking ever so slightly as she tried to read the pages the further into the book on lycanthropy she got. The more everything seemed to click yet fall out of place. What she'd seen in the forest was called a lichen, which was a mystical being that was not supposed to exist, but she of all people had proof of it on camera. The stories in the book said the species was very secluded. They kept to their own kind and didn't dare venture too close to humans, fearing exposure for if they were exposed. Grayson had no doubt the government would capture them for testing, and people would hunt them down. The more she read, the more she felt as if the world she'd grown up in and learned to live in was slowly fading away and being replaced by this new world full of things she didn't even know about. She felt as if she had been in the dark her entire life. And now it seemed as if every past memory was just a dream, and this was the harsh reality of life. Nothing was real anymore, but that which was told to be mythical, it couldn't be real. But no matter what she told herself, she knew it was true. Groaning, she closed the book and ran her fingers through her tangled hair. Grayson felt like she was going insane. No, she was going insane believing in fairy tales and bedtime stories, searching for proof of a man who could take the shape of a wolf, finding truths in what she had always been told was make-believe. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Grayson quickly stood to her feet, scurrying to her room where she changed into warmer clothes and slid on sturdy boots and a thick coat before she stuffed all her hair up and underneath a beanie. With a flashlight and her camera in hand, she opened the front door and walked directly into the storm. The wind was brutal as it whipped around, sending little shards of ice pelting against Grayson's exposed skin. Despite all her layers of clothing, the cold still found its way through to her skin, making her body shiver. The flashlight in her hands did little to pierce the viciously falling snow, and it only seemed to make her surroundings harder to see. She stopped moving, not knowing where she was in the forest yet again, and leaned against a thick tree after a moment of catching her breath and calling herself stupid. She decided to reach for her camera in hopes that maybe she'd capture something in this storm. Grayson took a few photos of her surroundings, but found nothing. With a sigh, she continued trekking deeper into the forest until the only sound was that of the howling wind and the snow crunching beneath her weight. Pausing again, she watched as the wind slowed the slightest bit and the thick snowflakes became little specks of ice falling from the treetops that formed a canopy sheltering her from the storm. While she could still hear the wind howling from a distance, its violent breeze didn't reach how far she was in the forest at this point. Deep in the trees, the world seemed almost magical. A chill ran down Grayson's spine, and she shuddered beneath her layers of clothes. The hair on the back of her neck rose to attention, and she hesitantly reached for her camera and pulled it up to her face. Unable to see anything, she flicked up the flash and clicked. The light from the camera illuminating the forest around her. A shadow appeared between two trees, and Grayson gasped. She stumbled back as the shadow sauntered forward, and a growl echoed through the trees. What left Greyson's lips could be considered somewhat of a terrified shriek as she tripped over her own feet and found herself buried beneath snow. The shadowed creature's snort was muffled by all the snow covering Greyson, which she was quickly digging through when she resurfaced. Her beanie had come off, and her hair was a wild mess, dotted with delicate snowflakes, her eyes wide as she looked at the creature now visible under the tiniest bit of moonlight peeking through the thick leaves. With its lip pulled back to reveal sharp canines, it took a step forward once more, muscles rippling beneath its auburn fur. The wolf was massive, legs long and thick as its body, with huge paws that bore its sharp claws. Its ears were drawn back to its head, and calculating eyes were on her, the prey. This wolf was the predator, and she was merely its helpless prey, with no chance against its large, razor-sharp teeth. It took another step but froze, ears pricking as its head tilted curiously to the side. The snarl was lost, and the growling subsided to what sounded like a little whine. Its eyes were a shimmering blue, watching Greyson. Then, all of a sudden, the wolf was gone, and Greyson was left shivering in the snow. Chapter 3. The walkway to Petrarch's home seemed endless to Greyson as she approached the large cabin to each side of her. The snow was piled up in high walls where they had pushed the fallen snow from the walkway. Her hands shook, tucked in the pockets of her coat. Her fingers subconsciously running over the glossy pictures stuffed in her pocket, no doubt leaving them tainted with her smudged fingerprints. Her fingers had to momentarily leave the warmth of her pockets to push open the white gate in front of the home, which seemed to practically blend in with the snowy surroundings. She closed it behind her carefully and walked up the steps. Slowly raising her hand, she knocked on the door. Not a moment later, Petrarch stood in the doorway with her signature smirk. "Greyson," she exclaimed, leaning against the doorframe, "I was beginning to think you'd never show up." "Here I am," Greyson shrugged. I have something I need to show you." "Later? My grandmother is anxious to meet you. Come in." Petrarch pulled Greyson inside the house and draped a skinny arm over her shoulder, which proved to be kind of hard. Seeing as Greyson was a solid few inches taller than the petite girl, she continued leading her into the kitchen, where heavenly smells hung in the air. Emanating from food, Greyson was not familiar with. Standing before the stove was a small woman with hair the color of the moon, flowing to her hips in thick waves, her thin, pale arms whisking whatever was cooking in the pan. "Babushka, Edo Greyson," Petrarch murmured softly into the woman's ear, her hand on her shoulder, gently. The old woman set down her cooking utensils and wiped her arms down her apron before turning. Her dark eyes found Greyson's and narrowed in on her. Her eyes were beady and harsh as they scanned Greyson up and down, a brow arching up as her lips pushed out in a purse. "Greyson, this is my grandmother." Greyson looked at the woman with a small smile. "It's nice to meet you. Edo Smirtny?" The woman turned to Petrarch with a very obvious sneer that she didn't bother to hide. "Babushka, it's nice to meet you, child." The woman nodded at Greyson before turning back to her food. "Dinner will be ready soon, Petrarch. Get the little ones." "Be right back." Petrarch gave Greyson a small smile before moving to the stairs and climbing them. Greyson watched Petrarch as she stood at the top and yelled out, "Grandmother's made dinner. Come get it or starve. These are your little siblings?" Greyson laughed from the bottom, and Petrarch's eyes, as well as her grandmother's, found Greyson. "Technically yes, but they're more or less like little demons." All doors on the second floor seemed to open at once, and one older boy and a smaller boy, followed by an even littler girl, scrambled past Petrarch and down the stairs, where not one took notice of Greyson due to their grandmother scolding them in her rough Russian tongue. When Petrarch too descended the stairs, she looked to Greyson and smirked. "After dinner, my grandmother will tell you about Kishnik. Come, her cooking is the best in town." Petrarch led Greyson to the dining room, where an older boy was helping the old woman place food at each seat. Greyson was shown to her seat, right in the middle of the table beside Petrarch. "Who are you?" A delicate voice spoke from beside Greyson, and her eyes found a small brown-haired girl standing beside her chair, her front teeth missing and her fingers wrapped around a delicate teddy bear. Rosalind Petrarch snapped, and the little girl scurried to her own seat. Eat grandmother's food, don't let it go to waste. I was just. That is Greyson, she's new here and my new friend. So no being obnoxious little brats, yes? I'm Demetrius. The older boy was now sitting at the end of the table and gave a smile to Greyson. He looked no older than 16 and seemed the oldest, aside from Petrarch. That's Ethnia's. He's the quietest and least evil out of our bunch. The little boy stared at Greyson with wide green eyes. Innocence filled the air around him, and she couldn't help but find him adorable with those doe eyes and messy chocolate hair. She gave him a smile, which he did not return. He just kept staring at her. Why are you here? Rosalind asked through a mouthful of food. Petrarch scolded her behavior, and she quickly swallowed and asked the question again. Your grandmother is going to tell me a story later. What story? Demetrius smirked as he leaned back slightly in his chair. Kishnik. His relaxed behavior was gone, and now he sat straight up in his seat with tense shoulders. That's a brave choice. His voice was gruff, and he quickly looked down at his food. That story is scary. Why do you want to hear it? Rosalind's shaky voice brought Greyson's curious eyes away from Demetrius. I'm sort of writing a story of my own, and that legend is going to help me a lot. Greyson smiled sweetly at the little girl. The old woman beside her scoffed. Kishnik is no legend. I thought. Where are you from? Rosalind spoke up again, with wide eyes. What kind of story are you writing? I live in the United States, New York. The girl's big eyes twinkled with amazement. I came here to take pictures of the animals and land here, and I'll write about my experience once I return home. Does Babushka's story have to do with your stuff? Well, it wasn't supposed to, but... Petrarch interrupted, clapping her hands together. All right, little ones, bedtime go on. Demetrius, can you take care of the dishes while I tend to Babushka and our guest? The boy nodded and quickly gathered the plates as Petrarch helped her grandmother to the couch in the living room by the fire. Greyson, following behind Rosalind and Ethnia's, carefully walked up the stairs to disappear into their own rooms. Once the group settled in silence in the living room, the old woman raised a brow and looked at Greyson. Before I tell you the story, I ask why you want to hear the tale of Kishnik? She bit her lip, fingers going to the pictures in her pocket before retreating. I believe I've seen this beast you speak of. The woman scoffed. No one who sees Kishnik lives. He is a beast he kills for pleasure. No one lives to tell the tale. I swear, ma'am, Greyson stumbled over her words as she reached into her pocket. I have proof. The old woman shakily took the photos and lifted them up, squinting her eyes at the first photo, one she took last night of that auburn wolf. This is just Commonwealth. Her voice was lost as she discarded the wolf picture for the one of the man midshift. As it was called in the books, her free hand came up to cover her mouth, and she looked up at Greyson with fearful eyes. Where did you get this? I took it, ma'am, a few days ago in the forest. She shook her head as she stood, and Petrarch took the photo, her brows furrowing together as she looked at the picture. Petrarch tensed when she saw it. The old woman began to walk out, but she stopped and turned around slowly, dark eyes on Greyson. You must leave. Wait, what? Why? Now, the woman continued to babble words in Russian, her eyes closing as if she was praying. Greyson looked to Petrarch for answers, but the girl was staring at the photo in awe and fear. Petrarch. She looked up at her friend, eyes swirling with an emotion Greyson had never seen before. She simply shook her head. You need to leave. Petrarch. Let's go now. Once outside, Petrarch hurried off and Greyson had to jog to keep up despite her height advantage. She was practically panting by the time she caught up to Petrarch, and they stood by the empty barn. Facing the forest, the girl stared out into the darkness of the forest as Greyson leaned over to catch her breath. What happened in there? Greyson exclaimed, fuming, still breathing heavily either from running after Petrarch or anger. She couldn't tell. Petrarch spun around, holding the picture up to Greyson. You saw this with your own eyes? She nodded. You swear? I mean, I didn't see it. I just took the picture, and when I went to look through what I had, he was there in the back end. Grayson's mouth snapped shut, and she looked to Petrarch, who was looking at the picture again. She muttered something in Russian and ran her hand through her hair before leaning against the rickety old barn. That's why you were reading the books, it all makes sense. And then, you didn't listen to me and went back into the forest. I had to, Petrarch, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Petrarch's hand ran through her own hair again as a sigh escaped her chapped lips. Greyson, there's a lot you don't know about this world. What are you talking about? I don't know how to explain it all nicely without you freaking out, and I don't want you to think I'm crazy because, honestly, you're the only normal friend I have, and I quite like a bit of normalcy in my life. Petrarch spit it out. Greyson took a step back as Petrarch's expression changed dramatically. From worried and scared, she went to intense, with her eyes no longer a deep blue, but a color that shone beneath the moonlight. A bright flame danced in her eyes, and Greyson stumbled back in shock. Her hand covering her mouth, she stood before the human girl, looking fierce. Staring down at her with unusual eyes. Never before had Greyson been so scared. Not even around that wolf that had gotten so close to her friend was not what she believed her to be, and that thought of reality slipping away beneath her fingertips was back. She was more frightened than ever. You're not crazy. What you saw in the forest, Greyson, that was a shifter or, from what you've read, a leakin, Petrarch said carefully, assessing Grayson's reaction before taking in a deep breath. Greyson, they're real. You have proof of our species. My whole family and I are lichens. Chapter 4. There comes a time in life when one realizes that childhood has ended. Whatever causes this realization, that thing, that event, is unforgettable. It looms in the back of one's mind and causes a kind of reckoning with the world as it truly is. The sweet facade of life fades away, replaced by the ability to see reality clearly. Tough, unfiltered, and far from the protective web of lies woven in childhood. Accepting this is extremely hard, but once it happens, everything somehow feels less overwhelming. Grayson's first reaction to the end of her childhood was to cry, to deny everything she'd just been told, and to run. Run far away from this new reality and back to the one she knew before, where everything was normal and safe, but something buried deep within her beating heart told her to stay. Something told her that good might come of all this. So that was what led Greyson and Petrarch to the forest, where Greyson stood shivering beneath the falling snow while Petrarch seemed perfectly fine as she stripped down to her underclothes. Greyson was shaking. Not only from the freezing cold, but from the fear that rattled her to the core of what was to come. Her entire life had been a lie. All the bedtime stories had been true. There were creatures that shouldn't exist lurking around the world. These beings were everywhere. According to Petrarch, if it was possible, Greyson felt further from sanity than she had before, and all that seemed to be missing now was a glass slipper or a talking teacup. Are you ready? Petrarch's voice broke Grayson's thoughts, soft and cautious, as if Greyson might break with the wrong tone. Greyson nodded, not trusting her voice. Petrarch gave the girl a weak smile before closing her eyes and drawing in a breath. For a moment, there was silence in the forest that calmed Greyson. Then it was broken by a deep groan from Petrarch's throat, followed by a sharp snap. Greyson flinched. The girl's next cry and the sound of a bone dislocating in her arm drowned out the ring of Grayson's phone in her pocket. Grayson's eyes were unable to leave Petrarch's form. She fell to the ground next, moaning in pain as sharp claws extended from her fingertips. She dug them into her own back, tearing the skin to reveal patches of blonde fur beneath the bones. Beneath her, skin shifted and reshaped themselves into an entirely new form. Then the most intense part unfolded. Greyson felt nauseous and lightheaded as Petrarch's transformation continued. Once complete, the night became silent around them. The air cool as snow continued to flutter down from the sky. The white snowflakes surrounded two figures, nipping at one's skin and settling in the other's fur. In front of Greyson stood a gigantic blonde wolf, its head cocked to the side, its tail and ears perked, staring at her. Petrarch. The wolf chuffed at the sound of its name, and Greyson let out a small, shaky laugh at the noise. A wave of dizziness hit her like a truck, and she swayed on her feet, a twisting feeling in her gut. Her eyes fluttered as she stared at the wolf and blinked again and again. I think I'm gonna be Greyson was cut off as her body hunched over and convulsed. The food from earlier stained the snow. She gagged and gasped as it came up again, and she swayed on her feet. Her legs shaking, Petrarch whined at the sight and trotted over to her, nudging her legs and making Greyson stumble and almost fall as her body heaved again. This time with nothing coming up, the wolf whined louder, and the heavy crunching of snow approached them. Petrarch? Demetrius stood beside them, frowning, his shock plain on his face. What's going on? She made a noise at the back of her throat like a groan and nudged Greyson toward her brother, who wrapped a warm arm around her as she gripped the sleeves of his shirt. Slowly, Demetrius led Greyson back to the house with one glance back at his sister, who had begun the shift back. Are you okay? Greyson shook her head, humming a "nah" as she walked beside the boy with shaky legs. You're handling this really well, you know, he laughed. My bonded ran away when I told her. She didn't talk to me for weeks, and then came back and apologized. You're what? Nothing. Ignoring his comment, Greyson swallowed the lump in her throat as they walked inside the house and into the living room. I need to go home. You need to rest. He sat her on the couch. I'll get you some water while we wait for Petrarch. Demetrius disappeared into the kitchen, leaving Greyson to herself. She ran a hand through her cold hair as she sighed and dug her free hand in her pocket, pulling out her phone. She almost cried in relief when she saw a voicemail from her work. Greyson, it was her boss, Levi. I haven't heard from you. In fact, no one has. I hope everything is well, whatever it is that you can't seem to call your boss about. I hope it is because you are too invested in your work to call me. If a problem arises that will interfere with your work, I can fly you back on the next flight. Call me back. You can't tell him. Greyson snapped her head to look at Demetrius, who was leaning over another couch. A glass of water in one hand, he walked around it and handed the glass to Greyson. How did you? Werewolves, supernatural creatures, doll. He smirked and leaned back on the couch. We have slightly better senses than humans. Why can't I tell him? The only reason we told you is because of that picture you took of Demetrius. Petrarch wobbled through the front door, her hair wet and clothes clinging to her skin. Leave before you make things worse. I was only answering the girl's questions, sister. Petrarch growled and muttered low words in Russian that made Demetrius give her an equally fierce growl before glancing at Greyson and stomping out Petrarch, then flopped on the couch across from Greyson and looked at her. Are you okay? She nodded. You are scared. She shook her head. Why won't you talk? Petrarch cocked her head to the side, and that blonde wolf flashed through Greyson's mind. I don't know what to say after that. Greyson gave her an odd look. Are you okay? Petrarch laughed. I've done it a lot since I first shifted. It hurts like hell, but I can handle it. When did you first shift? Greyson found the word left an odd feeling on her tongue. When I was 15, so 4 years ago. You're 19. Petrarch nodded. I thought you were older. Then how old is your brother? She made an odd noise in the back of her throat. Demetrius is 17 as of last June. He's not my brother. But, do you have any other questions? Petrarch pursed her lips. Because I'm quite exhausted, and I'm sure you'd like to rest. Here. I'm not letting you walk home in this weather, and after what you saw, I'm surprised you'd want to walk alone after all. We're not the only beings around here. Greyson's eyes widened, and she shuddered. I'll go get you blankets and a pillow. When Petrarch returned and gave Greyson her things, she was ready to walk out and sleep, but the human on her couch stopped her with a frown on her face. The girl spoke. Who did I photograph shifting? Petrarch was tense. Greyson, promise me you will never go into the forest again. But, Greyson, I won't. Petrarch nodded. Kishnik. What? Greyson frowned and Petrarch sighed. The man in your picture is the predator. Greyson, that's Kishnik. Levi? Hi, it's Greyson. Greyson. I was beginning to worry. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's going good. I've got some great photos already. I can't imagine what I'll have by the time I'm back. Don't work too hard. Greyson, you have a tendency to overwork. Consider this a vacation while working a bit. Levi's laugh crackled through the speaker. So, is everything okay? You haven't called, and I was beginning to worry. Greyson bit her lip. No, everything is fine. I've just been so entranced by the country here. I forgot I had another life back there. You sure? because I won't hesitate to get you on the next plane back. I'm sure, Levi, I'll call you if I have any problems. Okay, be safe, Greyson. Greyson blew out a heavy breath and ran her fingers through her hair as the line went dead and she was left in silence. She'd traveled back to her own cabin early in the morning and, after vigorously arguing with Petrarch that she was fine, the girl left her alone. But not before putting her phone number in Greyson's phone. Her thoughts were running rampant in her mind as she stared out at the never-ending forest in the light of day. She looked away from the forest and down at the picture of the man's back that lay before her on the coffee table. Kishnik. She had photographed a legend and lived to tell the tale with proof she herself could be called a legend for living through seeing him, and even that wolf who spared her the other night. Greyson still didn't know why that wolf turned away. She had been easy prey, one that could have been killed with a swipe of its sharp claws and fed an entire pack. Feeling the wind pick up, Greyson shivered through the thick blanket and tucked her hands back inside her eyes, looked up to find, not the forest this time, but a pair of blazing blue eyes. Chapter 5. The wolf was incredibly close to Greyson's back porch, so close she could see each snowflake clinging to its auburn fur. She had no doubt it was the wolf from the other night. Her heartbeat spiked at this revelation, and she took another step closer. It wasn't growling or baring its teeth. Its ears were perked up and its head held high, confusion shining in its blue eyes. It made a noise at the back of its throat, almost like a soft rumble, as its nostrils flared and its head tilted up the slightest. Greyson was frozen as it took yet another step closer, followed by another, until its puffs of breath fanned across the wood railing of her porch that blocked her legs from it. She could now make out that its fur had been matted with what looked like dried blood around its mouth and on its neck. Her stomach turned as the metallic scent soon met her nostrils. Stumbling back, her back met the wood on the outside of the cabin as it growled, ears flattening when a shadow stumbled from the forest out of the corner of Greyson's eyes. She tore her gaze from the predator in front of her, which would have been a terrible mistake in any other situation, and her eyes met Demetrius's glassy ones. His eyes widened as he looked at the wolf before her and tried to growl, but the sound was weak and faltered as he fell against a nearby tree, his bare body sinking into the snow. The wolf left Greyson and began to approach Demetrius's unmoving body, all the while growling lowly, stalking toward him like a predator. Greyson panicked and did another reckless thing. She ran toward the boy on the ground around the wolf. She moved and stood over Demetrius's body, staring at the wolf with a hard gaze. "Don't touch him." She tried her best to sound threatening, but her voice shook. No longer growling, the wolf glanced at the boy and back to her, huffing out a short growl before turning away and darting into the trees. Greyson waited another few minutes until she couldn't see its shadow before she dared to turn toward Demetrius and flip him over so his face was no longer buried in snow. What awaited Greyson's eyes was not a pleasant sight. Demetrius's once flawless skin was now marred with bright red welts surrounding deep gashes down his torso, resembling claw marks. They were thick and oozed blood all over the snow, and the sight made Greyson sick. Cursing beneath her breath, she grabbed his arms and began to slowly drag him, with great struggle, into her cabin. By the time the boy was in the warmth of the home, sprawled out unconscious on the floor, Greyson had sweat trickling down her face as she ran around trying to find medical supplies with her phone pressed to her ear. "Petrarch? You need to come over right now, it's Demetrius." Greyson hung up and quickly kneeled beside Demetrius, whose eyes were swiveling beneath his closed lids when she pressed an alcohol-soaked rag to his chest. His eyes shot open, and his hand snapped to her wrist, his grip tight and his eyes bright. Sharp teeth bared in threat once his eyes focused on her. He relaxed and lay back for her to work, but his hand never left her wrist as she cleaned the wounds. "Who did this to you?" She mumbled to herself, but the boy heard, his hooded eyes looking at her. He was mad, his voice was hoarse and his breathing shallow. "I shouldn't be here, he'll kill me." "Who?" Greyson was too focused on his glazed eyes to notice the wounds on his body ever so slowly closing to form scars. "Kishnik." Demetrius had joined the land of unconsciousness once again. Leaving Greyson to wait for Petrarch in silence, she paced the floor, her mind reeling at a mile a minute just when she was getting fed up. The door practically flew off its hinges, and in rushed Petrarch and her grandmother. "Where is he?" The old woman was frantic, and Greyson pointed to Demetrius, lying on the floor with a gasp. She moved to Demetrius's side and began to mumble words in Russian. Greyson looked at Petrarch, who was staring at Demetrius. "What happened?" Her voice was soft. "There hasn't been an attack on our kind in ages." "He said it was Kishnik," Greyson replied. Petrarch paled, and her grandmother's head snapped up to stare at Greyson with cold eyes. "Impossible. He was delusional when I brought him and he was mumbling odd things, so it might not have been true." "What does he say?" The old woman stood beside Demetrius's body and watched Greyson with wary eyes. "Something about someone being mad and that someone would kill Demetrius, because he wasn't supposed to be here." Petrarch looked at her grandmother with wide eyes. "He didn't specify who he was until I asked." "Babushka?" The old woman viciously shook her head. "You need to leave, go home. Girl, you do not belong here." "This is my home," Greyson snapped. "America. Stupid girl. Leave Russia. Babushka." Ona proklida Kishnik anizne poshjadi ona bidet mrtva v techanine deli. The old woman spat the words in her foreign tongue, leaving Greyson out of the loop. "Babushka Ostanovit." Petrarch gasped, her fists clenching by her sides. "What is she saying?" Greyson frowned at Petrarch, who shook her head. "We'll be taking Demetrius and leaving." Her voice was stern and cold. "Thank you for saving him." Then, Demetrius was surprisingly hauled carefully into Petrarch's skinny arms and taken out the door, her grandmother scurrying behind her, muttering Russian words beneath her breath, and as soon as they appeared, they were gone, and Greyson was once again alone and confused. Days passed inside that little cabin without a trace or sign of life from Petrarch or her family. Greyson didn't go outside much, seeing as every night she looked out the window, that auburn-colored wolf was waiting outside, peering back at her from the trees as the nights turned into days. Greyson felt her sanity slipping away just watching dust collect on her camera. The day she decided to take it out turned out to be a mistake. She'd been bubbling with excitement to have her hands on her camera again, and still being too afraid of the beast that lurked within the trees, she ended up walking into town. The town was small, but its streets always seemed filled with citizens loitering, talking, shopping, working, going about their normal everyday lives. They were oblivious to the beast. The town gave off a homely vibe, a warm feeling when Greyson walked through, ignoring the stares and foreign whispers. Yet the first morning she'd been back in town, it was quiet, not a single soul to be found in the streets, and this made Greyson uneasy. Her grip on her camera grew tight as she walked cautiously further into the square, where the silence seemed deadly. She saw them. The citizens huddled in a circle, chattering quietly with shaky voices. She heard a heart-wrenching sob come from the middle of the circle and a cry out to the sky approaching the circle. Greyson turned her camera on while the first set of eyes found her. Then the whispers stopped, but the crying never did, and one by one the citizens turned their eyes to Greyson and moved away from her as she moved toward them. She paused and frowned at them as all their eyes held the same expression of horror as they looked her up and down. When she shook it off and stepped further in, the whispers started up again, and she had no doubt they were speaking of her. Yet she pushed past them and moved to the middle of the circle, where all her breath left her lungs. For there, in the middle, was a woman on her knees, face red and stained with fat tears as she sobbed and screamed out in Russian. Her bony arms were wrapped around the limp body of a little boy. His bright blonde hair matched hers, and he bore the same green eyes. Yet while hers were rimmed red and sad, his were rimmed with dark circles that stood out on his ghostly skin, and his eyes looked blankly up at the sky. He was dead. That was obvious from his eyes, even more from the long, deep gashes across his chest and stomach that oozed crimson blood, and the wound in his little neck. Kishnik. No other beast would have done this, and no beast dared to linger around this area with him on the loose. It was then that the boy's mother looked up at Greyson, and her eyes met hers. The sad look left them, and in its wake was fire, a deep, burning hatred directed straight at Greyson. She stood up abruptly, dropping the boy's body, and began yelling at Greyson in her native tongue, to which Greyson only backed up and shook her head, fear sparking in her veins. "You did this." The woman's voice became heavily accented as she cursed at Greyson in choppy English. "He died because of you. This is your fault." "I know." Greyson was stumbling over her words and backing away as the woman rushed toward her. Greyson yelped as she fell back, and the woman leapt on her, her hands wringing Grayson's neck. She gasped for air as she struggled underneath the frail woman's body, fighting for her life. All the citizens stood by watching. Not one dared to interfere. They were going to let her die. But a growl interrupted them, and everyone seemed to freeze. Even Greyson, who was still gasping for air that wouldn't find its way into her lungs. The woman above her loosened her grip just the slightest when her head snapped to the side. Greyson welcomed sweet air into her body. She sighed and just lay there, breathing. As the woman scrambled off her, in her place stood a large wolf. Grayson's eyes widened, taking in the unfamiliar wolf who postured itself over her in a protective stance. The townspeople were backing away in horror, whispering in their native tongues. No doubt about the girl underneath the wolf, the girl who brought the wolves. Once they were all a good distance away, the wolf growled once more and turned to Greyson, looking at her with eyes she could never mistake. "Demetrius," she whispered, and the wolf blinked its answer, "Thank you." With a curt nod of his large head, he backed away so Greyson could stand when she was steady on her feet. He began walking down the streets. He noticed she was still standing there in awe, so he turned to look back at her, waiting. She gave a small, before hurrying after him, following him all the way to her cabin, where he never came inside, but just watched her walk inside and lock the door for safety. Greyson watched through the window as Demetrius gave a satisfied huff and darted off into the daunting trees. Greyson found herself outside again, her camera held in her hands. When it was late at night, sleep wouldn't find her, and she liked to watch the way the snow was falling lightly on the ground. It was peaceful. The world was silent, mourning the life it had lost today because of her. For a while, she just stood on her porch, letting the wind caress her skin and run through the strands of her hair, leaving little snowflakes in its wake. She let herself soak in the smell of the outdoors once again and listened to the sounds around her. The sound of silence, for not a soul dared to disturb the silent night in fear of what might come out of it. Then it seemed that a gust of wind carried not only little shards of ice, but also a soft voice that hummed in Grayson's ear and wrapped itself around her heart that was beating wildly in her chest. "Come," the voice beckoned, its sweet melody tugging on her hand, willing her legs to move as it whispered in her ear. She felt her body giving into the voice, and she found her legs moving her off the porch and into the snow. She kept moving, the voice continuing to beg her to follow until she reached the edge of the forest. With one more push, her mind was foggy, and the voice whispered one last thing before vanishing. "Your fate awaits." Chapter 6. The only sounds that filled the air were made by her boots atop the fresh snow and her heart pounding in her chest with each breath, each step. She found herself further and further into the forest, unable to stop her legs from carrying her into the unknown. Every time she pushed a snow-covered branch from her path, she found her heart beating fiercer, harsher, beneath her chest. She soon found herself in a part of the forest unlike the rest, the snow that had been marked by delicate paw prints, and the trees that housed critters peering down at her were no longer the same. The snow was untouched and pure. The trees towering and silent. The wind blew colder, causing snowflakes to cling to the strands of her hair and rest delicately upon her eyelashes, yet it stung her skin and turned her cheeks a rosy red. A chill ran down her spine as the temperature seemed to drop, and the silence that floated heavily in the air became eerie. Only then, when her heart was a thundering drum beneath her breast and fear coursed through her warm veins, did her legs stop and root themselves to the ground like the trees around her. She was immobile, frozen, as she felt another presence join her in this part of the forest. She could tell by the way her blood suddenly ran cold that whoever it was wasn't anyone good. A low growl broke the sinister peace. First, she was mobile again, stumbling backwards as she watched a puff of frozen breath appear right in front of her. Her own breath was labored as a silent crunch of snow indicated the other presence was moving. So silent that she couldn't properly focus on where it came from. Another cloud of breath appeared, this time warming her ear, and she stumbled to the opposite side, her head whipping around to find nothing in her haste to get away. She tripped and landed on her now sore bottom in the snow. He could see the way her eyes searched for him in the dark, how frantically they moved around the area where he last made his presence known. They were beautiful, shimmering under only a sliver of moonlight. Not that they needed that moonlight, for they seemed to have captured an entire galaxy in those Greyson eyes, and they shone on their own. He blew out another breath to tease her. This time on the side of her neck. He'd been close enough to catch the faint hint of lavender on her skin, and close enough to hear her heart pumping and her blood rushing through her veins. It taunted him as soon as his breath fanned across her skin. He watched her shiver before she practically crawled away, huddling close to the cold ground. Normally, by now, his prey would be quaking down to their bones in fear. They'd be crying or begging for their life into the darkness, even running. But this girl was unlike the others he'd encountered. He could tell she was afraid by the way her heart pounded in her chest, and the way her chest rose and fell quickly with each labored breath. Yet to anyone with human eyes and ears, the girl would seem perfectly calm. The gleam in her eyes read mischief, as if somewhere deep inside her she enjoyed this. Yet the way she stayed close to the ground showed a position of self-protection. She was different. Normally, he felt nothing but disgust for the humans he encountered, nothing but lust for their blood. But this girl, he lusted after more than just her blood. Her scent alone had the beast inside him raging. Her presence did far more. He had been slowly circling her, trying to pinpoint a weakness, when her voice filled the air. "I know who you are." Her voice was surprisingly steady, yet she seemed to have to force her words out. "I know what you are, and I'm not afraid." He felt the corners of his lips tilt up the slightest as he stared down at the back of her head. She sucked in a deep breath and slowly turned her head around to find him under the light of the moon a little more clearly, his silhouette just barely visible. She felt a stirring in her stomach when his low and thickly accented voice echoed through the trees. "You are foolish to not be afraid. If you wanted to kill me, I'd already be dead. I enjoy playing with my food." A shiver raked her body as she slowly stood to her full height and faced the direction of his voice. "Then kill me if I am to die. I wish to die quickly." "What if I wish to hear you scream and beg for your life?" "Then I would deem you a sociopath." Such big words, he hummed. Why that long term? Why not a monster? Perhaps a beast? His voice was deep, threatening, yet she still stood her ground. "You are a beast, you are a monster, and you are a sociopath." "Oh, I am so much more. Darling, I am the devil himself." His voice then appeared right behind her, whispered hotly into her ear, causing her to gasp and rush forward, away from his presence. "I beg you to end this torture. Let me go, please." Greyson closed her eyes tight and stood stoic, fists clenched at her sides. "You came to me, my darling. You entered my realm, my territory, and you expect me to let you walk free without a scratch?" His voice was venomous. All of a sudden, "I am not a merciful man." "So I've seen." Her eyes opened and focused on his figure in the dark of the night. "Why'd you do it? To whom? The little boy or that mutt? Anyone? What have they done to deserve a death or a beating so vicious? One's family had wronged me, the other got too close to what I deemed mine long ago." Grayson's breath hitched. What did Demetrius's family do? His chuckle echoed into the air, one not of amusement but almost taunting. It made Greyson shiver. "I may not like his family, but that mutt is the one getting attached to my things." "And what exactly is yours?" She was no longer scared. He could see it in her eyes. He didn't like defiance, but somewhere deep down, it aroused him. For some reason, she was waiting for him to claim her as his, but he was silent. Yet the way he looked at her with those eyes of his, she knew his answer. She knew it was her. She didn't want to believe it, that the beast wanted her, so she waited for him to say it. To make it real as of now, belonging to him was just a theory, a simple thought. "Get out of my territory," he suddenly snapped at her, and she flinched. I thought you weren't merciful? A smirk broke out on her face. What happened to the beast? His growl was one of anger. He was growing tired of her games and wanted her throat in his jaws. I will not hesitate to kill you. Then do it. Why not put up a fight? Everyone else does. I'm not stupid. I know there is no use when you're far stronger than me. Smart girl. He smirked once again, his anger still lightly there. Greyson didn't speak another word. She didn't beg for her life. She simply stood as still as she could with her eyes squeezed shut. Then it seemed to all disappear. The cold breeze, the threat that lingered in the air. She almost thought she was alone and he left, but she wasn't foolish. She felt her hair being brushed away from her neck, and her lips parted. A shaky intake of breath following the feel of his fingertips grazing her skin. His sharp inhale was shortly followed by his exhale fanning across the length of her neck, causing her to shiver. Greyson braced herself for what pain would come, but the only feeling that arrived was the blazing trail of heat left behind from this man's lips on her neck. What the? Greyson roughly shoved herself away from the beast and spun to face him. She was ready to yell at him, scold him, but as she turned, his entire presence vanished from the forest as the first rays of daylight made the snow at her feet shimmer like diamonds. What had just happened? Greyson? A voice broke through the air from around the front of the cabin. It was Petrarch. She'd knocked, but there had been no answer, so she walked and she could smell Greyson in there, so she didn't know why she didn't answer. Greyson? Hello. Petrarch walked carefully through the cabin and into the back, where she pushed open the bedroom door with a long creak. Her room was dark. The curtains had been pulled shut and the lights were off, but with the light flooding in from the rest of the house now that the door was open, Petrarch could see her in the dim lighting. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, hands resting limply in her lap, and her feet planted on the ground. Her eyes were wide open and staring off into space toward the wall. She didn't budge. Petrarch's voice was filled with worry as she addressed Greyson with reserved caution. Greyson. Greyson didn't move. She didn't even blink. The only indication of her being alive was the steady beating of her heart and her soft breathing. So Petrarch continued onward until she stood in front of a frozen Greyson. When she crouched in front of her, she placed a hand over one of hers. She gasped at her frozen skin. Greyson. Petrarch shook her gently. Greyson, you're freezing cold. Snap out of it. Petrarch quickly moved and grabbed the duvet off her bed and wrapped it over Greyson's shoulders before sucking in a deep breath to brace herself for what she was about to do. Sorry, she almost whined out before her hand made contact with Greyson's cheek with a sharp crack. Greyson gasped and blinked a few times, a pale hand coming up to cup her cheek in shock. Her eyes soon found Petrarch, who stared at her with a guilty expression. What the foo? You were zoned out. Greyson, you wouldn't move or blink or anything. I had to. Greyson stayed silent. What happened? She didn't answer. Greyson, what happened? I saw him. Who? Greyson snapped. The predator, the beast dude. Kishnik, whatever you natives call him. I saw him last night in his human form. Human? He wasn't that wolf that he always is. He was purely a man, and he was taunting me, speaking to me in the forest. Greyson's voice trailed off as her hand came up to brush her fingers across her neck. Petrarch's eyes stared at her neck for the longest time, almost as if she was searching for something, before she sucked in a breath. How are you? I don't know, Petrarch. But something tells me you or your creepy grandmother knows what's going on, and I want to know. Greyson, Don't you dare lie to me, Petrarch. Greyson's eyes were welling up with tears. I feel like I'm going insane. She sighed and ran a hand through her hair. Come on, let's get you by a fire first. You're frozen. Chapter 7. Everything around her seemed to be frozen. In time the world became one big blur of bland colors swirling around her as her head spun. The real world, reality, became nothing but a big blur of the fake life she had lived happily surrounded by her entire life. The real world was gone, and the only words that she heard were spinning around her head. The words that Petrarch had spoken only seconds ago. They didn't seem to leave her mind. They embedded themselves in her brain and taunted her with their dangerous meaning. The girl had called it just a theory, a mere idea, a thought that she had conjured up one night and hadn't been able to forget since, but something about that so-called theory had dread chilling Greyson's blood and freezing her body. It's just a thought, a theory at that, so don't overreact, okay? Petrarch had started Greyson thought, not overreact, my ass, but nevertheless let her continue. I believe that you two may have bonded, possibly unintentionally. Bonded had been Greyson's immediate response, with a tilt of her head. It's when the soul of your wolf sort of morphs or forms a connection with another soul. If my soul were to bond with some villager's soul, I'd feel an immediate pull toward them and attraction. And it won't go away until we've made it even after that. It'll still be there, Petrarch sighed. In most cases, it happens between two lichens. A human bonded to a lichen is rare, even rarer for a human to be bonded to a lichen as powerful as him. She didn't need to say his name. Greyson knew who he was. So you're saying the soul of his wolf, the words felt odd leaving Greyson's lips, chose me to form some weird connection with, and now I'm his? Petrarch nodded. So I am his without any say? No, Greyson, whenever the first time you two met was, he was intrigued by you, and he couldn't figure out why you drew him in, and the times after that were him figuring it out and you accepting it. I did not. You accepted it the second you walked into that forest after I told you countless times not to. Petrarch's voice was stern, and it made Greyson snap her mouth shut. She twiddled with her fingers a little bit before speaking. Mating is sex, basically. Greyson paled. So you expect me to have sex with that beast out there? No, okay, it's a theory. It's the only logical reason that he'd let you live and almost murder Demetrius, unless he wants to watch you go mad, which could also be a possibility, but let's go with the first option. No, let's not. Having someone to love you for eternity isn't all that bad, Greyson. Someone to love me. Someone to love me. Greyson's blood began to boil. You've said it yourself. He's a monster. How am I expected to love a murderer? He wants me dead, I know it. He just enjoys messing with my head. It's impossible for him to want to love me, and it's impossible for me to love him. Greyson, please calm down, okay? Let me explain. The girl snorted and crossed her arms, her eyes giving a quick roll before glaring at Petrarch. Please do. In those books you've read, they might have mentioned something about Rodstveni Dusher or soulmates. Those books are outdated and a bit fictional, but there are some truths. They get the soulmate part pretty spot on, besides the fact that the authors believed these mates were predestined, but they're not. You don't necessarily get a say, but the soul of your wolf chooses who to bond with, and there's an instant attraction. So he picked me? Out of anyone in the world, me? Petrarch nodded slowly. Why? I don't know, something about you drew him to you, and now it's inevitable he won't be satisfied until he has you. Petrarch shrugged, and when she saw Greyson paling again, she added, just remember, it's not for sure. Greyson groaned. How can we know? I need to be able to leave in a few months. I have a life back in New York. I don't know. We'd have to have you two meet again, and I'll have to be there to see how he reacts. I'll go into the forest again. Too dangerous. Petrarch then trailed off, her eyebrows knotting together and her eyes glossing over. That just might work. We'll put you in a dangerous situation. If you two are really Rodstveni Dusher, then he won't stand idly by as you are attacked. Greyson looked at Petrarch like she was mad. What if he's 6 towns over and I die? I'll be there, just close enough to jump in if I need and far enough to stay undetected. Petrarch shrugged. She had it all planned out, and anyway, if you are bonded, he is never too far from you. How is this gonna work? You'll go into the forest. Petrarch's voice echoed in Greyson's mind like a broken record. Her words from earlier never stopped replaying, leaving Greyson to ponder what future the world held for her. Had she just been brought into this world to be a submissive lover to a beast of a man, who, might she add, was supposed to only exist in children's books? She didn't want to fall in love with a beast, but even she couldn't deny the strange attraction she felt toward him. She had just thought it was because she had always been into troublesome boys. He was the definition of trouble. Although she'd been in the forest many times since she'd arrived in this country, she shouldn't have felt nearly at home in this eerie place. Yet, even with Petrarch's presence lingering not far behind, She felt chills travel through her body the further she got from the parts of the forest she had grown fond of and familiar with. Now the trees were thicker, closer together, making it harder to see far ahead. Their leaves formed a thick block to keep out sunlight, and the still air was far colder. "Stop here," Petrarch's voice bounced off the trees, and Greyson obeyed, planting her feet firmly on the ground. "When we arrive at the destination, we'll run into a wild Greyson wolf who should be hostile." The moment Petrarch's presence disappeared to who knows where, another body filled the void. The Greyson wolf Petrarch had spoken of it was small and skinny, and its fur was matted when it growled and snapped its jaw at Greyson. Thick strands of saliva flung off its teeth and dripped onto the snow below. It was rabid and wild, no remorse or mercy held in its dark eyes. Had Greyson not known that far more terrifying beings lurked in the shadows of this very forest, she would have been terrified, but now she was calm, too calm, in fact, and that scared her more than the wolf that could end her life growling at her. "Whatever the wolf does, don't move. Look into its eyes until it steps forward, then start to run. It'll chase." The little wolf circled her a few times, continuing its obnoxious snarling before it took a step forward. Greyson flinched, yet her eyes never left its eyes. This angered it, and its fur puffed up and its ears flattened against its head. It was giving her one last warning not to challenge it. It took yet another step and another, before Greyson finally willed her legs to move and ran further into the forest, away from where she came. "When you run, be loud. Stomp your feet. Run so fast that you're gasping for breath. Make your presence known to him, and make it known that you are in danger." Greyson's left hand held her camera still from bouncing around, and the other pumped back and forth as she sprinted through the trees. She hadn't even made it that far, and she was already panting, legs already aching. "I need to work on my cardio. Goddamn." She took a sharp turn to her left and ran a few more meters before she felt a sharp pain shoot up her leg from her calf. She cried out as she tumbled to the ground and found herself pressed between the snow and a snarling wolf hovering above her face. Her breaths were now labored and held a slight whine as her leg grew numb from the pain and the cold snow. As the wolf growled in her face, she cringed and tried to shove it off, but it didn't budge despite its small stature. Her arms felt heavy with fear, and no matter how hard she banged on its chest and pushed, it wouldn't budge. She brought her hands up to push at its face. A big mistake. Its jaws clamped down on the hand that tried to push it away, and she screamed. "If anything goes wrong, I won't be far. Just yell." "Petrarch!" Greyson yelled into the empty forest for her friend, tears streaming down her face like the blood that ran down her arm and leg. When she yelled for her friend again, the wolf was at its wit's end and dug its claws deep into her stomach, causing Greyson to scream at the top of her lungs and try to kick the wolf off, but Greyson was weak. She could feel the blood staining her skin and clothes, and she was no match for even the smallest wolf. Where had Petrarch gone? Was she as wounded and close to death as Greyson? Had the beast gotten her? Greyson's mind was littered with thoughts as she felt the fight leave her body, and her limbs went numb. Whether from pain or the cold snow, she didn't know. All she knew was that her body was floating in nothingness, but she was relieved that she couldn't feel anymore, because she knew that death would slowly creep up on her with no savior near. And she would welcome its cold tendrils. No Petrarch, and no bonded beast to save her from a terrible fate. The wolf still stood above her, growling at her frozen form. Watching her carefully, it was searching for any sign of life, but Greyson guessed there wasn't much, with how it didn't make any moves to finish her off. Each intake of breath was a pure whine, and her exhales were shaky and quick. She winced when the wolf pressed down on her wounded stomach and sucked in a shocked gasp. The wolf grew angry again. She watched through hooded eyes as the wolf brought its lip up in a snarl, and as its head dipped down toward her neck, her eyes squeezed shut, preparing for death. Chapter 8. It all stopped the moment she closed her eyes. The pain was gone, the weight of the wolf on her chest, the fear, everything vanished. Replaced by a crippling silence. She felt nothing, not even the cold snow surrounding her body. Not even the wounds that littered her and left her surrounded by crimson snow. Why this was, she didn't know, but Greyson welcomed the peace and took in a deep breath. She lay there, releasing a breath in a sigh. Her body completely relaxed. She took this as death, but when a sound so eerie erupted, she thought she might be in hell. The sound repeated again, a cross between a deep moan and a loud sob, echoed in her ears over and over until she realized that the sound was coming from her. She was crying, sobbing so hard that the only thing she could feel was her body shaking. Then it seemed reality came flying back. She was thrown back into a world of searing pain and a heaviness in her lungs. Her own sobs weren't the only sounds reaching her ears. They simply muffled the sound of skin being torn from bone, yelping and growling. There was a battle happening meters away from her, but she was paralyzed by fear and pain and unable to move or watch the scene unfold. Even if she had wanted to see what awaited her, she couldn't. Her body was still shutting down, and death's cold hands were wrapping around her. By the time Greyson's breathing became slow and shallow, and her body had grown numb from the cold, the sounds had all stopped, and what was left was a heavy panting snow crunched beside her under a large weight until there were puffs of warm air fanning across her clothes above her body. Then loomed a large wolf, a familiar one at that, one that sent shivers down her frozen body and caused a stirring in her stomach. It was Kishnik. He simply stood there, panting heavily with blood matting the fur near his mouth. His bright eyes watched Greyson, who was frozen in her place. As much as she wanted to move away from the beast, she was unable. The pain had paralyzed her, as well as the realization that Petrarch's theory was true. He didn't want her dead. He'd saved her from that fate. He wanted her plain and simple. Somehow, she found her voice. It was barely there, raspy and thickly laced with pain, but she still managed a snarky remark to the beast who could end her life in the blink of an eye. Little did she care, because mythical creature or not, what could he do to save a girl already in death's grip? Is this your way of playing with your food? If beasts could smirk, she would have sworn those lips had curled into just that, and that scared her more than werewolves being real and more than one wanting her. The fact that a wolf could smirk shook her to her core, for it was a sinister sight to see before her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and her body succumbed to the eerie whispers of death. Greyson was drifting between the land of the living and the land of the dead. Her eyes fluttered open occasionally to look at the branches of trees intertwining above her. Watching curiously as they passed her by, she thought for a moment she was floating until she registered the slight shake in her body and the arms wound beneath her back and knees. She tried to move, to fight whoever was carrying her, but her arms were limp, draped across her still bleeding stomach, and the other swinging through the air by her side, dripping little red droplets of blood in their path. Her lungs still felt heavy, her breathing shallow and wheezy. She was barely holding on to life, a tiny sliver of light in the darkness called death that had surrounded her. Her head lolled to the side on a particularly heavy step, away from the treetops, to see the old barn in Petrarch's backyard through eyes that she struggled to even crack open. Standing on the back porch of their house was a frail old woman she knew as Petrarch's grandmother, and beside her stood Demetrius, who looked paler than the snow at their feet. His eyes were on her, taking in her graying skin and bloodied body with a little fire of anger in them. Greyson's eyes fluttered shut as they neared, open long enough to see the old woman glaring at whoever carried her. As the feeling slowly crept back into her body, she began to shiver violently, the cold finally reaching beneath her skin, yet the pain was still gone. And for that she was thankful. The arms supporting her wrapped around her tighter, and she found herself practically curled against a heated chest. She breathed out a contented sigh at the smell of the forest radiating off the firm chest and invading her senses. "I thought we had a deal," the chest rumbled with each word, and if Greyson had control over her body, she was sure she would have hummed against it. "I apologize for my granddaughter's reckless behavior. It won't happen. No, you don't understand, Clarissa." The unknown voice turned hostile. "She almost got killed. If I hadn't stepped in, she'd be dead. Your naive grandchildren have already broken our deal twice. If it happens again, she is mine." Greyson could imagine the fury blazing in the old woman's eyes as she spoke. No, you don't understand. She does not belong here or to you. She is from America. She has a life. You cannot just take her because that beast inside you wants her blood. The chest her face was pressed against rumbled as a vicious growl left his lips. We want more than just her blood. She will be mine. Clarissa, your grandchildren are stupid, and she is too curious for her own good. She follows the pull too easily. And it will lead her back to me always. You cannot stop it. His voice was almost sensual, yet there was a threat underlying his words. After a moment of silence, Clarissa spoke. Demetrius, take her inside. The chest she was against rumbled violently, yet again in an animalistic growl. I don't want that mutt's filthy hands on her. He won't hurt her. She's freezing. She needs to be inside. If you want me to heal her silence, she will die if you hold on to her any longer. There was a silence, and she felt her body leave the warmth of the stranger and into the arms of someone she guessed was Demetrius. His warmth was nothing compared to the stranger's. The stranger spoke again. What's her name? Her name is Greyson. Their voices began to fade as Demetrius took her away, yet nothing could have stopped her from hearing the way the stranger's Russian tongue spoke her name. Greyson, he paused again. I'm trusting you, Clarissa. You have my word. She is in good hands. And as the voices fell silent, nothing but the sounds of her own shallow breaths and Demetrius's footsteps remained. She realized who the stranger was. She realized why his voice was so oddly familiar and why the feeling of him felt so right. It was him. It was Kishnik. When Greyson finally came to, she found herself on an unfamiliar bed with Petrarch sitting beside her. Reading a book she stirred, and Petrarch's head snapped up. Welcome back to the land of the living. She set down her book and smirked at the girl. I died. No, thanks to yours truly. Greyson frowned at her. If I hadn't saved your ass, that wolf would have had you 6 feet under. Greyson simply stared at Petrarch, not because she was shocked, but because something deep down was screaming lie. She's lying. And for some reason, she believed it with all her being. Why did she lie? What about Kishnik? He never came, Greyson. She hesitated, and the smirk on her face faltered a bit. I guess you two aren't bonded. But I'm sorry, really, Greyson, I shouldn't have jumped to that conclusion and put you in a dangerous situation like that. Greyson noticed the way her eyes glazed over. I've just been waiting for the day I become bonded, and I overreacted with you. Greyson frowned. You're lying. No, I'm not. Petrarch became hostile. Go shower, and I'll bring you food when you're done. With that, Petrarch climbed off the bed and walked out the door, leaving Greyson alone and confused on the bed. After a few moments to gather her thoughts and bottle them away, she finally tried to sit up and shift, but the pain in her abdomen left her breathless. With a tight knot between her brows and a shaky breath, she pushed herself up carefully and stood to her full height. The bathroom door was open, and the light illuminated the little room. Shutting the door behind her, she began to carefully take off her ripped and stained clothes. What once was a Greyson t-shirt now bore 4 stripes down the middle and a large patch of red. Greyson shuddered. After stripping bare and starting the shower, she noticed the rusty-colored bandages wrapped around her stomach, hand, and leg. She first removed the wrap on her hand. The holes where the wolf's teeth had embedded themselves were still slowly oozing with blood, yet they looked days old, not fresh. She breathed, and with shaky hands, she unraveled the other bandages until her skin shone under the bathroom light. She felt nauseous as she looked at herself in the mirror. The skin on her stomach was red and irritated, surrounding 4 jagged scars that were roughly the length of her own hand. Greyson then realized that the wound on her leg was not even scarred, but gone. She remembered the wolf taking a good bite from her skin, yet there was no trace of it ever happening. She'd been attacked yesterday, and the wounds that almost killed her looked like they happened months ago. Running her fingers over the scars on her stomach, she frowned as she felt a jolt of electricity pass through her hand. Sparks, almost. After a long and thoughtful shower, Greyson emerged with a newfound sense of determination and stormed downstairs with her hair dripping onto her clean clothes. Finding Petrarch wasn't hard. She was sitting next to Demetrius. Whispering to one another in their foreign tongue upon her entrance, they looked up, eyes wide. How am I alive? I saved, Petrarch began. Don't you dare lie to me, Petrarch. Grayson's voice was fierce. I'm tired of living in the dark. Just tell me what's really going on. Greyson watched Demetrius hurry from the room. The girl hesitated before giving Greyson a small smile. Greyson, are you okay? That wolf must have done more damage than we thought. Petrarch, what are you? Greyson, there was no one else in those woods, but you and me. Kishnik never showed up. I saved you. Greyson felt her heart skip a beat. No, you didn't. I was screaming your name, but you didn't show up. I saw him, Petrarch. No, you didn't. Greyson, listen to me. He was there. He carried me here. He was talking to your grandmother. Greyson continued to talk. Petrarch simply shook her head. Greyson, you were dreaming. He was never there. Greyson felt like she was losing her mind. Yes, he was. I saw him, Petrarch. I'm going to get my grandmother. Stay calm. Petrarch quickly stood and walked out as Greyson broke down. I felt him, Petrarch. I felt the bond. Petrarch stood frozen in the doorway for only a moment before she continued to walk out and away from Greyson. Her presence was soon gone from the entire house, and Petrarch's grandmother, Clarissa, was wobbling into the room to put Greyson in a magic-induced slumber. Chapter 9. After being trapped in Petrarch's home for 2 days with only a lively 6-year-old and a quiet 4-year-old, she welcomed the familiar feel of her camera beneath her frozen fingers. She didn't know how it had survived the woods without a scratch, but she was grateful it was back in her hands. Outside, the cold air stung her throat with each breath, yet she embraced the deep silence and the crisp scent of the outdoors. The frozen landscape of Russia was starting to grow on her, and she could hardly imagine how difficult it would be to leave when the time came. Still, she missed New York. Its energy, the warmth of her own bed. The only thing she didn't miss was the constant noise out here, in the middle of nowhere. She could finally breathe freely, away from crowds, without the endless honking of horns and overlapping voices. She raised the camera to her face. The soft click of the shutter filled her ears as she focused on the rundown barn in Petrarch's backyard. She had missed this. Capturing moments, something she had loved since childhood, the way a single instant could be preserved forever. Every joy and sorrow in her life had been documented through this lens. She shifted her view to the ominous forest. A shiver traced her spine as she took more photographs of the frozen world. The trees seemed to stare back at her, motionless even in the wind, as though they were watching. She had never seen trees so eerie. Yet they fascinated her. She found herself taking as many pictures of them as she could. After a few more shots of the open backyard, she stood in the center of the yard and scrolled through the images she had just captured, studying them carefully. The photographs were dark, their atmosphere unsettling, as if it radiated from the frames themselves, yet no picture could fully capture the reality of this place, with heavy clouds overhead and the abandoned barn framed against the shadowed forest. The scene resembled a horror story. As she continued scrolling, a strange sensation settled in her stomach, as if her body were warning her of something ahead. She dismissed it and kept reviewing the photos with quiet pride. Then she noticed something unusual in the images of the tree line. Amid the nearly black and white scene, a vivid crimson spot stood out at the base of the trees. She looked up at the real landscape with wide eyes. There, at the edge of the forest, lay a small shape, a body. How she had missed it before. She couldn't understand. Dread coiled in her stomach, urging her not to approach. But Greyson was Greyson. Curious and drawn by something stronger than fear, she moved forward slowly, legs heavy. The closer she came, the clearer the details became. A small figure, a child with brown hair, a boy, lying with his back to her, face toward the trees, surrounded by blood. When she was only a few feet away, her breath caught. Her heart pounded like an alarm, urging her to flee, but she couldn't move. Carefully, she turned him onto his back. The wounds across his small chest came into view. It wasn't the deep slashes that sent ice through her veins. It was their shape. They matched the scars on her own stomach exactly. Only larger and more severe. This was no ordinary wolf. Not the one that had attacked her before. This was something far more powerful, far more dangerous. Deep in her gut, she knew who it was. But nothing terrified her more than his eyes. Lifeless green eyes stared up at the sky. Eyes that had once held life and light, eyes she had seen before there, in the crimson snow, lay Ethnia's. Petrarch, she sobbed, stumbling back from the boy, Demetrius. Someone help. Petrarch came running the instant she heard the cry. Her grandmother and Demetrius, carrying Rosalind on his hip, followed close behind. They found Greyson at the edge of the forest, on her knees, weeping in front of the small form. Petrarch's steps slowed for a moment as her mind raced with terrible possibilities. She pressed forward and immediately wished she hadn't. "Oh my God," she choked out. Greyson turned to her, face pale, eyes red. Petrarch pushed past Greyson and dropped to the ground, gathering the boy into her arms. No, no, no. Her hand trembled above the deep claw marks that marred his small body. She was cradling her little brother. His lifeless eyes now met hers. "Ethnia's." Rosalind cried. The little girl wriggled free of Demetrius's hold and ran to Petrarch's side. "Petrarch, what's wrong with him?" Petrarch didn't answer. She only stared at her brother with wide, stunned eyes. Rosalind looked from Ethnia's to Greyson with pleading eyes, as though begging her to help. When Greyson remained frozen, the child hurried to her grandmother and clung to the woman's legs. "Who did this?" Petrarch whispered, voice shattered. "Kishnik," Clarissa said gravely. "No other wild wolf near us could leave marks this deep." Petrarch lifted her gaze to Greyson while Clarissa gathered the sobbing Rosalind into her arms. Greyson remained a short distance away, crying quietly. With bitter fury, Petrarch spat, "This is your fault." "Petrarch," Grayson's voice cracked with pain. "You did this. You killed him." Petrarch screamed, rising to her feet, eyes blazing. "This is all your fault. He's dead because of you." Greyson shook her head, tears falling. "Petrarch, stop," Clarissa said firmly. "If you hadn't come here, he would still be alive. This is your fault." Petrarch lunged toward Greyson, who cried out and scrambled back. Demetrius wrapped his arms around Petrarch's waist, holding her as she struggled and clawed at him. Then her strength gave out. She collapsed against him, sobbing uncontrollably. "Petrarch, I'm sorry," Greyson said softly, still shaking her head. Through broken sobs, Petrarch managed, "Just go." "Petrarch, leave." "Demetrius, take her inside," Clarissa said, stroking Rosalind's back. To Greyson, the world tilted and rang. The only thing she could see clearly was Ethnia's empty gaze fixed on her. She heard the little girl crying against her grandmother's shoulder, felt her own heartbeat thundering. Clarissa's voice reached her from far away. "Greyson," she turned. Clarissa looked at her with sorrow. "I think it's time you went home." Greyson nodded and started to rise. "I mean home," Clarissa continued gently. "I think it's best if you return to America." Grayson's heart fractured further. She nodded again, too numb to notice the low growl that rippled through the trees. "I'm sorry." "Don't blame yourself," Clarissa said. "Kishnik is more beast than man. Nothing can tame him." When Greyson returned to her cabin, she packed her belongings and sat in the quiet house, crying. She had never felt so completely alone. She remained on the old couch in silence long into the night, until her sobs quieted into hiccups. Even then, loneliness had settled deep inside her numb. She stared at the far wall. It felt as though life held nothing more for her. It felt as though there was no point anymore. Those feelings, combined with silence, could be dangerous. She hadn't felt this combination in years. Not since before New York, not since she had barely survived. Deep down, she was afraid the last time these feelings had taken hold, her thoughts had darkened. If she hadn't been too afraid to act on them, she might not have made it through. In the stillness of her cabin, Greyson sat surrounded not only by the darkness of night, but by the darkness within her mind. Then the silence was shattered with a long, distant howl. The sound sent chills racing down her spine and gently pulled her from her spiral. It was a howl that seemed to call to her directly. It lingered in the wind even after it faded, leaving her entranced. Another howl followed, deeper, closer, carrying powerful emotions into the quiet night. It stole her breath. The call continued. Drawing her, she rose and stepped slowly onto the back porch. The wind nipped at her skin and seemed to whisper more insistently in her ears. In a clearer state of mind, she would have gone back inside, but tear tracks still stained her cheeks. and her eyes were vacant. The pull in her chest urged her toward the shadowed trees, carried on the wind's voice. With only the full moon overhead for light, she stepped into the forest, drawn by the thought of seeing the one she knew as Kishnik once more. Her thoughts should have horrified her after everything that had happened. They did not. The idea of encountering the beast again made her heart race wildly. She didn't understand why she felt this way, or why she was walking back into the forest at all. But she made no effort to stop herself. She accepted that she had lost her sanity. No one should long for the presence of such a creature, let alone crave his touch. The mere thought of feeling his skin against hers sent a shiver of warmth through her. Curling her toes, she embraced it. She had shed every trace of reason and humanity, and she was at peace with that, because it meant she could see the beast one final time before she left. Chapter 10. From the moment she stepped into those trees once again, she was deemed his. No longer protected by the witch. She was his to claim. The deal he had made with the witch was broken, and he was free to pursue her as he wished. Clarissa was a powerful witch. She had felt the girl's soul, and had seen early on what she was destined for. The moment she set foot on Russian soil, she was quick to wind her magic around the girl, shielding her from the beast who craved her so fiercely. Of course, this had infuriated him, but he was powerless against her magic. She didn't know why he had chosen her, but he had. And that wasn't something even the most powerful magic could change. She was destined to be his, and he would be killed before he let her get away. Even then, the beast would fight for her in the deepest pits of hell. He had fought for her the minute he had figured out she was to be his, and he couldn't have her. That's where the deal came in. Despite the great desire he felt for the girl, he didn't like the idea of having her around, so he let the witch protect her. But his beast wasn't happy, so he gave her 3 strikes. If the girl entered his territory or was in danger 3 times, she was his. The witch was supposed to protect her, and that included defending the human girl from even him. Deep in the forest, Greyson had no idea he was there yet. She unintentionally followed him until she was officially in his territory, and only then did he make his presence known beneath the dim light of the moon. "We meet again, Moya Elvitsa." His words were smooth, and he could see the fear glimmer in her eyes for a second before it disappeared and was replaced with nothing. Nevertheless, that fear for him was there deep down, and he lived for it. "You should know by now that the forest is dangerous at this time of night. I'm not afraid of you," he growled. "Nilgmne, I could sense your fear the moment you stepped into the trees. You cannot fool me." A silence settled over them, and he used the moment to look her over. Even clad in thick sweatpants and a large coat, he could still feel the flame of desire lick up his spine. Her wild hair and bright eyes had him imagining what she would look like after a night in his arms. The beast inside him raged at these thoughts. It wanted her desperately. She remained silent, so he spoke, beginning to move around in the darkness. "You know, you are a fool to come into these trees alone. A beast could take you as his, and you'd never see the light of day again." There was something else in his words. Greyson could hear it. "You'd let them take me away?" She was playing with him, the predator now becoming prey. "You'd let a beast ruin me?" He growled. "I cannot stop a beast once it has been unleashed." His words made Greyson shiver, but she never let her fear show. She tilted her chin up and raised a brow at the trees. "Then show me, beast, what I have to fear. Come into the light." He knew deep down that she wanted him to deny her request and disappear into the trees. Her bravery was only a facade, a protective shell to keep the innocent girl from being ruined. Deep down, she feared him. She'd probably rather die than be with him. But even deeper down, he knew she wanted him just as badly as he wanted her, so he stepped forward until his entire body was bathed in the light of the moon, watching as her eyes widened just the slightest and traced over him. Her eyes took in every inch of him. Despite his large frame being hidden beneath a thick flannel and jeans, she could imagine that every part of him was rippling with muscle. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a strong jawline. His lips were pink and full, and a sharp nose rested between those 2 blue eyes she had come to know so well. His hair was dark, unkempt, and wild. Just like him, he was mesmerizing. Greyson was silent, staring into the eyes of the man otherwise known as a beast, Kishnik, a murderer. All these thoughts ran through her head, but nothing could stop the rapid beating of her heart as he stepped closer, not from fear, but from excitement. He stepped closer and closer, his bare feet sinking into the snow. He was trying to scare her. He wanted her to run away in fear, so he could chase her. He wanted her to be the prey that fit so perfectly with him. She lifted her head higher, trying to seem brave, but her facade faltered when he was toe-to-toe with her, his breath fanning across her forehead. He reached a hand out, tucking her golden hair behind her ear. "You are afraid? I can hear your heartbeat." How could I not be, even the slightest, standing before a murderer? He growled low in his chest, his eyes narrowing on the human girl. "Watch your tongue. You'd be smart to turn around and go back to Clarissa now before you regret it." "What are you going to do?" Greyson stood her ground, red-hot anger slowly filling her veins. "Kill me like you killed those little boys? I'd do far worse to you." "Darling," the way he spoke the word darling, the way his lips curled into a grin, made Greyson shiver, yet the image of those lips stained with the blood of the innocent had her trembling with fear. He shocked her when he grabbed her by the shoulders and spun her around, eliciting a gasp from Greyson. He tightened his grip and pressed her body firmly against his as he leaned forward. With each word he spoke, his breath fanned across Greyson's ear and slithered down her slender neck. "We've had this conversation before, do you not remember?" Greyson's body was tense against his, afraid of moving the wrong way and angering him. "Or worse, while the thought of ripping your pretty little heart out pleases me, I'd rather do much more what I wouldn't give to get inside that head of yours, to possess your entire being, to hear you beg for mercy. To beg a beast to end it. When I said I like to play with my food, I meant I like to see it suffer before I finish." Greyson ripped away from him, spinning around when she was a good few feet away, only to find he was gone. She knew he was still there, though. His presence was like a thundercloud, causing turmoil without physically touching anything. She didn't realize she was crying until a sob left her lips and she sank to her knees. "Why does a brave girl cry?" His voice was behind her, but she didn't turn. "I thought she didn't fear anything." "You've ruined me." Her voice was broken, a weak whisper. "I don't even know your name, but you've ripped apart my life more than anyone I've ever met. You haunt my dreams in the most amazing ways, yet I still fear the beast that you are. I am afraid of you, I admit it." He approached her slowly until he was looming above her kneeling form. He then leaned down just enough to lift her chin, so she peered up at him. His gentle touch took her by surprise. Even more so his soft tone. "I am not a merciful man, and neither is my beast." Greyson frowned up at him, utterly confused. "What? Go back to your cabin. Do not enter the trees again." He dropped the hand from under her chin and became rigid. She stood and shook her head. "I can't." "You will, or I will have your heart between my teeth," he snarled as if to add effect. Despite her tears, she emphasized each word with the tiniest bit of venom. "I can't go back." "What do you mean you can't?" "Petrarch blamed me for you killing her brother. I'm going back to America." Rage filled the man before her. "Why did she blame you?" Greyson hesitated. "She just said if I had never come here, you never would have killed Ethnia's the woman in the square. Practically said the same thing when you killed her boy." "Why would they say that?" His eyes narrowed on the girl. "Petrarch thinks we've bonded, or whatever it's called," she said. "That's the only valid reason you haven't killed me." He was tense. "Like I said before, I enjoy toying with my food." "Well, I guess you're going to have to hunt down some new food." Greyson gave a small smile, attempting to ease the mood, but if anything, the air grew colder. "I do not waste my food. I will not finish until I am fully satisfied." He walked closer to Greyson, who backed up further and further, and "We are far from finished, my darling." With that, he closed the distance, his large arm wrapping around Greyson's waist and pulling her flush against him. Her eyes widened as his head dipped down to her neck, and he inhaled. Greyson was ready to push him away, but when his lips brushed across her skin, she froze, a delightful shiver making her toes curl. "What are?" Greyson's voice was cut off when a sharp pain ripped through her shoulder and down her spine. She cried out, pushing at the man whose face was still hidden in the crook of her neck. His body was stoic, and her attempts to push him away failed. His hold was still locked. She flailed until her body grew weak, and she lost all fight, slumping against the beast's solid frame. When he finally pulled away, his mouth was stained red, sharp canines peeking from behind those lips. dripping with her blood. His eyes were on fire as he looked down upon her with hooded intensity. Filled with possession, those eyes seemed to have captured the light of the moon within them. They burned so bright, she felt like she'd go blind staring at them for too long, but they were enchanting. And they left her breathless. Taimoya. Chapter 11. Petrarch's heart was broken, barely beating. She could hardly be considered alive with the way the bags under her eyes had darkened and her cheeks had sunken, and she walked around like a shadow of herself. All life drained from her eyes and replaced by a hollow emptiness. That image of Ethnia's haunted her dreams, and every waking moment it was as if the memory had burned itself into her mind. And every time she looked in the mirror, it felt as though his lifeless gaze stared back at her. He had been her little brother, one of her last few living connections to her parents, to her father, and now he was gone. Yet somewhere deep inside, she found a fragile peace in knowing that Ethnia's had been reunited with their parents in a better place. He was at peace. It had taken everything in Petrarch to gather the courage to seek out Greyson after her anger faded. Grief and regret took their place. A deep sorrow that chilled her to the bone. She felt terrible for blaming Ethnia's death on Greyson. In reality, he had probably wandered too close to the trees, and the beast that lurked there had been hungry, and honestly, it was Petrarch's own fault. She was supposed to be watching him. She didn't want to lose Greyson. She had grown fond of the human, and didn't want to see her leave so soon, so she walked down the road to Greyson's temporary home. Approaching the cabin where Greyson had stayed felt like stepping back in time. The cabin, now long abandoned and dark, had once been bright with the glow of the fireplace and filled with the laughter of a child. Petrarch remembered the first time she had walked up these steps as a little girl, chasing a bright blue ball that had blown onto the property with the wind. She remembered the door opening to reveal a little boy with a tuft of blonde hair and big brown eyes peeking out from behind his mother's thin legs. She remembered his mother's voice, warm and smooth like honey, as she asked Petrarch for her name. "Well, Petrarch," she had said, tugging the boy out from behind her and in front of Petrarch, even 2 years younger. He was taller and skinnier than she, her ball held in his bony fingers. "This is Demetrius. I hope you two can become friends." When Petrarch returned home that night, bursting with glee, her grandmother had been furious. She told her to stay away from that family, that death hung over their heads like a cloud, and she was not losing Petrarch, too. Do not talk to the little wolf ever again. Her grandmother had warned. She claimed darkness followed the little boy, but Petrarch found it hard to believe that such a scrawny thing could have a terrible fate. Then, days later, the little boy was found crying in the middle of the town square, sitting in front of his parents' mauled bodies. He became part of their family after that, despite her grandmother's grumbling displeasure. Petrarch shook the memories away and climbed the steps. After knocking on the old wooden door, she crossed her arms tightly against her torso and waited. In the cold minutes passed with no sign of movement, so she knocked again and received the same silence. "Greyson," she called through the door, her hand moving to the cold doorknob. Turning it, she found it unlocked and pushed the door open with a creak. She knew it was wrong to enter someone's home uninvited, but an uneasy feeling had settled in the pit of her stomach inside. The cabin was cold and abandoned, the air chilling her skin. Greyson had already left. Petrarch hadn't even had the chance to apologize to the only friend she had ever made outside her own home. With a sigh, she noticed Greyson's scent still lingered in the air. She must have left last night, Petrarch thought, moving through the cabin. The scent trail led her to the back porch, where she peered out at the forest's trees. It seemed Greyson's scent continued into those trees. But as Petrarch turned to go back inside, she caught the barely visible outline of a footprint, almost completely erased by the falling snow. All breath left her lungs. She ran back inside and into Greyson's room to find all her bags packed and sitting on the bed. Her bags were here, but she had been gone for hours. Why? Then it dawned on Petrarch like a slap. She never left to go home. She's still here. Greyson found herself staring up at the tree branches once again, watching the way they intertwined and wrapped around one another. The sun shone through the treetops, so bright that the snow was slowly melting, knitting her eyebrows together. Greyson tried to move her arm, but found her body weak. All her energy drained. It took everything in her just to twitch her fingers. Her whole body ached and protested with the tiny movement. Then every memory flooded back, and she shot up in shock. Not only did her head begin to spin, but a sharp pain shot from her neck down to her toes when her hand came up to clasp her neck. She found the skin there raised and sensitive to the touch. Covered with dried blood that stained her shirt and skin down her shoulder and chest, it was then she also realized she had been lying in a patch of snow stained with her own blood. Her hand moved to cover her mouth as she looked around at what could easily have been mistaken for a crime scene. She should have died. What he did should have killed her. As reality settled in and the pain in her body dulled to a steady ache, Greyson began to cry. She didn't stop until her body was shaking and the setting sun was turning the sky pink. Greyson had never been one to cry easily. But lately it seemed all she ever did when her cheeks were streaked with tears and her eyes so puffy they were hardly open. She tilted her head up to the canopy above and peered through the branches at the sky, staring at those first stars of the night. Greyson begged whatever higher power might be watching over her for a better life than this. And then, out of nowhere, that sinister little voice drifted in with the wind, beckoning her forward. "Come," it whispered in her ears, wrapping soft tendrils around her neck, caressing her skin, and seeping into her, making her relax. Its sinisterly sweet tone tugged her onto her unsteady feet and urged her to follow it into the dark trees. The voice continued to guide her, whispering in her ear, possessing her mind and body. Greyson begged it to stop, to leave her alone, but the voice only grew louder and more insistent as it pulled her over fallen trees and under low branches. She tried to struggle, to plant her feet or even slap herself awake, but she couldn't move her limbs. It had taken over, and she was left to watch it destroy her. "Stop it!" Greyson cried out. "Please stop." The farther into the forest she walked, the farther away grew any hope of returning home. She told herself she was going to die out here in the trees as the snow grew thicker and the white drifts rose higher. Greyson felt her body begin to hum. It lit up like a flame and left her breathless. She closed her eyes as she sucked in a breath and shook her head, terrified of what was happening. "Come," the voice sang from the trees, echoing in her head. The voice began to laugh. A laugh so sinister it stopped Greyson in her tracks, the spell breaking. It was a laugh that shook her to her core, one she knew would forever be etched in her mind. Along with the dread it left behind, the laugh grew louder as she panicked. Looking around for any sign of life, Greyson fell to her knees and covered her ears, eyes shut tight as she begged the voice to go away. Once more, with one final, screaming command, everything vanished, and Greyson was left alone in an unfamiliar part of the forest. Her eyes shot open at the sound of a twig cracking to her right. She uncovered her ears, but stayed frozen, staring at the ground in fear of what might be there. Then a laugh came from the same direction. Yet this time it was something that would haunt her dreams and leave her trembling. It was the laugh of a child, an innocent child. Jerking her head up, all breath left Greyson's lungs at the sight of what stood between two thick trees. Ethnia's? Chapter 12. Ethnia's? The little boy giggled and covered his mouth with his tiny hand. His green eyes seemed brighter. Almost glowing, he removed his hand to let it fall to his side and stared at Greyson with a small smile playing on his lips. He tilted his head to the side before turning and darting off into the trees. Ethnia's. Greyson was on her feet in seconds, running after the small boy. Around and between trees he weaved, Greyson hot on his trail. Deeper and deeper the little boy ran, and despite his small legs, she could never catch up to him. He was always just out of reach. The sound of his laughter filled the forest and slowly drove Greyson to the edge. She called his name, pleading with him to stop, but he kept running. Deep down, she knew he was gone, but if he was, how could she see him so clearly? Wait, Ethnia's come back. The boy took a sharp turn and vanished completely behind a tree. There were no giggles, no little footsteps. Nothing to indicate he had ever been there. Everything grew silent except for the sound of Greyson's ragged breaths. The heavy weight of loneliness settled over her again, and she felt like breaking down. She was officially losing her mind, hearing voices in the wind, Seeing the dead, there was no way she was sane. Greyson, a voice whispered in her ear, and she spun around to find nothing but tall trees. Greyson again, behind her, but there was nothing. "Stop it," she screamed, "leave me alone." "Greyson." Ethnia's was standing behind her, slowly turning. She saw him with his hands over his chest, eyes wide and sad. "What did you do to me?" "What?" Greyson stammered. His little hands moved away from his body, covered in blood from wounds on his chest that poured down his small frame. "Look at what you did to me," his voice whined, lip trembling in a pout, tears welling in his big green eyes. "No," she shook her head and stepped back. "How could you, Greyson? I thought we were friends." "It wasn't me. It was the beast." His voice grew loud and deep, almost otherworldly. "You are the beast. You, Greyson. You." Greyson sobbed as the boy's face twisted into something nightmarish. He was no longer innocent, but something straight out of a nightmare. His eyes turned pale white, no pupil, no color, just blank, and his face scrunched into a vicious glare. "No, leave me alone." Hands wrapped around Greyson's torso, and she fought as Ethnia's vanished into thin air. She kicked and screamed and clawed at the thick arms wound around her waist. "Stop fighting me, woman." The chest against her back rumbled with every word. The voice was all too familiar. Her entire body froze as the arms loosened enough to spin her around. She stared up into those familiar blue eyes. "It's not real," he spoke so softly she had trouble believing this was the same man who called himself the Beast. Despite everything, she took comfort in his warm embrace. She fisted the thick shirt he wore and buried her face in it, eyes wet with tears. "I want to go home," she said. After a moment's pause, "You can't." Greyson pulled away as the mark on her neck began to burn. She put several feet between them, her hand snapping up to her neck. His eyes followed the movement. "What's happening?" She grew dizzy, her eyesight blurring as he stepped toward her. She put a hand out to stop him. "No, stay away from me." He didn't stop his approach. His eyes blazed that intense blue, as if flames danced within them. His canines seemed sharper, larger behind his lips, and it terrified her. He approached like the predator he was. Greyson tried to stagger away, but her body quickly grew weak. Soon, the world faded into a black haze. The moment he touched her, the forest seemed to come alive, as if every tree, every creature, every being beneath the tall branches had its eyes on them, watching in quiet awe. "A girl?" Soft voices whispered to one another, carried on the wind. "A girl." Every living thing in that forest knew of his affliction. To see him carrying this girl deeper into the trees instead of out was like a dream, for just like him, they were all cursed too. Even the trees, the little creatures, might not have been able to leave the cursed forest as he could, but they did not carry the curse in their blood. It merely surrounded them for him. It burned in his veins each time the moon grew full, every waking moment, and each time he touched her. She could save them all, break the curse placed upon the land and free them, but she had the hardest task of any being in the forest. She had to learn to love a beast incapable of emotion. A beast who had taken the lives of so many innocents, a beast who could not even love himself, expected to love a girl as much as she loved him before time ran out. He didn't know why he was carrying her deeper into the trees, toward his home, but maybe it was the way she talked back to him. Perhaps it was because she didn't fear him. Perhaps it was because he liked the fire that burned in her eyes when she spoke to him, as if she welcomed the danger of being near him. He glanced down at her. Her long eyelashes hid those striking eyes of hers. Never before had he seen such a color. Shimmering silver that on some days appeared light blue. He had taken his time the first night she entered the forest to truly see her, to take in every detail of her face, and he had been captivated. She had stirred feelings in him, emotions he never wanted to feel again. The wind grew harsher and the world colder the farther he walked. The journey to his home was a long one. The cold turned her skin pink, and she turned to hide her face in his chest, causing him to tense. He could feel her warm breath through his shirt, and he felt his control slipping from just that sensation. He couldn't imagine what would happen if she looked at him a certain way. He silently vowed to himself not to lose control in the way the beast wanted. If any control were lost, it would end with her life taken, not her innocence. The sight of the old castle shadowed by the trees brought relief. It meant he could distance himself from the girl and still know she was safe. He looked upon his home, ivy climbing the gray stones. The west wing long destroyed, and now a ruined structure clinging to the rest, pushing through the large front door. He kicked it shut and carried her up the winding staircase and down one of the many hallways to an empty room. One of the smallest, but he didn't know how long the beast inside him would allow her to live. Setting her down on the bed's white duvet, he stared as she nuzzled her head into the large pillows. His focus lingered on the way her slender fingers gripped the pillow, as if it anchored her standing there. He wondered what she was dreaming, whether it was good or bad. And suddenly his thoughts darkened. The beast inside raged for control. He pushed it down and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Greyson shot up with a gasp. The chirping of birds filled her ears from the open window to her left. With wide eyes, she looked around the unfamiliar room and froze, listening for anything beyond her own breathing. There was nothing. She was alone, or so she thought, and decided it best not to linger admiring the small yet elegant room, but to find a way out. As she stood, she noticed her feet were bare. Her boots and socks had vanished. Shoes were her last concern. In fact, she was grateful to be barefoot. It helped her move with the stealth she normally lacked. She found the only closed door. The open one led to a spacious bathroom. Was unlocked and opened without a sound. Creeping into the long hall, she didn't bother closing the door behind her. Instead, she moved as quickly and quietly as she could down the burgundy-colored hallway. Resisting the urge to study the paintings on the walls at the end, she found another hallway across from her and a grand staircase between them. Deciding the staircase was her best escape, she slowly descended the stone steps at the bottom. She hurried to the double doors that towered twice her height. Her hands were on the handles for only a second before they were ripped away. Her back slammed against the doors, and a large hand wrapped around her neck. Her own hands gripped the stranger's, nails digging into his skin, but he didn't loosen his hold. "Kak vy suda pa pali," he snarled down at her as she gasped for air, his dark eyes glaring. Greyson tried to push out words, but his hand around her throat prevented any. She tapped his hand repeatedly, signaling she couldn't speak or breathe, but he didn't ease up, squeezing her eyes shut. She tried to draw in air, but none came. Her head began to spin. On the brink of unconsciousness, his grip loosened just enough for her to gulp in air. He repeated the Russian words, but Greyson shook her head. "English," she managed, and he frowned, applying a little more pressure. "How the—" His accent was thick, anger lacing each word like venom. "Did a girl like you find this place?" "I don't know." He growled low in his throat, and Greyson realized he wasn't human. "Lie to me again, and I'll have your blood painting these walls human." "I swear," Greyson stammered, gasping for more air, her hands clawing at his. "I just woke up upstairs." The man was furious now. His eyes turned pitch black and seemed to shine. His jaw clenched so tight she thought it might shatter. His grip became impossibly tight. Greyson stopped gasping or fighting. She just stood there, mouth open, eyes teary, like a fish out of water. She closed her eyes, preparing for the end, when a loud growl shook her to her core. Suddenly, she was on the ground in a coughing fit between coughs. She gasped, trying to steady herself, still coughing. She looked up to find the man who had been choking her now pinned across the room, a hand around his own neck. The man with his back to her. She had no doubt who it was by the way her body began to hum Kishnik. They were locked in a glaring match with a few vicious words in Russian. The beast released the stranger, who shot Greyson a venomous glare before storming off. Leaving her alone with the beast, he turned slowly to face her, those blue eyes burning as bright as ever. "Where am I?" Her voice was rough, her neck throbbing, but she pushed herself up on wobbly legs, slender fingers gripping the doorknob for support and a quick escape. He was silent for a while, simply staring at the hand she held carefully to her neck. "Home. My home is thousands of miles away," Greyson said slowly. "Not anymore." He turned and began to walk away when her voice stopped him. "Who was that?" she asked the man who, her hand hovered over her aching neck. "That was my brother." Chapter 13. My brother. With a lingering stare and a curt nod, The beast strode up the stairs, leaving Greyson alone in the foyer, still holding her aching neck. She sat for a few moments, bewildered by everything that had happened in such a short time. Within the brief span she had been in this foreign land, her life in New York had become nothing more than a distant dream. This impossible reality was hers now, and it felt as though there was no escape from the horrors and unexpected turns it held. Almost forgetting her previous plan, she shook the thoughts away and stood slowly, shocked that both men had left her completely unattended. As if one hadn't nearly ended her life during her escape attempt, and the other hadn't cared. Fools, they were. Turning slowly, her eyes still fixed on the stairs and the doorway where the brothers had disappeared, she placed her hands on the door handles and pushed one open carefully. No sound came from the door or the gigantic house, so Greyson took her time to stay quiet and slip out through the large door. Once outside, she closed it softly and spun around, fully prepared to run, but she froze. The sound of birds chirping above the light snow filled her ears. Most of the snow had melted, though enough remained on the ground that no green grass showed through. Winter was over, and spring had arrived with a bright afternoon sun and the rustle of wildlife hidden in the shadows of the tall forest trees. Taking in a deep breath, Greyson relished the scent of fresh air that had lost its bitter edge. A deep, menacing growl from inside the castle shattered her trance, sending a shiver of fear down her spine. She wasted no time, breaking into a dead sprint toward the trees and ignoring the rough ground biting into her bare feet. She had no idea where she was or where she was going, but anywhere was better than captivity. Greyson could hear multiple sets of footsteps behind her. Both men were catching up and fast. She had to do something. She took a sharp turn to the right and began zigzagging through the forest, gaining a little distance, but not for long. The sound of rushing water reached her ears, and hoping it offered an easy escape, she headed toward it. The trees grew taller and the forest denser as she ran, making everything harder. Her calves burned, her lungs felt ready to collapse, and now tree branches clawed at her skin. Yet the constant growling behind her drove her faster. Determined to get home, Greyson didn't realize the world had turned against her. The sound of water had faded far behind. The forest was playing tricks. It wouldn't let her leave. With the beast closing in, dread settled into her veins. All hope of returning home dwindled to a fading dream. A scream tore from Greyson's throat as the ground suddenly gave way. She tumbled down a hill, sharp rocks and fallen branches digging into her skin and tearing her already blood-stained clothes. During the fall, a sharp snap brought blinding pain, and she screamed as she rolled. At the bottom, Greyson lay still, struggling to regain her breath, tears streaming down her face from the agony blooming in her foot. Her chest burned with each inhale, but through blurry vision, she saw a black wolf atop the hill, watching her with eyes like burning flames. She knew it was the beast's brother by the anger and disgust in that gaze. He looked ready to leave her for dead. But fate intervened, and the other emerged from the tree shadows to stand behind the wolf, those entrancing blue eyes fixed on her. In that moment, she knew he wouldn't let her go. Despite her burning lungs and the fresh trails of blood staining her skin, she pushed herself up on aching muscles, trying to keep weight off the foot that had already swollen to twice its size. She tried to move, walk, even hop away, but everything worked against her, and she collapsed again. This time, she spun so her back took the fall instead of her face. Now hovering above her was the notorious beast. She grunted in frustration and gave him the fiercest glare she could manage. "Why won't you let me go home?" she asked, voice shaky as he scanned her injured body. A hint of annoyance slipped into her tone. "It's not me. It's the trees." He spoke with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "What?" "They want you just as badly as my beast does." He leaned down toward the mark on her neck. She stiffened as his nose brushed the spot, and he inhaled her scent. "Maybe when I'm done with you, they can have you." A shudder ran down Greyson's spine as a gust of chilly wind shook the trees above. She opened her mouth to speak when the black wolf growled behind them, its bright eyes fixed on something in the distance. The beast above her growled as well, watching his brother advance like a stealthy shadow. He spoke roughly and low. "My doll's never nutsaya, brat." Greyson watched the wolf huff and snarl toward the trees once more before taking off. The beast then moved off her and grabbed her limp hands, tugging her up onto one unsteady foot, the other lifted off the ground. His eyes lingered on her injured foot, scanning every inch of her body and making her squirm. When his gaze snapped back to hers, they glowed. "It's just a sprain. You can walk." He began to pull her forward, but Greyson yanked away, freeing her hands from his electric grip and grabbing the nearest tree to steady herself. His head cocked to the side, one eyebrow quirked, his human mask slipping. She could see the wolf beneath. "We must go back, woman." Greyson shook her head and gripped the tree harder. "I don't want to go back. You came into these very trees for a reason. There's no turning back. These trees are more unforgiving than I don't understand." He was in front of her in under a second, drawing a gasp from her lips. "The trees have eyes. They have their own souls. I may be a beast, a monster, whatever you wish to call me, but this forest would swallow you whole, darling. Those souls are just as dark, if not darker, than mine. They like to watch humans go mad." Greyson's fear showed plainly, and he smirked. Now, where's the fire I saw in your eyes when you spoke to me by the town? Where's that little lioness gone?" He held out a hand. Greyson swallowed her fear and eyed it warily. "What is that? If you wish to get lost, then don't take it. I can't walk even if I wanted to hold it." She gestured to her foot. "Like I said, it's just a sprain." He rolled his eyes before his body tensed again, eyes snapping to the trees nearby. "Why are the trees moving?" Greyson's voice was soft, afraid to disturb the nightmare reality that had become. "I told you, these trees are cunning. They will do everything to separate us, because they can toy with your mind, not mine. Now come here before I leave you for the trees to drive you to insanity." His voice turned venomous as he regarded her with dark eyes. "I can't." A shriek escaped Greyson's lips as he scooped her into his arms. Her hands instinctively grabbed his neck and hair. He winced and growled, the hand supporting her back moving quickly to slap her hands away from his hair before returning to her back. Her grip loosened, fingers slipping from the silky strands of his dark hair as he began to walk, grumbling in Russian under his breath, no doubt cursing her. Back at the castle, the beast dumped her on the couch in a small room connected to the foyer and left her alone once more with parting words that dripped with warning. "Try to run again, and I'll let the forest do what it does best." He stormed off in a cloud of anger that always seemed to surround him. He was a mystery, a corrupt soul that Greyson secretly wanted to save, but didn't know how to reach. He was so far gone, she wasn't sure there was any chance of bringing him back, or enough humanity left to hope the good could overpower the evil. With a sigh, she swung her legs to the floor and stared at her sprained foot. It was still swollen, covered in scratches from twigs and rocks during her escape. Her legs and arms bore countless small cuts, her clothes torn in places to reveal red, irritated skin beneath, with spots that would soon bruise. She stood slowly, testing pressure on the foot. When it held without collapsing or causing unbearable pain, she walked cautiously to the stairs. At the top, where the staircase split, she found herself staring down the hallway she hadn't come from before. Something inside urged her to explore every room, to memorize every detail. But a quieter voice warned her not to disobey the beast, not to push him too far, for if he fell, she would surely be dragged down with him. Shaking her head, she carefully moved back down the hall to the room she had woken in earlier, its door still open. This time, her suitcases sat by the door, packed and ready for America from the cabin. Atop them rested her camera case and the glasses she had desperately needed, along with a note in messy handwriting. "Greyson, forgive my brother and me for our behavior. Join us for dinner at 7. If you do not show at the exact time, I will not hesitate to drag you down here and force food down your throat myself. Don't tempt me, lioness." Chapter 14. He had traveled back to the little cabin where the girl had once stayed, after leaving her sleeping on the bed. The journey was not overly long, but the clever arrangement of trees, winding paths, and frequent uphill and downhill sections made it tiring. All he wanted was to return to the girl. Despite his efforts to suppress these strange feelings, they kept resurfacing. He despised the emotions and her for stirring them. Upon reaching the cabin, he had not expected to find it filled with life. He could see them inside, yelling, their faces etched with worry. Amid the chaos, he recognized Clarice's calm expression as she shook her head at something the skinny blonde girl was shouting. The boy he had attacked before, Demetrius, leaned against the couch, staring at his shoes, while a little blonde girl ran around, her tiny humming voice mixing with the other's argument. "I know he has her, babushka," Petrarch yelled. "You know it too, yet you sit here and let us do nothing." Clarissa stared at the girl. "If the Kishnik does have her, then we cannot get her back. This same thing happened years ago, and the girl never returned, Petrarch. Let her go." "No," Petrarch yelled, tears brimming in her eyes. "This is my fault. I can't sleep at night because all I see when I close my eyes is her in Ethnia's position, lying lifeless." She choked on her words and began to sob. Demetrius moved to her side, wrapping his arms around her to keep her from collapsing. All eyes turned to Petrarch as she broke down, but his attention was on the little girl who had slipped out through the cracked back door. She stood on the porch staring at him. Her small eyes showed no fear, only curiosity as she took a step forward. He growled in warning, but she only smiled a wide, gap-toothed grin, then giggled and ran back inside. The movement drew Clarice's attention, and her eyes immediately found him. She excused herself and walked toward the trees where he stood. "Why have you returned?" "I came to retrieve her things." She pursed her lips. "Are there no clothes left from?" The growl that rumbled in his chest cut her off. "Give me her things and I will be gone." Clarissa nodded, hurrying inside. She returned empty-handed. He growled again at the sight. "I put her things outside her window," she explained. "If Petrarch saw me touching them, she'd throw another fit." He huffed. "Keep her under control, Clarissa." "She will come searching for Greyson," Clarissa said, her eyes sad. "No amount of magic can stop her from loving that girl you've taken. When she comes for her, don't you dare harm her. My actions depend on hers. If she barges into my territory trying to take what's mine, I will not hesitate to defend myself. Your blood or not, if she tries to take her, it will be her blood on the ground." "I know. What the heck were you thinking?" His brother glared at him from where he stood in front of the stove. "Bringing a girl here, let alone a human girl. She already knew we existed, thanks to her own curiosity," he replied in a bored tone. "She had a camera and captured a picture of me shifting." His brother's eyes widened. "You shifted out in the open?" "No, I was in the forest." He sighed. "She carries no fear of the darkness in these trees." "It was inevitable." His brother growled. "Is she coming down or not?" "I will not delay dinner because your guest is stubborn." "Watch your tongue, brother." "If she's not coming down, it's most likely because of your warm welcome this afternoon. How am I supposed to react to a stranger in my home? This house holds history, secrets I promise to protect at all costs." His brother made himself a plate and sat at the table. "Even if that means dealing with this girl." The beast leaned forward, watching his brother like the predator he was. "You do know she can break the curse? Do you think me ignorant?" "I was made aware of that the moment I saw her." The beast growled low. "I am just not ready for these games yet, not after what happened last time. We are running out of time." He slammed his fist on the table. His brother looked up from his meal. "Maximilian, I have lived almost 3 decades with this curse. I refuse to die with it." Maximilian stared at his brother, who had always had the worst temper. "Can you manage to care for her, though? That's the real question." His dark eyes darted to the doorway where the girl stood, her body tense as she entered the charged atmosphere. Maximilian watched his brother lean back in his chair and rake his gaze over her long, lean frame. "I was beginning to think you'd never come down," his brother said, wearing that familiar dark smirk. I was hungry. Her answer was curt as she moved to the food and piled her plate high. She began to walk back out when his voice stopped her. Where do you think you're going? Maximilian could hear the anger rising in his brother's tone, but the girl only stared back with a glare. To my room. I asked you to dine with my brother and me as an apology. He spoke through gritted teeth. Her gray eyes darted to Maximilian, who was in the middle of eating a large bite of steak. He looked back at her with judgmental dark eyes and raised a brow. I'd prefer to eat in my room, she said, returning her gaze to the beast, who was now standing and moving toward her like she was prey. That wasn't an option. He growled. Now sit. Fire flashed in her eyes as she stared up at him, their faces inches apart. I am not some dog who is going to obey your every command. Do not tell me what to do. Maximilian watched his brother's lips curl into a smirk, his eyes taking on that familiar glow. He stood, ready to step in if needed. I believe you hit your head too hard on that tumble down the hill, darling, he said as his fingers trailed across her temple. Her fingers tightened on the plate, her hands trembling. She was skilled at hiding her fear. Maximilian would give her that. No one tells me what to do. You're a fool if you think I'll sit idly by after you took me and treat you as if you're some long-lost royalty. Her eyes burned. You are nothing to me. She rolled her eyes. Maximilian watched almost in slow motion as his brother snapped. The plate dropped from Greyson's hands, shattering on the floor. In an instant, she was pressed against the wall, his brother's body pinning hers, teeth sinking into the mark on her neck. Maximilian let his brother's name slip past his lips, but the beast was too focused on the feeling of Greyson's body against his, and she was too overwhelmed by the pain coursing through her veins like fire to hear clearly. He called out again as he ran closer, receiving no response. Maximilian ripped his brother away from Greyson. She cried out in pain as the teeth tore a trail across unmarked skin. He caught her before she fell, and she grabbed his arms like they were the only thing keeping her upright. He glanced down, making sure the shaking girl was steady, then looked up to find his brother gone, no trace left. He growled low in his chest and looked back at her. Can you walk? He asked. She looked up with glossy eyes. Please don't hurt me. The feisty girl from earlier was gone, replaced by someone whose voice sounded as broken as she appeared. He rolled his eyes. I'm not going to hurt you if you don't act foolish. Come on, I need you to try to make it up to your room so you can lie down. With a hesitant nod and a shaky breath, she straightened and began walking slowly beside him. As they climbed the stairs and moved down the long hallway, Maximilian studied her, trying to understand what drew the beast and his brother to her. He could see the appeal in her features, but seeing her now, shaken and covered in her own blood, brought only pity. Pity that, of the two of them, she had been claimed by the brother with the most darkness in his heart. He left her sitting on the edge of the bed and hurried into the bathroom, returning with a wet towel. She was still where he had left her, shaking, pressing a crimson hand to her neck. Without words, Maximilian moved her hand aside and pressed the towel to the wound while she sat twiddling her thumbs, trying to ignore the pain. What's your name? She asked softly, her voice raspy. Maximilian. I'm Greyson. Maximilian pulled the towel away to inspect the wound and felt a rush of guilt when he saw the faint bruises on her neck. That had been his doing earlier. She noticed where his gaze lingered. Don't worry. Life has thrown every near-death experience at me. Yours was nothing compared to what your brother has done in this short time. She gave a small, humorless laugh. So, is the biting and the blood something I should expect from your kind? Remarking is common. It's meant to show affection and, in cases like this, assert dominance. Maximilian returned to the bathroom and came back with a small first aid kit. He searched until he found a bandage and tape. The first time you're marked, there's blood, of course. After that, there should only be a little. His teeth were still in your skin when I pulled him off. It caused the tear. Is it going to scar? It'll probably end up looking just like your other mark. Maximilian closed the kit and set it on her nightstand. Get some rest. It'll help. Thank you. His dark eyes met hers, and he saw the sincerity in them. Don't thank me yet. I helped you now, but this was only a glimpse of what my brother is capable of. Don't let him break you. Chapter 15. The next few days passed in a blur. Most of Greyson's time was spent in the room where she slept, staring up at the ceiling, memorizing even the tiniest details on the walls, furniture, and floors. The only time she left was for the long, lonely walk to the kitchen, where she always found every meal cooked and placed on a porcelain plate, ready for her. She would sit on the cushioned ledge in the bay window and stare out at the slowly melting snow as she ate, watching spring approach. Her friends would begin to worry. She thought often about escaping, about trying to run again, but the fear of those enchanted trees was far greater than the creatures that lived under this roof. So she decided to wait. A week passed like this, with Greyson slowly going stir-crazy from the lack of human contact. She thought she had made a small breakthrough toward friendship with the gloomy Maximilian and would have even welcomed a simple hello, but there was no sign of him or the beast. Secretly, she waited for him to come storming down the stairs and into the kitchen every time she ate. She wanted him to look at her with those blue eyes that haunted her dreams. Even a glare would have been welcome. She just wanted to see someone besides herself every day. On the 8th day, after she had finished her breakfast and cleaned her plate, she made her way up the stairs, stopping where they split into two. She stared at the stairwell to her left and the always dark hallway that seemed to call to her. Her heart pounded in her chest as she debated returning to her room or exploring the many rooms this little castle held. Then, as if her feet had a mind of their own, she climbed the stairs she had never touched before. At the top, the hallway was, in most ways, similar to the one she knew so well. The same burgundy walls and dark tiled floors, yet this hall held only 5 doors and not a single piece of artwork on the walls. For doors were spread evenly, 2 on either side, and the last, a beautiful set of double doors, stood at the very end. Something about those double doors drew Greyson forward, making her ignore all the others as she walked down the hall. Up close, she saw how they reached the high ceiling, every corner and edge covered in beautifully carved designs that told a swirling story beneath haunting images. Wolves were etched into the wood, wolves running, wolves howling, wolves tearing at one another. A few Russian words were scattered here and there, but her eyes could not leave the image of a wolf with its teeth sunk into the neck of a human woman. With a heavy breath and that image burned into her mind, her hands found the brass handle of one door. She whipped her head around, half expecting those blue eyes to be watching her with their usual anger. She almost waited for him to appear around the corner, furious, yelling at her to stay away from this place. The hallway felt forbidden. Her fingers pressed down on the handle. It clicked open, the sound echoing down the hall. She pushed a palm against the intricately carved wood and eased the door wide with a long creak. Creeping inside, her flats made the only noise against the tiled floors. She shut the heavy door as quietly as possible and was swallowed by darkness. Running her hands along the wall, she searched until she found the light switch beside the large doors and flicked it on. A dim glow from a stunning chandelier lit the light blue walls and gray tiles beneath her feet. All breath left Greyson's lungs as she took in the room. A large white rug lay in the center, with 2 white love seats placed back-to-back atop it. A few granite statues stood in the corners, but what truly caught her attention were the portraits lining the walls. She moved slowly around the room, admiring each figure. Each person was more striking than the last, their clothing growing more modern with every frame, their names carved in delicate script beneath. Every man and woman bore the same surname, Volkov. She stopped before one of the final portraits, entranced by the woman's sheer beauty. Pale skin, chocolate eyes, hair darker than night. Her rose-colored lips curved in a knowing smirk, as if she held every secret of the world. Greyson's gaze drifted to the nameplate beneath, but it was blank. She tilted her head, staring at the woman as though she had seen her before. There was something familiar about her. With a shake of her head, she turned to the last 2 portraits, one of a single man and one of a family. Beside the mystery woman hung the portrait of a man whose cold blue eyes made her shiver. His graying dark hair was slicked back, his mouth set in a permanent scowl above a sharp jaw, a deep crease between his brows. Beneath him, it read, Gregorius Volkov. After one last glance at the man's chilling gaze, she studied the family portrait. There stood the same mystery woman beside Gregorius, who wore his usual skull. The woman offered a softer smile this time, one jeweled hand resting lightly in Gregorius's, while the other lay gently on the shoulder of a stone-faced little boy. At their feet stood two other boys, opposites in every way. The taller one wore a bright smile, mischief twinkling in his dark eyes, standing before his father, whose features he echoed despite his tan skin. Beside him, beneath the woman's hand on his small shoulder, was the younger boy. His expression carried the weight of the world's worst cruelties, grief, anger, and profound loneliness shining in those bright blue eyes. Greyson felt pity settle in her chest. As she gazed at that sad little boy, something sent chills racing down her spine. She had seen those eyes before, haunting her dreams, filling her thoughts. These were the eyes she so desperately craved to see. This was the beast, and Maximilian beside him, younger and carrying less anguish. Yet beneath the portrait, the caption read something that left Greyson speechless, her heart pounding fiercely. The last Volkov family. A chill slithered down her spine, but it vanished the moment she read the names printed below. There it was, right after Maximilian's name and before Lady Volkov, the name she had wondered about since the day she first captured his image. The beast's name, written in strong lettering. Her fingers traced the letters as if to confirm they were real, that she wasn't dreaming. She was so absorbed in the words beneath the painting that she didn't notice the doors creaking open or the footsteps approaching. My brother will have your heart hung in this room if he finds you in here. Greyson shrieked and spun around, hand pressed to her chest as she took in Maximilian standing with his arms tucked behind his back. His eyes watched her with a glint of mischief, and in that moment, she saw the little boy from the portrait staring back at her. Don't do that to me. Greyson exhaled. I just about jumped out of my skin. A chuckle escaped his lips. Better me than him, I? Greyson nodded and turned back to the painting. These are your parents? Were. He corrected gently. I would call them good people. Greyson turned to him with a confused expression as he stared at the portrait. He continued, my father was a terrible man, and my mother was the same to anyone but us. She kept it hidden while my father wore his sins openly. What happened to them? Murdered. He looked to the ground with a sigh, sensing the pity radiating from her. Don't pity us, Greyson. We are not weak. Our parents got what they deserved, and one day so will we. His words left her speechless. The air around them seemed to turn cold. She decided to steer away from the darker parts of the past and pointed to the mystery woman instead. Why doesn't your mother have a name? She grew up on the streets of Italy, no family, no parents. She never received a name. He paused. But Lord, did she have some incredible stories to tell? Greyson smiled at him. Can I ask another question? Would me saying no stop you? He smirked and quirked an eyebrow. No, Greyson laughed. Why does the family portrait say, the last Volkov family? She watched Maximilian's face drop, growing as cold as his brother's. Because we are cursed to die alone. In the eerie silence that followed, they heard the front door creak open and slam shut. Footsteps echoed through the palace, striking fear into both of them. As Greyson moved with wide eyes and Maximilian ushered her quickly out of the room, she felt it, something magical. She could only describe it by the pounding of her heart and the tingling warmth spreading from the mark on her neck. Her body seemed to come alive in a way it never had before. And there he was, standing at the end of the hallway, blue eyes swirling with anger. There it was, sizzling in the air as he stormed closer, closing the distance between them. There it was, drawing her in, leaving her breathless as he came within arm's reach. There it was when he grabbed her wrist and yanked her away from Maximilian with a vicious growl. There it was all around them, crackling in the air and across their skin like electricity. There it was, the bond. Chapter 16. His long fingers wrapped around her wrist as he pulled her toward him. Electricity buzzed through their veins at the contact. Under any other circumstance, it would have left them both breathless and mesmerized. That was what the bond between mates did. It enchanted you. But in the case of a beast, it was anything but magical. Yet the electric pull was nowhere near as strong as the anger boiling in his blood. Why were you in there? He watched her eyes soften, yet her jaw remained set tight. She shrugged, the sass in her voice only fueling his anger further. I got bored, so I thought I'd explore. This hall, that room, is off limits. You never said anything of the sort. She snapped back, yanking her wrist free from his grasp and stepping toward Maximilian, who watched carefully. Greyson, Maximilian tried, but she continued. Seriously. No, don't try to act like the good guy, Maximilian. Neither of you has said hardly anything to me at all. You kidnapped me and then abandoned me? Last time I checked, that's not how it works. And how was I supposed to know you don't want me exploring your home? She groaned. Do you expect me to live in that tiny room? Bored out of my mind with nothing to do and no one to talk to? To stare out the window and wait for you to come to me like some helpless damsel? Greyson. No. I am tired. I am so tired of all this you two have put me through. She was shaking, both men watching her with wary eyes. I just want to go home. There was a pause. Both Maximilian and Greyson turned toward the beast, who stood stoic as ever. He simply stared at Greyson before shrugging, his face so blank it sent chills down her spine. How could someone be so emotionless? You can't, he said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world, as if his words carried no weight at all. Greyson groaned and ran her hands through her hair, stepping closer to him as she spoke. If you won't tell me why I can't leave, answer me this. Why am I still here? You claimed your beast, wanted me, you marked me, yet you leave and hardly even look at me. The only time you dare touch me is when you're angry. So why am I here? Like I said before, he spoke calmly, too calmly. I don't want you. My beast does. I don't care about your beast, she yelled. Just let me go home or end this. Let my blood paint the walls. I don't care anymore. His blank eyes stared at her, one brow raised for a long moment before he turned on his heel and walked away from Maximilian and Greyson. Maximilian placed a hand on Greyson's shoulder. Greyson. She turned to him. Leave me alone, Maximilian. You're no better than he is. The fire in her eyes blazed as she glared at him. With his jaw clenched tight, he gave a curt nod and moved quickly down the hall. He passed his younger brother, who had stopped and turned to watch the human girl with eyes full of rage, not even acknowledging him as he left. Greyson hadn't noticed his presence still lingered until she spun around after regaining her composure and nearly jumped at the sight of him staring at her with those predatory eyes. What? She almost groaned, looking at him expectantly. He remained silent, assessing her with those blazing eyes before spinning around and continuing to walk away. The action ignited her anger further. Tell me the truth. Her voice was calm, but inside she was raging. He kept walking. She followed with slow steps. Just tell me the truth, Alex Xavier. Everything happened so fast that it took Greyson a moment to register it. Her feet left the ground. She was shoved against a nearby wall, a hand around her throat, fiery eyes glaring up at her. Her body hung limply as her hands snapped up to claw at the hand gripping her neck in a vice-like hold. Her short fingernails did nothing against his skin. Where did you hear that name? He spat, his voice so low it sent chills through her. With no answer, he repeated it, louder, tightening his grip. She gasped, struggling for air, but nothing came in or out. Greyson kicked and clawed with whatever strength she had left in her weakened state. She was no match for him, and they both knew it. When his hand loosened just enough for her to breathe, he watched her with a glare as she fought to regain her breath. Greyson stared down at him with challenging eyes and let out a husky, almost mocking laugh. Kill me. Do it. I dare you. He snarled. Why don't you do it, Alex Xavier? She used his name as a taunt, smirking down at him with darkness in her eyes that made him freeze. Kill me, Alex Xavier. I have nothing to go back to. I have nothing here. Just put me out of this endless torment. Be kind for once in your life and kill me." Each syllable carried emphasis. But there it was again, that crackling electricity in their veins, on their skin, in the air. The blow hit Xavier at full force, nearly stealing his breath. It overwhelmed his senses, and in that moment of weakness, the beast inside seized control. As Greyson closed her eyes after watching his shift from blue to near black, she prepared for the end she had so desperately awaited. She craved the release death would bring, the chance to finally return home and see her mother again. She welcomed it with open arms. But death did not come, not yet, and as Greyson drew in what she thought was her final breath, it happened. Her feet touched the ground. The hand that had been on her throat now held her waist in an impossibly tight grip, while the other cradled the back of her head. Most shocking of all, the thing that made her eyes fly open was the press of lips against hers. Her eyes stayed open only a split second before fluttering shut as she lost herself in the kiss. The bond and his presence consumed her. Her hands moved on instinct, wrapping around his broad shoulders, one resting on his back, the other tangling in his hair. The kiss was desperate, filled with raw need. In the midst of it, a salty taste reached their locked lips, tears rolling down Greyson's cheeks. He pressed closer, body flush against hers, his tongue sliding against hers with every deepening kiss. A gasp escaped Greyson's lips as he pulled away. He looked at her with wide eyes, holding an emotion she had never seen in them before, one that vanished as quickly as it appeared, before he turned and disappeared down the same stairs Maximilian had taken what felt like ages ago. With a shaky breath, Greyson touched her swollen lips, still tingling and buzzing from the electricity between them. What just happened? She wondered, but no answer made sense. She was left confused and secretly stirred, her thoughts threatening to drive her mad. With a shake of her head, she wiped the tears from her cheeks. She had just received the most intense kiss of her life, yet she still cried. Maybe because she had liked it, she liked the way she felt when he touched her, and she knew she shouldn't. She knew she should fear him, cower, try to run, but something deeper kept her here. Not the cursed forest or the cursed brothers. No, she was here for him, even if she didn't want to admit it. Fate had already decided. Still shaking, she left the hallway, descended the stairs, and stepped out the front door, grabbing a random coat hanging nearby on her way. She breathed heavily, struggling for air as she paused outside and stared up at the afternoon sky, as if the answers might be written in the clouds. She glanced at the trees ahead and decided against venturing into them. She didn't want to go back inside either, so she walked around to the back of the castle. She passed the ruined, crumbling side, thorny rose bushes and tall trees. Around the back, little had changed except for the giant willow tree leaning slightly to its right at the forest's edge. A thin layer of frost coated its long tendrils, making them shimmer like crystal beads dangling from thick branches. Greyson approached hesitantly, her fingers gently touching the frozen leaves as if they might shatter. They looked as though the softest breeze would make them chime like music. They looked like something from a dream. She moved beneath the tree, leaned her back against the trunk, and slid down until the cold snow pressed against her. She let her head fall back, eyes tracing the melting snowy wonderland as her long legs stretched out before her. She pulled the coat tighter around herself, only now noticing the scent clinging to it. She knew it was his. Xavier. The name sent a shiver through her as it rolled off her tongue. It fit him perfectly. The way he had reacted when she said it, as if she had uttered something vile, but it was simply his name. He was no longer just the beast, no longer Kishnik to her. He was Xavier, the predator. No matter what she learned, he would always look at her with those predatory eyes she could never escape. And now, not only did his eyes haunt her thoughts, but his lips still lingered on hers, that tingle buzzing through her veins. She had thought he hated her, that he wanted her blood, he had said as much, yet here she was, alive, breathing, and he had kissed her. Kissed her and left her with feelings she shouldn't have, instead of ending her and burying her in the cold ground that matched the chill in her body. And once again, that persistent thought crossed her mind. What's happening to me? Chapter 17. He watched her from the trees as she sat beneath the willow until the evening sky turned pink. He watched her eyes close and her head rest back against the trunk. He watched the steady rise and fall of her chest beneath his coat as she breathed deeply. He had no idea why he had kissed her in the hallway. He tried to convince himself it was the beast taking over, but regaining control during the kiss had been far too easy, unusual. When the beast seized command, wresting it back was always a struggle. Deep down, he knew the kiss had been his own choice, with only the slightest nudge from the creature inside. And then there was the way she had said his name. Though she had spat it like a taunt, he wanted to hear it again and again. He wanted her to whisper it before sleep and upon waking. He wanted her to cry it out from his bed. He wanted her to speak it as if it were the only word she knew. He had always hated the name. It came from his father, who had spat it from venomous lips as though the sound of it and the sight of his youngest son disgusted him. He had never understood why. Even his brother rarely used it. The only times he had heard it spoken with any warmth were from his mother's lips, in that gentle voice of hers. He sensed Maximilian approach and come to stand beside him, both staring at the human girl through the window. Maximilian remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "What have you done to her, brother?" "Nothing. When I left, it didn't look like nothing." "I did nothing, brother." He growled, emphasizing the word. "Leave it." "I will not leave it. Something about her draws me in too, and unlike you, I'd like to see her live." Alex Xavier turned to Maximilian with fierce eyes. "If anything happened to her, I'd have an even more unhinged beast raging in my head." His long finger pressed against his temple for emphasis. "I'd lose my mind if something happened to her." "Then why do you constantly threaten her life?" "Because I can't decide whether I want her gone or pinned beneath me." The words rumbled deep in his chest. Silence fell between them for a long moment. "What did you do?" Maximilian asked, each word deliberate, his eyes cold as he looked at his younger brother. Alex Xavier ran his fingers through his hair and glanced back at Greyson. She had drawn her legs to her chest, resting her head on her knees, hands tangled tightly in her long hair. "I kissed her." Maximilian had expected anything but that. He had braced for blood on his brother's teeth, the scent of a human on him. He had expected news of the little boy in the witch's house gone missing, or tales of his brother tearing into someone in town. He had grown up witnessing the dark side of his brother, the vicious beast everyone feared. He had seen it firsthand too many times to count. But not this. Never in his life would he have expected to hear that his brother had kissed someone and was tormented over it. After a long silence, all Maximilian managed was a quiet "what?" When Greyson returned inside long after the sun had set and the sky filled with thousands of bright stars, her cheeks and nose were flushed pink. The coat remained wrapped tightly around her. She had hoped to be alone. She wanted to be alone for once. But both brothers sat in silence in the living room. Each held a small glass of clear liquid that might have passed for water, but Greyson was not naive. She knew it was vodka. As she entered, both sets of eyes turned to her, yet she found herself staring at Alex Xavier. He stared back with an intensity that felt as though he could see straight into her soul. When his gaze dropped to the coat wrapped around her, she looked away toward Maximilian, who was now focused on refilling his glass from the bottle. "Can I have a glass?" His head snapped toward her, confusion on his face. "You drink. Only when I need to forget." Maximilian glanced at his brother, who sat rigid in the lone armchair across the room, staring at the drink in his hand while the other gripped the armrest so tightly his knuckles turned white. Maximilian handed Greyson a glass as she settled on the long couch in front of the fireplace, positioned between the two brothers, but just slightly closer to Alex Xavier. She hadn't noticed the placement, but the beast inside him had. It rumbled low in his chest at the nearness of the female he had chosen. He watched her with those piercing eyes as she stared at the glass in her shaky hands before throwing it back like a shot. Her face twisted at the harsh burn. Maximilian couldn't suppress the small smirk when she held the empty glass out toward him again. You might want to take it easy, Alexavier finally said after her 6th glass. She had shrugged off the coat with a small laugh, tossing it over the back of the couch. Greyson looked at him with wide, naturally bright eyes, cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and offered a soft smile. I'm fine, beast. She hiccuped mid-word, and Alexavier rolled his eyes. Maximilian watched with quiet amusement. This isn't my first. Another hiccup broke her words, followed by a giggle. Rodeo. Alexavier set his glass on the coffee table and stood. He moved toward her. Greyson watched curiously as he extended his hand. She stared at it for a moment before he grew impatient, gave a low growl, and grasped her bicep, tugging her to her feet. Without a word, he pulled her from the room and up the stairs with little resistance. He reached her room in silence, but she spoke as he opened the door. Where do you sleep? I don't. You don't sleep? Well, that explains why you're so grumpy all the time. Greyson stared up at him as he guided her toward the bed. He released her and pulled the covers back. Come on. Go to sleep. Greyson opened her mouth to argue, but the look he gave her made her snap it shut. She clutched the coat to her chest. He noticed she still held it and gave her an odd glance. You know if you take something, you're supposed to put it back where you found it, he said flatly. The owner might miss it. Greyson shrugged and moved past him to lie on top of the bed, ignoring the turned-down covers. I like how it smells. Alexavier tensed at her words. With a final gruff goodnight, he left the room, the beast inside him desperate to be set free far from her. He descended the stairs 2 at a time, trying to put distance between them as quickly as possible, but Maximilian blocked him at the bottom, arms crossed, expression stern. The full moon is approaching, you know. Alexavier was nearly twitching, unable to stand still with the beast raging inside. You think I don't know that? My control slips more each day. Now let me pass, or I'm going back up those stairs and taking her where she lies. Don't be stupid. Maximilian stepped aside. I'm tired of cleaning up your messes. With that, Alexavier strode out the front door and into the trees. Greyson's earlier words echoed in his mind, only when I need to forget. He was what she wanted to forget, him, and the press of his lips on hers. But he knew the alcohol could never erase it, and no amount of bloodshed would ever make him forget. How could the beast forget the first female, the first human, who could bring him to his knees? Chapter 18. Greyson's slumber ended before the sun even rose due to the uneasy feeling in her stomach that was shortly after emptied into the toilet. She re-emerged from the bathroom after having showered and brushed her teeth 3 times over, her hair wet and clad in tight leggings and a large t-shirt that had been stuffed deep in the dresser when she first arrived. She looked out the window to see the dark sky slowly turning purple, the first signs of the sun peeking over the horizon. Quickly, she laced up her boots and tugged on the dark coat she had woken up beside. Even though the scent on it was less, it still smelled of him before hurrying quietly down the stairs and out toward that willow tree she had spent most of last night under. Greyson leaned against it and watched the sunshine paint the sky shades of lilac and pink, splashes of orange scattered here and there. She sighed and felt at peace for the first time since arriving in this frozen wonderland. From one of the higher rooms Greyson had yet to explore, he simply watched her, admiring her as she was. After having spent another sleepless night alone, he drowned himself in vodka, trying to rid himself of the emotions growing inside toward the girl. He sat outside Greyson's door, breathing in her scent like it was his alcohol all night, letting the smell of her tame the beast. For once in his life, the beast was silent. How he craved to be on the other side of that door, holding her as she slept, and maybe, if fate was kind, he would fall asleep too. The girl had enchanted him, mind and body. She was a constant thought in his head, a moment of breath in the chaos that was his mind. As much as he didn't want to have the girl around, there was something about her that made everything seem less dark. He knew she felt something for him. She wouldn't have kissed him back or drunk last night trying to forget it. And he reveled in that fact. She felt something, and with a little push from him, the curse could be easily broken. But he wasn't sure if he was entirely ready to let someone else see the nightmares in his mind, if he was ready to taint that beauty, to dim the life she held in her eyes. His past was too dark, too destructive. He was afraid of what would become of the girl once she caught a glimpse of who he really was. For even when the curse is broken, the beast inside will vanish, but the beast that is him will stay and tear apart her innocence until she is just as hollow and broken as he is. With another large swig of vodka, the bottle emptied and was tossed to the ground, where it cracked and rolled against the wall. He glanced at Greyson again as her eyes fluttered shut behind those glasses of hers before he turned away from the window and into the room he hadn't inhabited since his mother roamed these halls. Sitting at the dark stool, he simply stared at the object in front of him before he let his fingers glide over the ivory keys, occasionally touching a black key, ghosting the notes to a song he knew like the back of his hand. As his eyes closed, he sucked in a deep breath, releasing it as his fingers played the first notes. Maybe it was the alcohol in his blood, maybe it was just the music, but his body swayed with each note. He'd gotten lost in the music, and there was no turning back. When Greyson returned inside, her ears were lulled by the sounds of a piano coming from upstairs, and her nose was assaulted by the sweet smell of syrup. Pushing aside the soft melodies for now, she turned to the kitchen where Maximilian was grilling strips of bacon until they were crispy and brown. "So you're the chef," she said as she sat in one of the island stools, nose wiggling to keep her glasses from falling down. Maximilian glanced at her, and she noticed his red-rimmed eyes. They were cold, lifeless, as they had been when they first met. "I may not be great, but it's better than raw meat. And it's not often I get to actually make meals." There was a pause as he filled only 2 plates with food. Greyson spoke quietly. "Are you okay?" No, he placed one in front of Greyson and the other beside her as he perched on the stool and ate in silence. "Where's your brother?" Maximilian's eyes glanced up, and she knew he was the one responsible for the music. "Why isn't he eating? Can we please just stop talking about my brother for once and sit in silence?" Maximilian snapped, and Greyson flinched beside him as he stood up with his plate in hand and left the room. Greyson finished her meal alone, ignoring her racing thoughts by focusing on the faint piano that never faltered. Not one wrong note, no breaks in the melody. It was a perfect piece, crafted only by years of practice. After washing her plate, she ventured upstairs to retrieve the camera she felt like she hadn't touched in years, as well as the cell phone buried at the bottom of her bag. Strapping her camera around her neck and turning on her phone, all hope was crushed when it read "no service," and she threw it on the ground with a huff. She left her room, camera pressed to her cheek, taking pictures of every tiny detail in the home. She made her way downstairs, taking her time there as well as outside before going back into the hallway, which she was supposedly forbidden from entering. As she walked slowly down the hall, she heard shuffling noises coming from a room she suspected was Maximilian's bedroom, making a mental note of which door it was before moving on. She followed the sound of the piano piece, now sad, its notes low and haunting. She turned the doorknob as slowly as she could, cracking the door open quietly, just enough so she could see him. His back was to her, body swaying as his long fingers moved gracefully across each key. She was left breathless as she brought the camera to her cheek and snapped a quick picture of him, looking almost vulnerable. Greyson had never seen a beast look so not beastly. The dim room, along with his dark hair and clothes, looked so out of place before the white grand piano. The entire room was painted a shade of off-white. It was so elegant and not him. The music never stopped, even as he spoke. "It's not polite to eavesdrop." Greyson's cheeks flamed red as she quickly turned and was ready to walk away when his voice beckoned her inside. She paused in her step and turned, pushing the door open and stepping inside, leaving it cracked behind her, afraid to be behind closed doors, alone with him. "I'm sorry. It's hard to ignore such a beautiful melody." He continued to play until the song ended with a sinister low note. "Do you play?" "No, my mother used to though." Greyson looked at the camera in her hands as his eyes fell upon her. Used to. Yes. She looked up at him and cleared her throat, giving him a tight-lipped smile. I'm sorry I interrupted. Greyson had her hand on the doorknob when his voice made her freeze. Why do you avoid me like the plague? Me? Avoiding you. Yes. You drink until all thoughts of me are gone from your mind. You don't look at me anymore. His voice was strained. You don't have that fire in you anymore. That fire has been extinguished with the fear of you. She stared harshly at the door. She heard the stool scrape against the floor and spun around to see him standing proudly, broad shoulders back and chin up. I thought you didn't fear me. He looked like a proud lion, staring at her from across the room, eyes swirling with something indescribable. I am afraid of what you do to me. His eyes darkened, long legs slowly closing the space between them as Greyson pressed herself firmly against the door. And what do I do to you exactly, Greyson? She didn't want to answer, but her mouth had a mind of its own, apparently. You make me feel things I shouldn't feel for a beast. He was standing in front of her now, chest inches from touching, breath warm against her nose as he peered down at her with that predatory look. He was waiting for her to speak more, but she didn't, so he did. Do you wish to elaborate? His head leaned down so his lips brushed her neck, and her eyes fluttered shut. Or am I going to have to pry it from your sweet lips? His lips were then on her neck, leaving her breathless as he kissed her skin. Tell me, lioness. Tell me how I make you feel. Downward they moved until they were near the mark his teeth had left in her skin. Do I make you feel anger? What about excitement? Curiosity, or maybe something deeper? His hands trailed down her sides until they rested on her hips, pressing her against him firmly. She let out a shaky breath as he held her close, teeth against her mark, nibbling lightly. Do you care for me like I do? Do I haunt your dreams like you haunt my every waking moment? Greyson found his voice, hands going to his shoulders to push him away, but the bond was too strong, it made her arms weak. Stop. What if I don't want to? She was biting back a sound from the feel of his hands on her. As much as she was fighting it, he was stronger than her, and she found herself lifted, her legs wrapping around his waist. His grip on her hips was still firm, holding her against him as his lips continued to brush the mark. Alex Xavier. A growl shook his chest. Say it again. She shivered as his lips moved away from the mark and across her jaw. No. Stop this. His lips were at the corner of her own, teasing her. Make me. Greyson grew frustrated, whether from Alex Xavier's constant teasing or the fact that she wanted him yet wanted to push him away at the same time. With a groan, she placed her hands on his chest, trying her hardest to ignore the heat coming from his firm chest, and gave a weak attempt at pushing him away. His chuckle was dark against her neck. You're going to have to try harder than that, lioness. My beast is out and he wants a taste. After his final word, his tongue left a warm line up her neck from her collarbone to her jaw, making her suck in a sharp, shaky breath. That's when Greyson broke, losing all control, and she began to weep as she placed her hands on his cheeks and yanked his lips to hers, kissing him so fiercely he was shocked. He kissed her back, just as passionately, for a few moments before pulling away and placing her on the ground so his hands could cup her cheeks, staring at her with an emotion swirling in those blue eyes Greyson had never seen in him before. Worry. Why are you crying? Greyson pushed herself away from him, away from the wall, so she could breathe as she stood before the grand piano, wiping away her tears. I don't know. Everything is just so confusing. Why? I shouldn't be feeling what I feel for you. I hardly know you, but I let things like this happen between us. Greyson ran a hand through her hair and, in an attempt to change the conversation away from her emotions, she looked at Alex Xavier. Does Maximilian hate you? He tensed. Why would you ask that? He snapped at me this morning when I asked about you. He seemed to let out a breath full of relief. Today's not the best day to talk to him. Why? Why does it matter? Because I consider him a friend. Greyson mustered up a glare toward Alex Xavier, who cocked up one eyebrow. I actually care about him. Back was the beast, cold and sarcastic. Why don't you ask him yourself then? Because he obviously doesn't wish to talk. Sounds like a you problem. Alex Xavier shrugged, and Grayson screamed out in frustration. Just tell me what is wrong with him, jerk. Grayson watched his eyes darken, his jaw tighten with anger, and his fists clench. Watch your tongue. Watch where you put your tongue. She threw back, crossing her arms over her chest and shifting into one hip. Just when she thought they were getting somewhere, everything was ruined. After a long silence, Grayson huffed. If you're going to be in. Today's the anniversary of the death of our mother. Chapter 19. Grayson was frozen, staring at Alex Xavier, who watched her with those lifeless eyes. She didn't know how to react. She felt torn between wanting to hug him and tell him she was sorry and to run away. After a few moments, Alex Xavier backed away and she frowned at him. I see the pity in your eyes, he almost snarled. I don't need it. Ale. No. I don't need your condolences or any form of sympathy from you or anyone. I am not weak. With that, his back was turned to her, and he began to leave the room, but not without one final demand. I've told you before, this hall is forbidden. Do not let me catch you in here again. Alex Xavier hurried down the stairs and away from her scent as quickly as he could. He couldn't handle that look she had given him. He didn't want to feel the pain of losing his parents again. He didn't want to be weak. He had been taught at a young age that weakness was even the most powerful man's downfall. He wanted to lose himself, his thoughts, his feelings in the familiar haze that only vodka could bring. After he'd drunk the cabinets dry, he'd let the beast out to roam the night. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Maximilian perched atop a bar stool with a glass of dark liquid, whiskey, his favorite. It was the brothers' tradition each year on the day of their mother's death to drink all the liquor in the cabinet until the sky turned dark and then become the beasts they were, roaming the night. Alex Xavier had just missed the beginning. With a bottle of vodka in his fingers, he sat beside his older brother and clinked the bottle against the glass before tossing it back and taking big gulps. Why are you not with her? Maximilian's eyes never left his drink. This is our time. Tradition, brother. Not for long. The glass was emptied between Maximilian's lips, and he looked to his little brother. She will become your new tradition, and I'll be left here to drink myself to death. I won't abandon you. I owe you everything. Maximilian's voice grew quiet as he poured himself another glass. I would have given up everything for Emiliana. You loved her. And you'll soon learn to love Grayson like I loved her. Maximilian held up his glass. Cheers, brother. May Mother's legacy never die. As the brothers downed their drinks, Grayson entered the kitchen, and both their eyes were drawn to her. She stood there and stared at them, eyebrows knitted together in thought as she bit her bottom lip. The younger brother grew restless at the sight of her, so he stood sharply and was out of the house in an instant with a low growl. Grayson stared after him for a moment before turning to Maximilian, who had a brow raised as he looked at her. It's quite late. You should rest. Maximilian snorted. Don't act like you care about our well-being, Grayson. Our deaths would be the happiest moment of your life. I wouldn't wish that upon you, or even the beast. Shouldn't you be asleep? He retorted, and she shrugged. After I finish the bottle, I'll be stumbling to bed. What about Alex Xavier? He doesn't sleep much, he said. Never has. Why? Grayson looked back toward where the beast had disappeared, as if he might come storming back for her using his name. It's the curse. As a child, he had insomnia a lot. Our mother would give up her sleep to lie with him and sing until he fell asleep. When he got old enough for the curse to fully settle, it got worse, and he was plagued with nightmares. He'd scream in his sleep, and when we'd try to wake him, he'd attack us. Maximilian shrugged. He never told us what he saw, but every time he finally woke up, it looked like he'd just seen himself die 1,000 times over. That's terrible. He shrugged and gulped down more of his drink. None of us got much sleep back then. That's why he stopped sleeping every night. He felt guilty. I started having nightmares too, still get them sometimes. Everything would just be black, and I'd hear his scream. That scream was haunting. It wasn't like he was afraid, but more like he was being torn apart from the inside out. I never understood. Still don't. Maximilian met Grayson's gaze, silver eyes filled with sadness. He's got it worse than me or anything else in this forest. You can't blame him for the terrible things he does. He can't stop them. Your mother and him, they were close? He was her Malin qui evoque. Her little wolf. Maximilian downed the rest of his drink. He takes today the hardest. Leave him be until he comes to you. If he doesn't, he will. He'll always come back for you. Petrarch stared out at the trees from her usual perch on Grayson's back porch. Her grandmother had come by with Rosalind on her hip. The little girl reached her hands out for Petrarch, but she didn't even glance at her. Clarissa expressed her worry to her granddaughter, but the girl had a hollow look in her eyes that always seemed to drift away and glaze over. She always seemed to be anywhere but where she actually was. She was waiting for the day the predator walked out of those trees, the day she'd end him. She wanted to avenge her friend. She didn't know whether Greyson was alive or dead, but she did know that she would be the one to stop the reign of terror that beast had brought upon the town. When Petrarch was little, and her mother often told her the story of the predator of their town, she knew there were some truths, but she never fully believed it until Greyson disappeared. The story told of an angry man, a man without any sort of remorse. A man of endless wealth who committed such an unspeakable crime that he was cursed by a witch to live out his days alone. His personality was already horrid. She just needed to make him so ugly on the outside that he'd never find true happiness. So she made him a Lycan. The witch told him the only way to rid himself of the beast was to have a woman love him, and he loved her back just as fiercely. She did this because she knew the chances of him breaking the curse were slim to none. A monster of a human and a beast of a Lycan, who could love that? Yet, despite his affliction, he found a woman and made her his wife, thinking their undying love would break the curse. But they were too corrupt. They were two dark souls, made for one another in the deepest pits of hell. The witch knew this from the moment he laid his beady eyes on the woman, who, from the outside, carried herself with the utmost elegance and innocence. But behind that smile of hers was darkness. So much darkness. When their first son was born, the witch was ready to curse him as well, but she saw that he already carried the curse in his blood, thanks to his father. He was the firstborn son, already destined for a rough life. The beast still raged inside the man, and he did everything he could to rid himself of it before his wife fell pregnant with another child. He thought he had succeeded for a while. Then came the second son, the stillborn, whose first breath was thanks to the witch's spells. The night he was born, the beast returned through the man, and he blamed the second son for it. He blamed the curse's return on himself for having to seek out the witch to make his son breathe. The witch almost felt sorry for the youngest boy, who, as he grew older, wore the curse on his back in the form of lashes from his father's whip. She saw their futures in their baby blue eyes and nearly wept for the boys. What had she done? She asked herself this question until she lay on her deathbed, wishing she could reverse the curse, but it was too late. The boys had already grown and left a trail of sorrow behind them. The story then went on to tell of a day when the brothers would emerge from the trees with a girl on one of their arms, and they'd be free from the curse. But even if the curse was broken, it could never take away the darkness that was passed down from their parents, nor the darkness they had brought upon themselves. They'd borne too many sins to become good even after the curse was broken. When are you going to give up? Demetrius's voice came from behind her, but her eyes never strayed from the trees. Never. Petrarch. She's not coming back. His voice was strained. He was sad too. She knew he missed Greyson. But he was so quick to give up hope. She's probably. Petrarch whipped around, her eyes finding something other than trees for the first time in days. Don't you dare say it. I know she's out there, and I know she wants to go home. She's never going to love that monster. How do you know? How can you be so sure that she's not gone or that she isn't in love with one of them? Demetrius was almost as furious as the shaking Petrarch. He killed your family, Demetrius. He killed Ethnia's, and he almost killed you. Petrarch shook her head at him. Why defend him when you know he's a beast better than anyone else? I know that once Greyson figures out all that he's done, she'll never love him. What about the brother? Maximilian? What darkness does he carry to scare her away? She's already bonded with the predator. The bond is only broken by death, you know this. But if theirs isn't acted upon, what's to say Maximilian won't take her like he took the last girl? Petrarch paused. Demetrius. She may not be gone now, but I promise you they will end her just like they ended her. His voice was dark. When that day comes, I hope I'm far from here so the last memories I have of Greyson are her alive and not her shell of a body. Petrarch stared at the boy for a moment before realizing how his eyes were underlined with dark circles, and there was a slight shadow along his jawline. He looked like he'd been through hell and back, yet oddly enough, he looked like a man. Where are you going? She spoke softly, her heart breaking more than it already had. I'm leaving for America in the morning. I can't be here anymore. I can't deal with the cursed forest or Greyson's disappearance. It's just too much. Can you do me a favor when you get there? He nodded as she wrapped her arms around him and hugged him. Find Greyson's family and make sure they know she's all right. No one can know she's vanished. And what if you don't find her? If you do and I'll contact her family myself. Petrarch stared at Demetrius with such passion in her eyes that it left him breathless. Be safe, my brother. Be safe, my sister. Demetrius bowed slightly to the girl, who smiled. Don't be foolish. Chapter 20. Greyson's night was long and sleepless. She spent it staring out the window of her room, counting the stars and watching the brothers run through the trees. She heard their howls, mournful, sweet melodies that stirred the creatures of the night. For this one night, they were not beasts seeking blood or craving violence. No, they were broken souls. Greyson heard this in their songs to the almost full moon. She saw it in Maximilian's eyes the next afternoon. She could feel it in the air. They missed their mother with every fiber of their beings. Maximilian. Greyson was cautious as he set a plate down in front of her. I'm sorry. His eyes met hers. It's the past. But it's not. It may have happened years ago, but it's still a part of you. It's not okay to push it down, to act like it doesn't affect you both the way it does. He was silent for a while, and Greyson would have thought he had left had she not been looking at him. He shook his head and shrugged. She wouldn't have wanted us to mourn her like this. But it's hard not to when it's been 18 years. How old were you? 10. Alex Xavier had just turned 8. Greyson was left speechless. She knew loss all too well. She knew what it felt like to lose your mother, but to have been through so much at such a young age, she couldn't imagine what they must have felt. And she didn't even want to imagine what events happened afterward that made them who they were now. As she opened her mouth to speak, in walked the beast himself, shoulders back, head high, his stoic face and snarky attitude back, as if yesterday had never happened. The moment he entered, Maximilian's head whipped toward him, eyes ablaze and nostrils flaring, but Alex Xavier was only focused on Greyson. She couldn't help but take him in as he did her almost as if it was natural. He looked more confident, stronger. There was something different in the air around him that had Greyson breathing in through her nose and out through her mouth in an attempt to calm her racing heart. It didn't work. Maximilian stood and took a stance in front of Greyson, which Alex Xavier did not take kindly to. This male, brother or not, was too close to his female. He greeted his older brother with a growl of warning, sharp teeth bared in a threat. I thought we agreed you'd stay far away today, brother. Maximilian's voice was harsh, an underlying hint of annoyance masked in venom. Alex Xavier's vicious demeanor dropped, and instead, he gave a casual shrug and walked toward where lunch lay on the counter. The day is young, and nightfall is nowhere near. The moon is high in the midnight sky somewhere. You were not stable today, and I thought we agreed you'd stay away. He shrugged again and leaned against the counter as he chewed a piece of his sandwich. Once again, his predatory eyes were on Greyson, and hers were on him. What's going on? She finally asked. The full moon is tonight, Maximilian said, sitting down slowly with his eyes still on his brother. And? The moon brings out the darkest parts, Alex Xavier said. And my beast wants out to play with you. He snapped his teeth at her to get a reaction, and he got just that. A shiver passed through her body, not going unnoticed by Alex Xavier, whose eyes grew dark as he watched her reaction to him. His hands tightened on his plate, his restraint slipping. Maximilian growled. "Watch yourself, brother." "I'm fine." Alex Xavier's voice was gravelly, the words growled through clenched teeth. Maximilian turned to Greyson slowly, his body angled enough that he could still see his brother. "I think it's best if you go upstairs and lock yourself in your room. I would like to end my night with a nice glass of whiskey, not cleaning up a mess." With wide eyes and a nod, Greyson left her lunch on the island half-finished and began to walk out of the room, her eyes lingering on Alex Xavier for as long as they could. He watched her walk out until she was completely out of view, but the image of her hips swaying slightly with each step would be forever burned into his mind. It was barely past noon, but his beast was already pacing inside him, anticipating nightfall and being able to roam with full control. Alex Xavier knew the beast's intentions for when the moon was high in the sky. He knew it wanted Greyson, plain and simple. It was raging inside, wanting to get close to her. However, he didn't know the full extent of what that beast would do to reach her. "I'm restraining you earlier tonight," Maximilian stated calmly as he washed the plates. "You've never had a bond pull this strong during a full moon, and I fear for not only her safety but yours, brother. Double up on the chains and locks." Alex Xavier was looking at his older brother with pained eyes. "Do whatever you can to keep me contained." He wants her, and he won't stop until he has her. Maximilian's deep breath was the only sign he was still listening. He turned around, facing Alex Xavier, and nodded. "I will do everything I can, but we both know tonight will be just the beginning of a whole new struggle." Had Maximilian not been listening, he wouldn't have caught his brother's soft words. "Don't let me hurt her. You have my word." He breathed out slowly. "Go find some way to calm the beast for now. Go far away. I have to go speak with Greyson." Maximilian was leaving the kitchen before Alex Xavier could answer. He couldn't handle it in there another minute. He'd never seen his brother like that, not even when their mother died. Never had he seen him look so torn. Never had he seen him look so weak yet so strong. It scared him just the slightest. Walking up the stairs to Greyson's room, Maximilian's mind was plagued with worry about what the moon would bring tonight. He worried more about his brother than Greyson. She was tough. She could overcome anything that happened tonight. Because if something happened to her tonight, Alex Xavier would never forgive himself, and he would never admit how much it hurt him. He never liked being seen as weak. It was something their father had instilled in him at such a young age. Even as their father punished him in the cruelest ways, Alex Xavier wouldn't make any sign that it hurt, because if he did, he'd get a whole new round of torment. Greyson opened the door immediately after he knocked, as if she had been waiting for him. Her wet hair and the overwhelming scent of lavender filling her room showed him that she'd just finished showering. She looked at him in question, begging for answers to all the questions that plagued her mind. And how he wished he could answer all her questions and send her back home. The poor girl didn't deserve this life. She deserved so much more, but fate was cruel to even the kindest of souls. "Maximilian." Her voice held fear of the unknown. "I need you to understand that we are cursed. We were not meant to be beasts. We were meant to be human. Our father is the reason we are what we are, and as you can tell, Alex Xavier has the worst of it. He would have been just a normal Leakin, but our father wasn't a good man. He was full of hatred. All that hate and darkness made the curse worse." Maximilian entered the room and paced as Greyson sat on her bed. When Alex Xavier was born, he lacked a heartbeat. Our father may have been a terrible man, but he loved our mother, and seeing her break as she looked at Alex Xavier drove him over the edge. He sought the help of the only witch he knew, the witch who cursed him, and he managed to make a deal with her to bring Alex Xavier back. What our parents hadn't known was that our father had broken the curse long ago. When he needed the witch's help, she made him a beast again without his knowledge. When she brought Alex Xavier back to life, she cursed him as well in the process. She never meant to do it, but she did. Our father blamed Alex Xavier for his affliction and took out all his rage on him from the time he could walk. Mother would always try to stop him, try to protect her baby boy, but he'd always win, and Alex Xavier would end up with lash marks down his back. I always watched from inside. I wanted to help, but what could I do against my own father? I watched my little brother suffer and my mother cry as she tended his wounds, and I never did anything about it. I'd still listen to my father teach me how to be a man, how to be someone feared by all. Human? But I was never cursed. When my mother got pregnant with me, my father still carried the Lycan gene, and it was passed down to me. So no matter what happens, I will always have the wolf inside of me. Wait. So if the curse is broken, Alex Xavier will be human, and you'll still be a Lycan. Maximilian nodded. Does he know? If he knew, he'd never try to break the curse. He'd let himself suffer just so I wouldn't be alone. He'd die for me. He's kind. He's foolish. Did your father know? Greyson was about ready to cry. These poor brothers. I didn't figure it out until I shifted for the first time, long after my parents died. I thought I was cursed too until I realized what happens to Alex Xavier every full moon happened to my father, and not to me or any other born Lycan. Maximilian sighed. I'm stuck like this, but I have learned to live with it. I'm tired of having to chain my brother up in the forest every full moon. He looked at Greyson with such intensity that it left her breathless. Please, Greyson, help me free him. By the time Maximilian joined him in the forest, the sun had painted the evening sky orange and red. In his gloved hands, he carried large silver chains that Alex Xavier would be wearing on this eerie night. How is she? Was all that he asked. She is locked in her room with a dresser in front of her door. The front door is locked tight as well as all the windows. Maximilian spoke as he wrapped the chains around a thick tree. Alex Xavier stood and watched the sun slowly disappear beneath the horizon, his thoughts only on Greyson. He was staring at the sky, praying to whatever higher power looked down on him not to let him harm the human girl, begging the night to pass without her in danger. When he turned back to Maximilian, he was watching him with sad eyes. I hate doing this to you. It's for the best. He sighed as he stripped off all of his clothes, discarding them on the ground before him. Thankfully, now that almost all of the snow had disappeared from the ground, it was warmer and smelled of spring and summer. He let Maximilian bind his wrists and ankles, the worst one going around his neck. He'd no doubt have marks in the morning. As the final rays of sunlight left the sky for the moon, Alex Xavier felt his body begin to change, more painful than all the other times. His screams and grunts of pain made Maximilian cringe as he watched from a distance. His pleas to his brother to let him free, that the silver was burning. His begging to the moon to stop all this and free him from a life of misery. This part was always the worst for Maximilian and Alex Xavier. The elder watching his brother wish for an end was something no sibling should ever witness. Then it was all silenced when that auburn beast finally stood on 4 legs in front of that tree. Chains were tight around its legs and neck, panting heavily as its head was tilted down to the ground. Even though Alex Xavier and his beast were far different creatures, his mind was still filled with the silver eyes and endless legs of Greyson, everything that drew not only the beast, but the human as well to her. It breathed in deeply, and even though they were miles away, that lavender scent filled its veins and drove it mad. Maximilian knew it was going to be a long night when the beast looked up and its eyes were shining blue. Chapter 21. Everything was silent in the house, so silent that Greyson didn't even want to breathe, afraid she might breathe too loudly. She had her back against the wall opposite the door, with the dresser pushed in front of it. The knife Maximilian had given her sat on the nightstand only a few feet away. Her eyes never strayed from that door. No matter how badly she wished to look out the window, she was terrified, her body frozen in fear. Truly, deeply terrified of what lurked outside. She knew the full moon brought nothing good when it hung ominously in the night sky. After everything Maximilian had told her, she was left alone and shaking, unable to will her body to reach for the beautiful knife that could save her life. If he somehow breaks free and comes here, do not hesitate to stab him. Get his arm, his leg, anywhere to make him immobile. But if you have to, end it. do it. She knew that if it came down to her or him, she'd never be able to kill him, even if he was in beast form. She would let the beast tear into her as long as Xavier lived. Why she would give her own life before his was beyond her, but she just knew she would. Out of the silent night broke a wild, feral howl that seemed to shake the entire earth. It sounded far away, but Greyson knew those creatures were fast and powerful. They could be near her in no time. She watched the digital numbers on her bedside clock turn to an hour after midnight, and out of nowhere it came, that bond. It crept through her veins and coiled around her lungs. She felt as if she were drowning as the urge to find him, to see him, to touch him overwhelmed her entire being. It took over her senses, sweeping away any common sense she had left. And yet, despite her better judgment, she crawled over to the window, slow and quiet, and squatted down low so she could peek out without being fully seen. Outside, the world seemed peaceful and beautiful. The now greening landscape was filled with fireflies. Where she usually watched little creatures scurry across the grass, there was nothing. Everything seemed out of place except for those fireflies floating around the trees. The outside world called to her. She could see the wind rustling the tall trees, and if her window had been open, she was sure she would have heard that eerie little voice beckoning her into the forest. Her finger twitched with the urge to pull the window open and breathe in the night air, or even to creep down the stairs and step into the world illuminated by moonlight. Greyson had been so entranced by the seemingly magical world that she hadn't noticed she was no longer crouching, but standing at her full height, peering out the window. Her wide eyes scanned the tall trees that swayed in greeting, begging her to come to them. But the only thing that kept her feet planted and her inside that room was the big blue eyes peering from behind the lights of the fireflies. And she was mesmerized. It was like seeing them again for the first time. Frozen in her spot high above the beast, she watched it slowly emerge from the trees. The beast seemed larger than normal, its legs thicker with muscle, its teeth sharper. With each step it took, she could see the muscles ripple beneath its shining fur. It was far more intimidating as it made its presence known in the night that now lacked that magical vibe, with the fireflies gone and the trees still and sinister looking again. As it looked up at her, and she looked down at it, Greyson felt her heart drop when she realized its huge claws and teeth were stained with blood. Maximilian. The spell broke between their locked gazes, and she fell as her legs gave out. Her body sprawled across the floor, chest heaving with fear. As quickly as she could, she scurried to the door, pulling herself up so she could press an ear to it, trying to listen for any signs of further danger. With her ear pressed firmly to the door, the knife, glistening in the dark, was in her direct line of sight. It taunted her. Its silver blade and handle were carved with designs that matched the big doors hiding the room filled with generations of portraits. She knew she'd need it if he got inside, but right now it was only her in the house, and she wouldn't dare touch it until. The long scratches at the front door were sinister, and she froze before the whines filled with false innocence. Followed and raised goosebumps on her skin. He wanted in. He wanted her. He kept at that pattern, scratching and whining for what felt like hours before it all went silent, replaced by a menacing growl. Greyson froze, a shiver ripping down her spine. Yet, despite her fear of what would happen if he got in, she could only think of Maximilian. Where is he? Is he okay? Is he alive? Her thoughts ran rampant, forgetting the situation at hand. She didn't hear the silence that followed the growl, nor the growls that rumbled through him as he moved around the house. Therefore, Greyson didn't hear the sound of a downstairs window shattering. She froze again when a low growl tore through the silent air. The beast's claws clicked on the linoleum, echoing upstairs. Her heart dropped. That meant the beast was inside. He was coming for her. Moving as fast as she could, she ran to the window in her room. But not without grabbing that silver knife first. With a hard pull, the window slid open, and Greyson had one leg dangling out of it when her door rattled. She froze in place, unable to will herself to move. The door shook as the beast threw all its might against it. She watched the cracks grow up the wooden door, creating thick, jagged lines that signaled her end. Throwing her other leg over, she looked down at the ground below. It's only 2 stories, she told herself. She'd be fine. She could handle a fracture in her leg or foot, but a beast she could not. Throwing the silver knife down first, far enough to the side that she wouldn't fall on it and impale herself, she took in a deep breath. And as the door burst open and the beast walked in, Greyson gave the final push-off as she hurtled toward the ground. Her own scream covered the sound of the beast's angry growls as he peered down at Greyson, who lay on the ground coughing and gasping for breath. She sobbed as she pushed herself up onto aching legs to reach the knife and run. No broken bones, that she knew of, but her previously injured ankle throbbed beneath her weight. With the knife gripped tightly in her hand, she took in a final, deep, shaky breath before she took off into the forest as quickly as her injured legs could carry her. The beast's growls ripped through the air around her as she ran through the dark trees. Where she was going was beyond her. Maybe home, maybe looking for Maximilian, maybe wanting the beast to chase her. Anywhere, even the cursed trees, seemed better than a beast that lusted after her. Greyson kept running and didn't dare stop for anything. She knew she was lost, but she didn't care. She was determined to keep running until daylight. But that was soon broken. When she broke through the tree line, she realized the trees had moved. They had done their sick job, and Greyson was somehow facing the side of the little castle that was in ruins. She froze and stood there, shaking her head in disbelief. She was not back here. She began to hyperventilate as she looked around before darting back into the trees. They couldn't trick her. Running and running and running. Greyson's legs burned and ached, her lungs struggled to pull in air, and she was even crying, but she didn't falter in her pace. She just wanted the sun to rise so she could tell a living Maximilian she was going home, and was sorry for abandoning them. She missed New York and its civilization, where no beasts chased her through haunted trees. But as she was preparing herself for daylight, she found him in the nighttime. She almost tripped over something large, but thankfully caught herself and looked down. Greyson tensed as she looked down at a bloodied Maximilian. Her hand came up to cover her mouth as she sobbed, collapsing next to him. Her hands moved to grab his when she noticed his shallow breathing, and she moved one hand to his bruised cheek. "Maximilian, what has he done to you?" Her voice was soft, tears streaming down her cheeks as she took in his form. The gashes down his side, chunks of skin missing, surrounded by teeth marks, they were slowly healing and closing, but they still looked brutal. She could tell the beast hadn't desired to kill him, but it had come so close. "I did what I had to do." The voice echoed around her, making her jump to her feet and spin around in search of the owner. She knew his voice, of course. It was burned in her brain, and now as it bounced off the trees, it carried something different in the tone. Something darker, making his voice drop a few octaves. He was hidden in the trees again, just like the first few times they met, and she felt like his prey all over again. "You almost killed your brother," Greyson spat, taking a protective stance by Maximilian and not letting her fear show despite her shaking hand that held the knife tightly. "He wouldn't have let me get to you otherwise." His voice was behind her, his breath on her hair. Greyson spun around, but no one was there. "You could have waited until morning to find me." "Now where's the fun in that?" He hummed a low chuckle. "I like this game we've got going on, and now that the moon's out, it's so much better." Greyson's eyes darted around, searching for his figure in the darkness. "What game?" "I haven't figured out a name yet, but you should know the rules. You've played it far better than I. The only one playing games here is you, Alex Xavier." His growl filled the air, and the next thing she knew, Greyson was pulled away from Maximilian's body. Her back was pressed against a hard chest, thick arms wrapping around her torso. She gasped as the bond buzzed in her veins with the feel of this man, this beast, pressed against her. Her hair was fisted on one side in his large hand, and he tugged her head to that side, exposing the side of her neck with his mark to him. Her own fingers dug into the skin on his forearms in an attempt to pry him off her. His lips brushed the mark on her neck with each word he spoke. You've been playing the greatest game of all, Greyson. She shivered as he whispered her name. You pretend to loathe me, to fear me, to hate me, but I know you don't. I know you dream of me at night. I know you ask Maximilian about his past and mine. I know you want me just as much as I want you. I usually enjoy a good game of chase to tease my prey, but I'm quite bored of chasing you, and I want you now. And when his lips locked on her neck, Greyson knew she was done for. There was no going back now. Chapter 22. There she was. She had burst through the trees with the same aura she always brought into rooms with her, despite this horrible night. Her eyes landed on him, back leaned against a tree, legs stretched in front of him, hand covering a bloody gash on his stomach. She paused. That peaceful, happy air around her vanished, replaced by despair. He watched her approach with her big, teary eyes. Maximilian. That honey-sweet voice filled his ears, and all his pain seemed to fade with just her voice. What has he done to you, my love? He could hear Greyson's voice mixing with his unconscious memories. Her voice was far away as she called out his name frantically. He could feel a hand holding his own, resting on his cheek, but he couldn't tell who was touching him or whether it was real. He tried to move, tried to yell, but his body was paralyzed with pain. In and out he drifted between dreams and reality. Maximilian, come on, baby. He hadn't heard her voice in years. It encouraged him to focus on his memories that now seemed like dreams. He faded far away from Greyson and came to her. Emiliana. He opened his eyes, and everything was hazy. Nothing but the morning sky was visible through the mist. He swore he had heard her voice, but no one was there. He blinked a few times, but the haze wouldn't clear around the edges of his vision. With shaky, weak arms, he pushed himself up to sit. And there was Alex Xavier, looking at him as if he'd seen a ghost. His eyes were wide, his mouth stuttering as if he wanted to speak. Blood coated his fingertips up to his forearms, and he shook violently. He had just shifted back. Maximilian could tell by the way his wolf's pelt lay on the ground not far away. Alex Xavier. I'm so sorry. Maximilian frowned. What? I should have stopped him. I should have tried to stop him, but I just watched him do it. Alex Xavier looked absolutely broken. He was too strong. The moon was so full, and the pole was too strong. I couldn't stop him. I didn't even try, brother. I'm so sorry. What are you talking about? Alex Xavier froze. His hand slowly moved into the air as he pointed a shaky, red finger to the left of his brother. Turning his head slowly in that direction, Maximilian felt his heart stop. Scrambling over to her, he forgot his own wounds as he muttered denials under his breath and gathered her limp body into his arms. The first thing he noticed was how cold she was. Her skin no longer glowed with warmth. Instead, it looked dull and ghostly pale under the morning light. He didn't even feel the sparks like he had just hours before. Her eyes were closed, mouth parted. She looked like she was asleep. Maximilian would have thought that, had a chunk of her throat not been missing. Scratches littered her body from his brother's claws, but that bite to her neck had been the fatal one. Emiliana was gone. She was gone, and it was all Alex Xavier's fault. His hands were everywhere. They left a scorching trail of heat up and down Greyson's sides, and even down to the back pockets of her jeans, where his dangerous hands seemed to linger the most. She knew he was still a beast. Even if he looked human, the moon still hung high in the sky, but everything he was doing felt so right. She could feel how much he wanted her, and she was somewhat relieved that he wanted her just as much as she wanted him. Greyson suddenly pulled away, holding his face in place by placing firm hands on his cheeks. She closed her eyes and rested her forehead against his. She took a few moments to calm her racing heart by breathing in deeply and slowly. She was still clouded with desire for this beast of a man. Alex Xavier. She spoke softly. Come back to me. Don't let him win. A growl rumbled in the beast's chest. Greyson watched a bone in his arm snap, claws replacing his fingernails. He was going full beast again, and who knew what this beast would do to her with complete control. Alex Xavier could feel his control slipping. The beast was raging. It didn't want Greyson to want his human side, only the beast. It wanted her to crave that side, to show her who she really wanted by filling the night with her sounds. Alex Xavier wouldn't let that happen, even as his emotions slowly turned into the beasts. Greyson. Alex Xavier groaned out, his claws digging into her skin as his hip bone cracked. I'm here. Don't leave me, Alex Xavier. Her voice shook. She was terrified, but she was a lioness who never admitted it. Don't let him take over. He hurt Maximilian. He hurts people, not you. A snarl tore through Alex Xavier's throat as more bones broke and the beast grew closer to the surface. He was so focused on pushing it down and enduring his own pain that he didn't recognize Greyson's when she winced and tightened her grip on his face, jaw clenched tight. I want you, Alex Xavier, not the beast. I am the beast. He just about sobbed as he squeezed his eyes shut. You don't kill for pleasure. I let him. And Greyson's voice was drowned out by a cry of pain from Alex Xavier that he didn't even hear her soft words. I can't love a beast. Alex Xavier felt the change beginning to take over completely. That itching feeling of fur growing beneath his skin took over, and in an attempt to scratch it away, his skin came with it. He stared at the bloodied fur on his shoulder before turning up to Greyson, who stood watching him, clutching her bloody hips. It was then that Alex Xavier noticed the claw marks on her hips from his grip, the ground by her feet stained with her blood that trailed down her long legs. He had hurt her, and for some reason, that hurt him, the human side of him, at least. Get out of here, Greyson. His voice broke as he winced. But, Alex Xavier, I don't want to hurt you more. Leave. Go west. He paused to breathe as more bones broke and reshaped, his finger pointing in the direction he spoke of. You'll find Petrarch and the town there. Go back to New York. Greyson shook her head. No, I'm not leaving you. You will leave me. Alex Xavier looked at her, pleading with his eyes. I won't be able to live with myself if I hurt you. It's not you. I am one with this beast. I am as much a part of the predator as he is a part of me. Go. Greyson grew angry. Her hands moved to hold his cheeks as he cried out in pain again. She looked into his eyes, his human eyes, as his body hovered halfway between man and beast. I know there is good inside of you, Alex Xavier. Don't let the darkness win. He stared back at her. His body calmed enough for Greyson to think he had won, that the beast was tamed, but the snapping of his jaw beneath her palms made her stomach churn. Greyson, go. It took everything in her not to stay with him as he screamed and groaned through his shift. Forcing her legs to move was hard enough, but making them run without stopping drained her just a few feet in. Greyson continued straight forward in the direction Alex Xavier had pointed, never once faltering from her straight path. And as the trees disappeared and in their place stood that abandoned barn in the backyard of Petrarch's home, a growl shook the earth, so menacing Greyson swore it could have put the chill of winter back in the air. So she pushed on, not even realizing she was crying until she was banging on the back door with all her might. She didn't realize she was sobbing until the door swung open and she found Demetrius's frightened eyes. Greyson. That was when the girl broke. She fell into his arms and let the sobs rip through her as he called for his grandmother and for Petrarch. She sobbed for herself, for putting herself in this situation, and for Maximilian, whom she had left behind without a single glance. She sobbed for running from the beast, and she sobbed for staying this long. She sobbed at the thought of home, away from Russian soil, but mostly for the man she was falling for. The man cursed with a beast inside him that she feared with every fiber of her being. Polichit, ye nitri. The rough voice of Clarissa filled the air. Du perkoda kishnik. In a swift motion, Greyson was lifted into the air by Demetrius, who was hushing her softly, whispering that everything was fine. She shivered at his touch that seemed cold and bland, nothing like his. Maximilian. You have to go back for Maximilian. Greyson was begging Demetrius as she was placed on the couch, just then remembering the eldest brother she had found on the ground. Petrarch was rushing around, locking doors and closing windows, while Clarissa watched from behind Demetrius with tired eyes. Greyson, calm down. No. Greyson shoved Demetrius away as she continued to sob. Please, you can't leave Maximilian out there, he'll die. Hush, girl. Clarissa stepped forward and used her free hand to cup Greyson's cheek. The girl naturally leaned into her warm hand. Oldest Volkov is strong. He survive. What if he doesn't? Greyson's voice broke and pity filled everyone's eyes. You still will. Greyson was silent for a moment, eyes taking in everyone before lingering on Petrarch, who was crying. All of them were dressed in pajamas, their hair a mess. Greyson realized it was the middle of the night and filled with guilt as she turned back to Petrarch. She gave a sad smile toward her blonde-haired friend before holding out her arms. Petrarch ran to Greyson, and they wrapped their arms around one another as they both cried. Petrarch kept repeating apologies over and over, but Greyson kept quieting her. It's the past, Petrarch. Everything's fine. Then Petrarch shot back, hands grabbing Greyson's face. Did he hurt you? I will end him if he even tried to touch you, Greyson. I'm fine, I promise. Greyson smiled at Petrarch before turning her eyes to Clarissa. He's going to come for me before sunrise. When he does, I want you all locked somewhere safe. Greyson, I don't want anyone else getting hurt because of me. He knows not touch my family. Clarissa just about growled out. After Ethnia's, I show him who is real beast here. He not kill another of my kin. And I won't let him touch you, Greyson. Petrarch was filled with determination. He won't get near you. No. You will all stay away when he comes for me. The way Greyson spoke made it hard to go against her. You will not fight for me. You will let him take me. But Greyson, you will not put yourself in harm's way for me. Understood. As you wish. Chapter 23. Some paintings used to hang in the hall that was now barren, multiple beautiful paintings that Alex Xavier had always loved to admire as a little boy. His favorite was the one beside the room where his mother's piano was. It was one of the darker decorations in the hall. It told such a strong, emotional story that the young boy couldn't understand it on his own. He used to lean his head on his mother's shoulder as she perched him on her hip, telling him the story behind each and every one of her paintings. She'd get to his favorite and stop, staring at it in silence for a while, her eyes holding a glint he never got the chance to decipher. It was her favorite as well, for it held a memory that defined who that woman was. In the painting was a woman, her face hidden by her black cloak, but her long black hair curled into visibility, falling down past her hips. Behind her back, gripped in thin fingers, was a dagger that young Alex Xavier had yet to see. With her other hand, she was taking brightly colored flowers from a little girl with bright red hair and dark eyes. The little girl wore dark colors, yet her cherry-red lips were pulled back in a wide smile. Alex Xavier's mother would tell him the name. Something in Italian that he never remembered, and tell him about that little girl. How the woman in the story met the girl and what their interaction entailed. She'd tell him that the little girl disappeared after she gave the woman flowers, never to be seen again. His mother never told him the full truth, but now, thinking back on that painting, that was the first person his mother ever killed, that innocent little girl who only wanted to give her flowers. It was the beginning of an era of terror, the beginning of his mother's trail of blood that only grew bigger and longer as her years went on. That painting and every single one of his mother's paintings now hung in the library where Maximilian spent most of his time. Alex Xavier occasionally visited only to admire his mother's work and reflect on how he was like her, a murderer who regretted every kill. Every single one of those paintings held her victims in their last moments before she ended their lives, every detail of their bodies and faces etched into those canvases. A story of bloodshed and regret. When the beast finally retreated to the back of Alex Xavier's mind and let his human side reign, he stared at his brother, who lay on the ground, eyes open now, just staring at the sky. That regret his mother painted about flowed through his veins. Maximilian. I'm fine. Greyson. He began to cough, and Alex Xavier sat him up, watching the blood leak from his lips. She's with Clarissa. The younger brother answered, guilt filling his veins. She's safe now. She's not safe until she's with you. Greyson was shivering despite the blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Winter may have been gone, but the early morning fog brought chills to Greyson's pale skin that even the thickest blanket couldn't shield her from. She'd been inside the cabin with the silent family until the sun showed its first signs in the dark night. Only then did she move to sit on their stairs that led to the backyard, looking out at the ominous trees. The sun had risen quite a bit, the sky a gorgeous flaming orange, highlighting the world at peace, tints of a daunting red casting the sky. There were birds chirping softly, little creatures crawling low in the dewy grass, and the light morning fog creeping out of the tall trees. The world was alive with springtime. Greyson shivered again, and out of nowhere, there he was walking out of the trees in all of his dark and beautifully corrupted glory. She saw, for the first time, all the scars that littered his skin in the morning light, some old and faded, some bright pink as if they had just scarred. She saw how, with each step he took, his long legs carried him gracefully over the wet grass, muscles flexing in every part of his body with each movement. She saw his eyes as if she were seeing them for the first time again, that bright blue that seemed to shine like a flame when his gaze was upon her, the dark bags beneath them only seeming to highlight the blue. And she saw, for the first time, a man with no beast. She saw Alexander Volkov, a man who had lost himself to the curse that plagued him, but had still managed to find her in all the chaos. He had come back for her, and she knew that had she left last night, he still would have found his way to her. Because nothing could stop the beast from claiming what was his, and nothing in this world could stop a man from reaching his woman. As he walked closer, Greyson stood, and she, too, began to move barefoot through the dewy grass. It was cold on her feet, so she wrapped the blanket tighter around her as goosebumps rose across her skin. Whether the goosebumps rose from the chills, or the way her body lit up under Alexander's fiery gaze, Greyson wasn't too sure, probably both, but more so the latter. Upon reaching her, he placed a cold hand on her cheek and the other on the crook of her neck, right over his mark. His eyes scanned her up and down, checking for any injury, and when he didn't find a single one, his lips were on hers. The kiss was rough, it seemed that was all he knew, yet the passion pushed through his lips. It pushed through the way his lips moved against hers, and in the way he held onto her as if she'd run away at any second. So much passion behind his kiss that it left Greyson stunned for a moment before she returned it. After a few moments in their own world, he pulled away to admire Greyson's closed eyes and breathless, flushed look before the gray storm clashed with his eyes. "I'm sorry." Greyson almost broke down again. "You have nothing to apologize for." "I have everything to apologize for. There is nothing I can do or give you in this life that would make up for the sins I have committed just last night." Greyson didn't know what to say. There were no words in this world that could express what she felt. She wanted to tell him he had done nothing wrong, that everything was fine, but deep down she knew he had done everything wrong, and she was terrified. But she'd never tell him that. So she simply shook her head and pulled a warm hand out from beneath her blanket to rest it over his cold one that lay on her cheek. She closed her eyes. The way Alexander watched her was like no other. He took in every single detail on her face as her eyes shut, and she took in a deep breath from the 3 dark freckles spread around her right cheek to the long brown eyelashes that hid those eyes of hers. He was bewitched by this girl. Completely, for his beast had subsided to the dark corners of his mind, and he felt purely human for a moment. And it seemed in that moment of humanity, he felt true feelings for the human girl before him, and it rendered him breathless. It was the first time the beast was not pushing for control while around her, and it let him see how much he had grown fond of the girl. These strange feelings were purely his. He wanted her just as badly as the beast inside him did. "Come home with me." He spoke softly, as if she would recoil from his words. "Come be my queen. Alexander, I regret all that I have put you through. All the taunting and fear." He was so sincere, Greyson felt it in her chest. "Greyson, you are the only one I've ever wanted to keep around." Her light laugh was heaven to him. "Stay with me. What about my job? My friends? They are nothing compared to the love that we could have. But truly, what about you?" Greyson stepped back, sadness in her eyes. Am I going to have to run from you, risk my life, and watch you almost murder your brother every full moon until I learn to love that beast? I want to love you, Alex Xavier, I truly do, but I fear the beast more than I've ever feared anything. Alex Xavier felt lost. He'd never had a person's words affect him in such a way that left him breathless, stumbling for words that seemed to lodge themselves in his throat. He knew at that moment he had fallen so incredibly hard, and all he needed was for her to fall back, to get rid of the beast that kept her away from him. Forget about the beast, my lioness. Alex Xavier begged, grabbing her hands beneath the blanket. Focus on me and only me. Wish him away, and he shall disappear, and the world will be only ours. No beast, no fear, nothing but love. Greyson was watching him, an emotion shimmering in those eyes of hers that he'd never seen before. They darted across his face and down to his hands that gripped hers, and when her eyes met his again, he could see all her emotions swirling in those stormy eyes. She was silent for a few tense moments before she finally opened her mouth to speak, but her voice never filled the air. That's a load of bullshit. Chapter 24. He watched Greyson whirl around, and the eyes of the beast landed on him. Her eyes were wide with confusion as she pressed her back against Alex Xavier, her hand seeking his behind her. His gaze dropped to their interlocked fingers, ignoring the burning stare from the beast. Demetrius, what are you doing out here? Greyson spoke softly as the beast behind her only growled and glared. He did not like another male getting close to what was his, let alone standing there as if challenging him. Saving you, that's what I'm doing, Greyson. Demetrius spoke strongly, voice full of confidence and lacking fear. If you leave with him, you will die. Greyson grew angry fast. What? Demetrius, what is this about? Back off, pup. The growl shook the beast's chest, making Greyson shiver against him. Know your place. My place beneath you? Me acting as if you were my alpha? He laughed a dark laugh. Forget you, mate. That so-called place was destroyed the minute you killed my love, my bonded. Demetrius was vicious. No ounce of kindness remained in his body, his eyes black pools of resentment toward Alex Xavier. Sledit, zie svoim jezikum, malchik, Alex Xavier's words were like poison on the tip of a serpent's sinister tongue. Ilya yubari ito. Da, kishnik, utilit, moi yazik per devashkoi, kotaruyu adversdeet, kto lubiet. Pakazat ye, kto vy samum delisver. Pakazat ye greki, kto prokliatai any mazet esker whitey. Dat ye povad dlya begstva. Alex Xavier was quick to move Greyson behind him. A growl so vicious left his lips that it nearly shook the ground. The world around them seemed to stop at the sound of his warning. Everything grew silent. Greyson didn't dare loosen her grip on his hand. She knew it was one of the only things holding him back, and she wasn't about to let him hurt Demetrius. Alex Xavier. She murmured under Demetrius's sharp gaze. Just turn away. Don't let it take over, please. Breathe, my beast. And just like that, Alex Xavier's attention focused solely on the girl staring at him as he turned to face her. He was fully ready to take her home and to places beyond. Nothing, no one could separate them as long as he had a say, especially not this boy who lived in the past. Grabbing Greyson by both hands, he pulled them up to place a kiss upon each one. He'd grown so fond of the human girl, it was probably unhealthy for someone to feel so strongly toward another. She was his weakness, and while he accepted it, fate would have it that no one as hated as a beast like him would have a weakness that wouldn't end in his ruin. Her eyes were only on him, on those beautiful eyes of his that never failed to take her breath away and mesmerize her. He was her only focus, her only care in the world. Maybe if she hadn't been so entranced, maybe if she hadn't asked him to turn away, maybe if she had just gone home as he'd asked, everything could have been avoided. The way all the breath in his lungs left him to fan across her hand that he had just kissed. The way his eyes grew wide, and the blazing blue seemed to dull, the flame in them fading to bland ashes. The way crimson blood trickled from his mouth and left a trail from those full lips, all the way down his chin to drip down his neck. The way his body in front of her tensed, yet his grip on her hands lost its strength. The way he lost his strength. His life. Greyson was petrified. Her world spun in a downward spiral, everything ringing so loud she couldn't even hear her own blood-curdling scream as Demetrius yanked the silver dagger out of Alex Xavier's back. He fell out of her reach and down to the cold ground. Greyson crumbled with him and grabbed his face. She was crying so hard she shook while trying to make his unfocused eyes focus on her and only her, but they wouldn't. They just stared at the sky as he shook, his body growing colder than the snow that had once covered this land. Blood dribbled from his lips and the hole in his back, seeping into the grass beneath them. Finally, Greyson found her voice. Her teary eyes glared at Demetrius, screaming at him as Petrarch and her grandmother ran outside. "What have you done?" She cried as the wind around them seemed to pick up. "I did the world a favor." Demetrius was offended that Greyson was even crying. In his mind, he had saved her from a fate full of darkness and death. "You should be thanking me. I saved you." "Saved me?" "Saved me. Demetrius, I was happy. The only saving that needs to be done is for Alex Xavier. You would have ended up dead, Greyson, had I not killed the monster." He spat to the ground, and Greyson grew furious. Standing to her feet, she shoved Demetrius by the chest and moved so she was face to face with him. Gone was the girl sobbing for the life of her love. In her place was a girl so calm, yet fire blazed in her eyes as she swore revenge. "If he doesn't come back, I swear to you that I will kill you. I will make you suffer. I will make you wish you were dead, Demetrius. You have my word. You are making a mistake." Petrarch moved in and shoved Demetrius back, acting as a barrier between him and the rest of them as Clarissa found her way to Alex Xavier. Clarissa knelt on one side of him as Greyson reluctantly moved away from Demetrius and took the other side. The old woman was already moving quickly to turn him over, making sure to tilt his head to the side. His blank eyes looked toward Greyson, who was holding his limp hand in a bone-crushing grip. Clarissa placed her wrinkled hands over the gushing wound and frowned. "The silver is in his heart." Greyson grew panicked. "You can fix it though, right, Clarissa? Please tell me you can save him." "I can, but I must warn you. Bringing someone back to the land of the living changes them." Greyson frowned, and the woman continued. "They lose a part of themselves when they die and return. He will not be the same as he was a moment ago." "I don't care, Clarissa. Just bring him back to me." "Greyson, listen. I'm begging you to bring him back to me, Clarissa." The old woman paused. Her solemn eyes took in the broken girl, and she sighed. "As you wish." Maximilian had felt it from miles away, tucked in his room in their home. The feeling was so raw, so powerful that it had him stumbling and weak. It was a burning fire that rippled out from his heart, spreading across his chest and leaving a trail of pain down his spine. It was so real that he had to look down at his own chest to make sure there wasn't actually a knife in his heart. And when there was no blood, no knife, no more pain, he knew what had happened when the cold feeling of emptiness filled his veins. He felt his brother die. For those few minutes that Maximilian sat on the floor of his room, breathless and broken, he wondered what he was supposed to do in a life without his little brother. Sitting there, he had flashes of himself drinking himself to death in the home he grew up in all alone. The vivid images of his baby brother's lifeless eyes, blood pooling around him, were enough to almost drive him off the edge. Memories, the good and the bad, so clear that Maximilian thought he was reliving them, flashed behind his eyelids that he had squeezed shut. For a long few minutes, Maximilian felt like his life was falling apart, piece by piece, and he didn't know what to do. And then, all of a sudden, the feeling lifted. Maximilian felt whole and normal again, despite the confusion that raged in the back of his mind like a thunderstorm. He'd felt Alex Xavier die. He remembered the feeling from his parents, and it didn't disappear so quickly. It had slammed into him and settled in the deepest pits of his chest like heavy weights. Something had happened. Alex Xavier was alive. So, after the confusion lifted, he managed to move from his dark room to the living room, where he poured himself a glass of vodka and sat by the window, looking toward the forest, watching with dead, dull eyes, waiting. And when they emerged from the forest, Alex Xavier dominated the clearing. Maximilian's eyes automatically went to him. The bags under his eyes and blood staining the skin around his lips and arms, droplets on his naked torso. He looked different. Something about him seemed more feral, more beastly. But it wasn't even the bloodied beast he'd come to know as his brother that scared him. It was the girl in his arms. An arm hooked under her knees and another behind her back. She lay limply across him. One of her pale arms swung by her side, indicating she was unconscious, as well as her head, which lay back at an awkward angle. She, too, was covered in blood. Maximilian gulped. He was quick to move out of the way for his brother, who brushed past him and inside without a single glance. His cold eyes were fixed nowhere in particular, a hard glare. Maximilian was hot on his trail as he followed him into the living room, where he dumped, quite literally, the unconscious Greyson. She groaned when her body collided with the sofa in a bounce. Thankfully, she didn't bounce onto the ground. "What the hell, brother?" Maximilian was infuriated. From his brother's death scare to this, and he had not one answer, he was pissed. And it seemed all that anger inflated when he caught sight of the marks from Greyson's shoulder and across her collarbone, ending just above her chest and directly above her beating heart. The wounds oozed blood onto her shirt and the couch, and Maximilian was by the human girl's side in an instant. "What have you done?" he yelled after a silent moment of inspecting her, with his little brother standing to the side, not even looking at the girl. Alex Xavier shrugged. She got in the way. And with that, Alex Xavier walked out of the room and disappeared up the stairs. Chapter 25. Maximilian stood in shock for a few solid moments, staring at the space where his little brother had been. Or should he say, the imposter in his little brother's body? He hadn't seen such eyes devoid of emotion since his father. Even when Alex Xavier had his moments of more murderous beast than human, when he'd come home covered in the blood of innocence, there was still a spark of remorse in his eyes, guilt for what he'd done. But just then, Maximilian had seen nothing. Snapping out of his trance, he quickly grabbed a towel and a bowl filled with cold water before returning to Greyson. She was still unconscious, her eyes twitching and moving beneath her lids, her skin pale and clammy. His gaze found the claw marks that started from her right collarbone and ripped through her skin all the way to just above her heart. Maximilian had to bite back his anger. He sucked in a deep breath and released it slowly before dipping the towel in the bowl and beginning to clean away the blood from her wound. After just a few moments, the bowl held water stained pink, no longer pure and clean. Greyson's breathing became sharp intakes every time he touched her wound, and he could see her brows furrow in pain, yet she never woke. Maximilian began to hum a soft melody because the silence that had blanketed the house didn't settle well with him. It was eerie and almost sinister. He couldn't figure it out, why his brother would do this, especially to the girl he was bonded to. The look in his eyes when he brought Greyson in was something Maximilian thought he'd never see in Alex Xavier again, something he hadn't seen since they were young. He could still remember their first days living alone, just the two of them, as Maximilian mourned and Alex Xavier raged. He'd leave in the evening and wouldn't return until early morning. By then, he'd be covered in the blood of innocent humans, and despite his monstrous exterior, the look in his eyes would say it all: guilt, remorse, self-hatred. So many emotions would wrap into one big wave in his eyes. Some nights he'd sob to Maximilian. On the worst nights, he'd stare at the wall and, despite his young age, drink himself close to death. Maximilian was always there to bring him back, if only for a short time. Max? Greyson. Her eyes were staring up at him, shining with unshed tears and swirling with fear as she held the wrist of the hand that was dabbing at her wound, her grip loose and weak. She was shaking like a leaf. "It's okay, Greyson. He's not himself, Max." Her voice was just a whisper as the tears started to stream down her cheeks. Clarissa, she did something when she brought him back, and now she choked on her words. The strength in her hand seemed to return, and she gripped his wrist so tightly her nails dug into his skin. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words that left Greyson's mouth struck fear even in Maximilian's blood. The beast is in control. Alex Xavier could hear her crying downstairs, and his thoughts weren't of pity or sympathy, but annoyance. He could hear his brother comforting her, his voice soft, and it irritated him. Why would his brother put up with such a weak girl? And why did she cry so much? There was a part of him, deep down inside, that itched with the urge to go and hold her and protect her, but the overpowering emptiness flowed in his veins. This feeling confused him. He hadn't felt so numb since his mother died, since he was more beast than man, and his only thoughts consisted of killing and blood. He knew something was wrong, but he didn't know why or what. Any time it seemed he'd break through the wall in his mind, he'd get shoved back, and the beast would creep forward more. He began to think, trying to remember why the girl called Greyson seemed so fond of him. Why would she have cried over him, and why was she there when he woke up on the ground before he dealt with the boy who stuck the dagger in his back? Mine. The word echoed in his head, growled out by a vicious voice that hardly sounded human. Yet in that voice, in the body of the beast, was an overwhelming feeling of pain, of sadness that he didn't know the beast was capable of. What had happened to break the unbreakable beast? And then that sadness was gone, replaced by that lust for blood and the urge to let the beast be free again. So Alex Xavier unleashed his beast, not knowing what chaos would soon ensue. It was the time of night between late and early when Greyson awoke. The sky was dark and the world was silent. Peaceful almost. The wounds on her body burned with each intake of breath, and when she tried to move, it only intensified. So she gave up, lying there and praying for sleep, but a feeling wrapped around her, chilling her veins and keeping her from rest. Finally, when the feeling didn't leave, she pushed through the pain and sat up sharply. All the breath was knocked from her lungs and pain shot through her body. She sat for a few solid minutes before pushing herself to stand and walking out of the room, all the while clutching her chest. Using the wall as leverage, Greyson managed to make it downstairs and was on her way to the kitchen when the front door slammed open. She shrieked. She spun around so fast her wounds opened up again, and she was left breathless, once again at the pain and at the sight of him. He stood there in the doorway, chest heaving up and down, glowing eyes locked on an unmoving Greyson. Standing bare and naked, Greyson was able to see all the blood that stained his body. It was everywhere. She hurried over to him as he shut the door and tried to move up the stairs. "Are you hurt?" He growled. "Don't growl at me, I'm trying to help." "I don't need your help." His voice was deep, shockingly so. "You've got blood all over you." He stared at her with his flaming eyes and teeth bared. "It's not mine." With that, he pushed her to the ground and stomped up the stairs as Maximilian came rushing down. Neither brother even spared the other a single glance, one too focused on his bloodlust, the other on a teary-eyed Greyson. Her voice was soft as she asked Maximilian, "What did I do?" "None of this is your fault, Greyson." He helped her stand. "Don't feel guilty." "Who did he kill?" Her eyes were now wide with fear. "Oh, Max, you've got to go figure it out." "What if?" "Greyson." He spoke and sat her down on the couch, crouching to eye level with her. "There's nothing we can do." "How did you get him back after it happened before?" She was begging him. "I want Alex Xavier back. I don't want the beast, I want him." Maximilian emphasized every word he spoke. "There is nothing we can do. You need to worry about yourself right now. You're weak, and one wrong move can have you fighting for your life." "But Max..." "Greyson." She was fighting back tears as he went to get more gauze to wrap her chest with. After cleaning it up and rewrapping her, he sent her back to bed and made sure her door was locked before he himself ventured into the trees to right his brother's wrong. Just like old times. By the time Maximilian reached the town, it was just before sunrise. Thankfully, no one was out as he prowled through the town as a large wolf, following the foul stench of death. Everything was silent as he walked quietly, so silent it worried him. Then, all of a sudden, there they were. Down a road that led south of the town, a road with fewer houses and more trees on either side than the others, Maximilian found bodies among bodies trailing down it. Bloody paw prints led to his brother. The humans would blame it on an animal attack, but he knew Petrarch and the witch would be wary. As he walked along the road, he had to force himself not to look away, not to turn back, for the sight was one even Maximilian couldn't handle. His brother was dirtier than he'd been before. His kills were normally clean. These, each and every single person, all 25 of them, Maximilian had counted, were torn limb from limb, heads ripped off, guts lying in the open. He wanted to throw up. And as the sun began to rise, he could see their faces, their lifeless eyes all staring up at the colorful sky, and he felt everything his brother should have felt. And he wept. And when the voices began to approach, it took everything in him to pull himself away from the open and hide in the shadows. He couldn't force himself to leave them until he knew they were taken care of properly. But he regretted staying the minute they were found by a man who immediately alerted the whole town. He regretted staying to watch as the families approached slowly. They stumbled forward, some stood back with wide eyes, too shocked to move. But everyone, as they reached their person, wept. They wept and they screamed. They yelled to the heavens, begging for their person back, pleading, asking why them. Then, in the back of the crowd, stood Petrarch, watching it all with cold eyes. Maximilian could see it in her gaze. She knew. And somehow he knew that everyone in the town would soon know too. Chapter 26. When Greyson awoke in her room, everything was silent, eerily so. So silent that the creaking of her bed as she sat up seemed impossibly loud. She was confused, still half asleep and drowsy, but confused nonetheless as she tried her hardest to hear even the slightest sound in the house. There was nothing. With careful movements and quiet steps, Greyson made her way downstairs to find what she expected, a completely empty home. No breakfast waiting for her, no empty vodka glasses, everything untouched and abandoned. Greyson sat in the kitchen for a while, waiting for anything to happen, but when nothing did, she returned upstairs for a shower. After a long shower and dressing, she grabbed her camera, tied up her wet hair, and made her way out of the silent house. She stopped outside for a minute, staring at the trees as if the brothers she'd grown so fond of would walk out of them at any moment, but there wasn't even a rustle of leaves from the forest. It seemed as if time had stopped in the world, and everything was still and silent except for Greyson. This stirred an uneasy feeling in the pit of her stomach. Something wasn't right. As she looked around at the land surrounding the old abandoned castle-like mansion, she found familiarity warming her veins and that feeling of being home, a feeling she hadn't felt since her mother died. Closing her eyes, she breathed in the scent of nature so deeply it could embed itself in her lungs and sprout life inside her. Life that she so desperately needed. She tilted her head back so her eyes opened to the sky, looking up in search of any sign of God looking out for her, but as it seemed lately, he was nowhere to be found. With a sigh from somewhere deep in her lungs, she trekked into the trees that everyone called enchanted, but she preferred the term possessed when describing the demon trees. Deeper and deeper she traveled, stopping occasionally to bring her camera to her face and snap a few pictures of the environment. The silence in the air slowly grew less eerie and more peaceful, the sounds of little wildlife around her. In the distance, the sound of soft running water calmed her wild nerves, so she followed it until she reached a small stream running back in the direction of the old castle she'd grown so used to. Snapping a few quick pictures, she sat down beside the stream and just watched the water flow. For some reason, it calmed her. It cleared her head enough for her to think rationally about the situation. Yet if she hadn't been lost in her thoughts, Greyson might have heard the creaking of the trees around her as the dark magic moved their roots. Then he was coming. She heard him before she saw him, and she knew he had known where she was long before she was aware of his approaching presence. Greyson didn't even bother turning her head in his direction, despite the low growling that rumbled against his teeth. She just closed her eyes and leaned her head back to the sky as he continued to growl behind her. "If you're just going to stand there and snarl at me, then leave, please." Greyson snapped, her head turning to face the wolf with blazing eyes. "You're ruining my peace." His growls grew louder against his bared teeth, and he took a step closer. "I said leave me alone, Xavier." He snapped at her, and Greyson grew furious, her nostrils flaring, body rigid from both anger and fear. She was ready to burst at him, to yell and scream until he left, but when she opened her mouth, nothing came out. She gave a sigh and ran her hands down her face after turning away from Xavier and back to the stream. "You've ruined me, Xavier Volkov." Her voice was but a whisper, but the wolf heard it, and the growling stopped. "You ruined me so beautifully, and I hate it." There was a long silence, and when Greyson turned around, she found that she was alone yet again. She sighed, biting back the tears that so desperately wanted to fall, and looked at the flowing water to distract herself. Her thoughts wanted to go to Xavier. She wanted to find him. She wanted to talk to him, but she knew she couldn't. She couldn't do that when he was like this, a beast. She pushed herself up despite the pain in her chest and turned back to the trees, but her heart dropped. They'd moved. "Are you kidding me?" she groaned. Greyson scanned the area, her bottom lip tucked between her teeth as she tried to find trees that looked familiar. She found nothing. They wanted her to go somewhere, that much she knew, but she didn't want to let them lead her. Yet for some reason, this feeling pushed her into the trees and let them guide her. It was the feeling in the pit of her belly that pushed her forward, telling her she needed to listen to them. Something deep within her was screaming at her to run to wherever they were leading her, yelling at her to hurry, but she was wary. The trees had a way of screwing her over, and she didn't want to know how they planned on doing it now. Yet she followed them, watching them move to form a path for her. And then, the trees thinned out, and in their place was the town she'd stayed in, Petrarch's town. Her heart ached for that family, and she had the urge to just see them, to hug them, to apologize for all that had happened. But the tug in her body pulled her in the opposite direction from her home. Walking through the town streets was odd, not only because she hadn't been here in so long, but because there was not a single soul in the streets or outside. It was oddly silent despite a low murmur from the direction she was following. The farther she walked, the louder the murmur grew, and the more she realized it wasn't a murmur, it was angry voices and vicious sobs. Her stomach turned, and her throat closed. The pull in her belly turned heavy, and she suddenly found it harder to walk closer. Greyson stuck to the shadows when she got closer, close enough to make out all the villagers' faces and the voice of the one standing in the middle of a murder scene. Petrarch stood among bodies, her face contorted in anger as she spoke violent words in her native tongue. Greyson couldn't pick up a single word, but whatever she was spitting was creating a fire inside the villagers as they yelled along with her. Some were throwing their fists in the air as she screamed, the passion in her tone overwhelming. "We cannot sit idly by any longer. Our people are getting slaughtered, and we are doing nothing. It is not a simple animal that has done this. No, it is a beast that can lure men and women and children from the safety of their homes and drag them to their death. And yet, this is no average beast. This is a beast, a wolf that walks among us in sheepskin. He walks among us as a human. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've watched a human man transform into a wolf before my own eyes. He is real, and he is a murderer. He murdered my brothers, and he has murdered our loved ones. This beast must be killed. We can destroy him with our numbers, with our vengeance. He deserves something far worse than the serenity that death would grant him, but the best we can do is slaughter him like he has done to our own. If you help me, I can lead you to him. He and his brother live in our forest, right in our backyard, two beasts right under our noses. I can take you to them, and we can end this reign of suffering. Help me, I beg of you. Avenge my brothers and your wives, your sisters and brothers, your fathers and families. Help me kill the beast. Kill the beast." They were yelling, screaming, and crying. Petrarch looked upon the chaos with a smile and tears of her own, while Greyson looked upon it all with shock. She watched as Petrarch turned to her grandmother and whispered English words that Greyson would never forget. "We end the Valkyrie tonight." Greyson stumbled back from the crowd, tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground. She was panicking, breathing too heavy and too fast, trying to move too quickly while her mind couldn't catch up. It was stuck on the image of Petrarch killing Alexavier and Maximilian. She wanted to cry, scream, and kill Petrarch all at once, but she was leaning more toward breaking down and crying. Yet, she still managed to pull herself together for another second and push herself to the trees, where she broke into a sprint. Weaving in and out of the tall trees, running in the direction of the castle-like house she'd learned to love, Greyson felt tears streaming down her face as images of the townspeople tearing apart the brothers flashed across her mind. Images of their lifeless eyes brought more tears to her eyes, and when her eyesight started to blur with tears, she let the trees lead her in the right direction. And when she broke through the trees, the house in view, Greyson was screaming their names. She needed one of them, beast or not, she needed one of them to know. She needed to save them. Chapter 27. Maximilian heard her screaming from a mile away. He'd been deep in the trees, in the area where he always found himself when troubled, sitting in front of the tree under which they had buried their mother. He was in the middle of speaking softly to her spirit when he heard Greyson's voice screaming his name and his brother's name. The raw emotion in her pleas made his heart stop. He wasted no time sprinting through the trees to meet Greyson in the clearing around the house. When she saw him, she burst into heavy tears and collapsed. "Greyson!" He ran faster than ever to reach her and fell to her side, trying to lift her up. "Greyson, what's going on? What happened?" She clutched at him, her hands shaking violently. She stuttered out her words, tripping over them and choking, her fear getting the best of her tongue. "Greyson." Maximilian grabbed her face in his hands and made her eyes meet his steady gaze. "Look at me. Breathe. Calm down and breathe. What's happened?" "Petrarch." Her voice was so soft and broken that it shattered Maximilian's heart. She got the people in the town. She started shaking her head back and forth with tears running down her face. He hushed her, pulling her into a tight hug as she sobbed into his chest. "Max, they're gonna come. They're gonna kill you." Maximilian tensed. Every instinct screamed at him to go to the town and eliminate them before they could even touch him or his brother, but the crying girl in his arms anchored his humanity. He needed to find his brother, to protect his family and the girl in his arms, but first he had to get Greyson to safety. His first priority was her. He scooped her up in his arms despite her protests and questions. He stayed silent and hurried back to the house. Maximilian's mind raced. This wasn't the first time they'd been hunted by humans, and he knew it wouldn't be the last, but this time so much more was at stake. The life of another person, one more precious than his and his brothers combined. He promised himself and the heavens above that if Alexavier couldn't do it, he would protect Greyson with his life. Greyson had calmed by the time he walked inside, but the moment she noticed another presence in the room, she began shaking again. "Brother." Alexavier growled at Maximilian. Though he lacked humanity, he did not like another male touching what was his. Greyson noticed and crawled out of Maximilian's arms, but her hands wrapped around his bicep, the only thing keeping her from collapsing. Alexavier stepped forward, and Maximilian returned the growl. "Don't come near her." Maximilian was tense as he stared into soulless eyes. Alexavier tilted his head to the side and watched the pair like the predator he was. "You seem to have forgotten she is mine, brother, not yours." "I have not. We have bigger problems, though, Alexavier." He began to speak to his brother in their native tongue. Greyson watched with curious eyes as their words rolled smoothly off their tongues, venomous words and bloody threats flowing with them. Both brothers looked murderous when her name slipped off Maximilian's tongue, the words standing out among the foreign ones. She dragged her eyes to Alexavier. His whole demeanor screamed monster, his body tense and ready to kill. His eyes met hers. His words came out in English. They're fools if they think they can harm us. I'll have their heads at their feet before they can touch us." And then he was gone, and Maximilian was turning Greyson around to look into his eyes. "Listen to me closely. Inside my nightstand is a knife. Get it and go lock yourself in Alex Xavier's room. It's the only one with a lock. Do not come out for anyone unless it's me. Do you understand? Maximilian, I'm not going to lock myself away while you both get murdered." Greyson shook her head, tears stinging her eyes again. Maybe if I go to them, they'll... Greyson, this is far deeper than my brother taking you. We have to pay for our sins eventually, and I don't want you caught up in the flames. They will kill you if you defend us. They will not hesitate. You still have a chance at life. You and Alex Xavier can make it. I will fight for you. Max. Go. They're close. Maximilian. Go, Greyson. Now. He gave her a firm push toward the stairs before running out the front door, leaving Greyson stunned and frozen at the bottom of the stairs. She was torn. On one hand, she trusted them to defend themselves, to win. On the other hand, something inside her screamed to help them. With a sigh, she ran up the stairs to follow Maximilian's directions. Outside, hidden in the trees, Maximilian found his brother once again, watching for any sign of movement with predatory eyes. He was not being hunted, he was the hunter. The calmness in his eyes was unsettling. His bandit's life was at risk, yet he looked as if he couldn't care less. On the inside, though, his mind raged with thoughts of protecting her and only her. He was a beast, but the beast would do anything for her. We should have been better prepared. Alex Xavier broke the silence with a low growl. We should have known they'd come again. We should have just killed them all the last time. Just because we are cursed to be beasts doesn't mean we have to act like it. It's in our blood. We were born to be monsters, to have blood on our hands. Alex Xavier stared forward, eyes still watchful. You just have to accept it. If we don't have to kill them all. They threatened my family. They will all die. Alex Xavier. He held up his hand to silence his older brother. His body tensed, muscles coiling beneath his skin. He was preparing for battle. They're close. Maximilian stated the obvious, his own other side bristling with anticipation. He began to strip, ready to shift. The girl? Alex Xavier asked quietly. She's safe. That was all Maximilian needed to say before his brother gave a nod, and he began to change into his wolf. Alex Xavier stayed human. The beast was already out. There was no point in the vulnerability of the shift. He wouldn't risk it. He wouldn't give the humans the satisfaction of killing him in the most cowardly ways. Not now. Not ever. They'd never kill him. He'd never let them get close. Greyson was shaken by the feeling of a weapon in her hands. She'd never been one for violence, never saw the point in it. Violence solved nothing. So she'd never really owned a weapon, never held a knife other than a kitchen one, never touched a gun. Yet the knife in her hands felt like it almost belonged there, as odd as it sounded. It was large and clunky, its blade not incredibly long but wide, its point sharp and edges jagged. The handle was heavy and Greyson's slender fingers struggled to wrap around it. But it felt meant to be in her hands. She had a strange feeling in her belly, like everything happening was supposed to happen. Like the knife was supposed to be there, like she was supposed to be curled under the window of Alex Xavier's room with her knees to her chest, like she was supposed to be locked in this house while the brothers fought outside to protect themselves and her. The feeling unsettled her. Even from inside, Greyson could hear when they came. She heard the roar from the beast from Kishnik. The beast in the legend was in those woods once again. No longer the boy she was supposed to save, he was a cold-blooded killer. She heard growls she knew came from Maximilian and sent a silent prayer that he'd be okay. She heard the war cries from the townspeople, the sounds of them being slain and trying to slay the wolves. She heard all the sounds of the bloodbath outside, so engulfed that she didn't notice the sounds from inside, windows breaking, a door being kicked in. She didn't hear them inside until a voice called up from the front door. Greyson. She knew that voice. That voice. Petrarch. Had she come at the beginning, Greyson would have run out of the room and into her arms. But now Greyson recoiled at the sound, fear and disgust making her heart race. Her grip on the knife tightened. She pressed up silently, legs shaking, eyes darting from door to window, and she almost fell over at the sight. Red. So much red. It seeped into the ground, covered trees and humans. It covered the bodies scattered across the grass and leaked from their wounds. Most of the townspeople lay in that crimson-stained field, their eyes staring into the heavens where their souls now rested. Greyson. Her voice was getting closer, too close, and Greyson began to panic. She didn't know what to do, but she knew that despite all the hate she harbored for Petrarch, she couldn't kill her. It wasn't in her nature. So she pushed herself into the corner where the open door would hide her and covered her mouth to silence her breathing as Petrarch's footsteps crept down the hall. Greyson. I know you're here. She sighed. Don't do this. Don't defend them. I want to help you save you. Greyson wanted to scoff. The doorknob jiggled and she froze. Petrarch had found her, and no doubt she could hear Greyson's racing heart. Open the door, Greyson. Silence. God damn it, open it, Greyson. The door shook under the force of her fist. Don't make me do this. I don't want to hurt you. Greyson couldn't bite back her words. You hurt me when you arranged to kill my wolf and his brother. Greyson. He doesn't love you. He can't love you, he's a beast. Petrarch pounded on the door again. You're delusional. Let me help you before they kill you. If you want to help me, then leave. Silence. Greyson thought she'd left, but her voice scared her. The softness yet deadliness in her tone made Greyson tense. I didn't want to do this. She broke down the door. How had he allowed himself to end up here? Hands tied behind his back, had yanked back with a knife to his throat? Protecting his brother. Beast or not, Alex Xavier recognized blood pack, and he had risked his life to save Maximilian's. He'd found him in the clearing outside the house, fighting the few humans left, so he didn't notice the one hiding in the trees with a gun. The bullet went straight into Alex Xavier's leg and began to burn, sting in a way he'd never experienced. Whatever they'd coated it with burned him from the inside out, and he screamed. The noise distracted Maximilian, and the next thing they knew, they were both bound with ropes coated in the same substance, side by side with knives to their throats. They didn't slice them across the skin, though. They just held the blades there as they waited for something. And that something was Petrarch. He'd begun to grow bored, irritated with the waiting, and was trying to break out of the burning ropes, but he felt weak. Too weak to unleash his fury. He could see Maximilian out of the corner of his eye, doing the same, wiggling his hands to loosen the ropes. It wasn't working well. Then, all of a sudden, she screamed. He knew it was her, and as much as he wanted to roll his eyes and focus on saving himself, something inside him panicked. Maximilian froze, eyes wide as they watched the front door. Alex Xavier. He snapped his head to his brother, who didn't look fazed. Alex Xavier was in war mode, even more beast than man, and he did not care whether Greyson died, only himself and his brother. Maximilian's head snapped back to the door just in time to see Greyson being dragged out by her arms by two men. She was screaming, yelling, kicking, flailing, trying to get free, but nothing worked. He could see the tears fill her eyes when she saw him and his brother, and it caused her to fight harder. Alex Xavier. His brother didn't even blink at her. He stared at her as if she were a stranger. It broke Maximilian's heart. Petrarch followed shortly behind and smirked at the sight of the brothers so vulnerable. Well, boys. She clapped her hands together. Isn't this a compromising situation? The smile on her face infuriated them, and they both growled at her. Like the ropes? Silver's a bitch. You're a bitch. Alex Xavier grumbled, and her head snapped to the side. Alex Xavier Volkov, he growled at her. You're the reason all this is happening. You're the beast we want dead, and it's your fault your brother is being brought down with you. Everything that happens today is because of you. Petrarch, stop this. Greyson yelled from behind her, still struggling in the men's grip. Tears ran down her cheeks. This isn't going to solve anything. Petrarch spun around and glared at Greyson. If you know what's best for you, you'd shut your mouth. I don't want to hurt you, so don't try to defend them. Greyson scoffed. I won't let you hurt them. I won't. And what are you gonna do, huh? You're human. Just because you're bonded to a beast doesn't make you one. You're weak. You can't save them. Fuck you. Greyson spat at her, hot, angry tears pouring from her eyes. You're the beast. Revenge won't bring your brothers back. It won't bring anyone back, so just stop being a fucking coward and let us go. Petrarch's hand connected with Greyson's cheek with a loud crack. Silence engulfed the forest around them. The only sound was Greyson's ragged breathing before a sinister growl rumbled the very earth beneath them. Do not touch her. The voice that came from Alex Xavier was not Alex Xavier's. It was pure, raw anger from the deepest, darkest pits of the beast inside him. Emotionless monster or not, someone had harmed what was his. He wanted Petrarch's blood. Or what? Everything happened so fast that it was hard for even the most supernatural eyes to keep up. 1 second, Alex Xavier was kneeling and bound beside his brother. The next, his claws were tearing into the men who held him back from the female wolf who threatened his family. Blood splattered over him and those around them as he tore their throats from their skin and their hearts from their chests. It all happened so fast that no one had time to prepare. Yet there was Greyson, watching it all in what seemed like slow motion. Every muscle and tendon tore and ripped painfully slowly in front of her. So slowly she could see the beast as he really was, what she should have feared this whole time instead of falling for. So slowly she saw the other alive men drag Maximilian farther from his brother as he tried to fight against the ropes. So slowly she watched the men holding Maximilian draw their knives and bury them in his skin. So slowly she watched his eyes widen and freeze. So slowly she saw Petrarch reach for the gun holstered on her hip. And then it moved so fast she missed what happened next. Because 1 second she blinked and everything unfolded so slowly in front of her, and the next she only saw blue. A blue, beautiful, clear sky. Another blink, and there was Alex Xavier's face hovering over her, his eyes so wide and fearful, so human, it broke her heart. He was saying something, but her ears rang, and she couldn't hear him. She frowned as she reached a hand up to touch his face and froze when her hand came away covered in blood. Greyson could feel herself start to hyperventilate as she slowly turned her shaky hand over and over, finding only her palm coated with crimson. And when she lifted her head to look down, with the help of a hand behind her head, it felt like the heaviest thing she'd ever moved. The first thing she saw was Maximilian, a few feet away. She couldn't hear him, but by the way his mouth opened wide and his face contorted with pain, she could tell he was screaming as he ripped knife after knife out of his skin. He was surrounded by the dead bodies of the men who had held him captive. Then, there it was, a large, dark spot of blood staining the front of her shirt just below her chest. And everything came flooding back. She remembered breaking from the men's hold and running in front of Alex Xavier just as Petrarch pulled the trigger. The bullet had lodged in her body, yet she was able to watch shock take over Petrarch's face as she dropped the gun and stumbled back. She remembered the silence after the gunshot. She remembered Petrarch repeating no over and over as she backed away from Greyson. And she remembered the roar that left Alex Xavier's throat as she fell to the ground. She didn't remember what followed, but she probably didn't want to know. And now everything hit her, her hearing, her feeling, her senses all returned at once, and she gasped. Just as fast as the bullet left the chamber and entered Greyson's body, Alex Xavier's humanity snapped back on. It hit him like a freight train, and he almost fell back. Watching the girl his beast had chosen choose his life over her own was his awakening. He had to gather his composure for a moment before what had happened really registered. He let out a roar as he almost ripped the arms off the remaining men trying to contain him. They were trying to hold him back from Greyson, from his little lion. They were trying to keep him from her as she shuddered and shivered with her eyes on the sky. He was growling, screaming, and crying by the time he tore out the last captor's throat. Greyson seemed miles away when he only ran a few feet to reach her. Greyson's sight began to blur as she took in Alex Xavier. She couldn't tell if she was losing vision from tears or if death was creeping in. It didn't matter either way. The only thing that mattered was Alex Xavier. The look in his eyes broke her. For there, holding her in his arms, was the little boy from that painting in the room she'd found the day he kissed her, his eyes so full of childlike sadness she broke. He looked so lost as his eyes darted from hers to the wound below her chest. He didn't know what to do, how to save her, and he hated it. Everything that happens today is because of you. Petrarch's words echoed in his head, and he sobbed. To the two of them, there was no one watching, no one threatening to kill them. They were in their own world. Don't leave me, my lioness. He pleaded, his own eyes welling with fat tears that rolled down his cheeks. Greyson couldn't think about anything other than how pretty his eyes looked when he cried. I beg of you, don't leave me like this. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't leave me, Greyson. His words echoed on repeat in her head, her hearing fading in and out with her vision. She fought back, blinking over and over. She couldn't lose sight of those eyes. Alex Xavier was clear again, but the edges of her vision turned dark, and she felt heavy all of a sudden, so heavy she could barely breathe. I'm sorry I didn't give you the love you deserved. She shook her head at him, a ragged breath released, and another slow one sucked in. Alex Xavier shook. I've loved you since I took your picture. And he broke. And she grew limp. And he broke 1,000 times over again. Everything that happens today is because of you. Epilogue. Days turned into weeks, which turned into years. He sat in his lonely castle, watching the leaves change as he drank bottle after bottle of liquor until his entire cellar was empty, and he was left with nothing but his thoughts. The front door stayed unlocked, as did every other door and window on the property. Because no matter what, he didn't fully believe his love wasn't returning. He wanted to believe she'd come running through that door with cheeks flushed pink from the harsh Russian air, those eyes of hers wide as they looked at him. Those goddamn eyes, they haunted him. Every hour spent awake was because every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by memories of her and those beautiful eyes. The silent house never helped, and now that the beast inside him was absent, he had absolutely no one. Yet each day, he made the hard walk through the forest to one specific tree. In a little clearing, a single tree stood tall and proud, its leaves never falling to the ground. Beneath that everlasting piece of natural art lay her, buried 6 feet under, right beside their mother. He still remembered the day he and his brother dug the hole and placed her in it. She looked peaceful. Maximilian had placed flowers in her hair and all around her body. Simple, sweet white roses that matched the paleness of her dress. He'd said they weren't her favorite, but it was all he could get. Alex Xavier himself hadn't had the courage to say anything. He simply listened with tears threatening to spill as his brother spoke the most magnificent words. And that still didn't do her justice. Greyson Clarke was unlike any other, and goddamn did she deserve more than this. He missed her every second of every day. She'd given him a blessing and a curse in loving him and ridding him of the Leakin curse, but now that he was human and his brother was gone too, he'd become quite acquainted with complete and utter loneliness. Isolation was not kind to him. Maximilian left for America 2 months after Greyson was gone. He'd said he couldn't stand the silence anymore and found solace in a place in the Rocky Mountains, somewhere he could embrace isolation with his wolf spirit and no one else. He didn't call, he didn't write. Alex Xavier didn't even know if he was still alive, but he knew deep down Maximilian couldn't die so easily. He was a true-born Leakin, a fighter. Alex Xavier believed, though, that Maximilian had harbored more feelings than a protective big brother toward Greyson, and her death had impacted him just as much as it had Alex Xavier. He saw the way Maximilian lost the spark in his eyes after just a week. He'd lost his will to live. His light had been put out. Maximilian loved Greyson with every fiber of his being, and losing her was like losing a part of him. Alex Xavier wished he'd lost only a part of him. His heart stopped beating when Greyson's did, and his soul got buried with her that day. He regretted all the times he made her cry, all the times he made her angry, and all the times he told himself he hated her, that he didn't want her. He regretted not loving her and embracing her the way she deserved, because now she was cold in the ground, and he was alone and cold in his own sense. He regretted everything and wished he could go back in time to just tell her to leave Russia and never come back. He wished he could have warned her. The only thing that had given Alexavier peace after her death was when he tore Petrarch's head from her body. But that was too short-lived to mask the emptiness he felt inside. The sound of a phone ringing somewhere in the house startled him at first. It was the most noise he'd heard since Greyson. It took him a minute to register what it was, and he practically sprinted upstairs to the room Greyson had stayed in. Her phone buzzed atop the dresser. He didn't even look at the screen as he answered it. Greyson. He knew he was stupid for believing she'd be calling her own phone. She was dead, for fuck's sake. But there was this tiny bit of hope inside him that pleaded to the heavens for it to be her, alive and okay. Alexavier. Maximilian. He sounded good. He sounded like he hadn't spent the last few years sulking and trying to drink himself to death. He sounded happy. Alexavier wanted to cry. Brother. He breathed. Why'd you call her phone? I knew you'd answer. Maximilian's voice was smooth and calm. He sounded like he'd finally found peace. I was worried you wouldn't, though. I thought you might have. He didn't need to say it. They both knew what he meant. I don't have the courage, brother. The one time I can actually die from even the smallest things, I lack the courage to actually do it. Alexavier ran a hand down his face and sank to the floor, his head resting against the wall as he breathed in the stale, almost gone scent of Greyson that lingered in the room. He almost broke again. How are you? He hesitated. Good, brother. I'm really good. I'm glad. You should come to America. I found a pack buried in the mountains. Their alpha has become a close friend of mine. They'd greet you with open arms. Alexavier was so silent for the longest time that Maximilian thought he'd hung up. He called his name, and Alexavier finally answered. I want to, Max, I do. I can't leave her. I know she's dead, and I know she's not coming back, but I keep praying that she will, and I cannot leave until she returns to me. Alexavier, I found her family before I came here. What? I had to tell them. I left out the whole curse thing, but I told them the human truth. They deserved that much. Alexavier could imagine them, happy and loving, everything that Greyson was. What were they like? She didn't have hardly anyone. All I found was a grandmother and a cousin. Her mom died ages ago, and her father was never in her life. He sighed. They asked about her body, and I told them she was with our mother. I gave them the coordinates so that if they ever felt like it, they could see her grave. Thank you, brother. I'm glad you're alive, Alexavier. It'll get better. Maximilian wanted to say so much more, but the words wouldn't leave his tongue. He was crying on the other side of the phone, but would never let his brother know. Little did he know Alexavier was doing the same. Please, come live with me. The Rockies are beautiful. You'd love it. That's a place for a wolf, Max, not me. You can still live here. I can't leave her. It hurts too much. Maximilian was biting back sobs. I love you, brother. I love you too. Alexavier's head was buried between his knees. Take care of yourself. You too. And that was it. Brother to brother. That was all they had to say, because they both knew deep down they were feeling the same things, yet neither wanted to acknowledge it. And as silence engulfed the mansion once again, with it came the cold fingers of a loneliness so deep Alexavier could feel it in his bones. It made them ache as its sinister fingers coiled around him and made him feel as if he was drowning in his own tears and misery. He hated it, hated this weakness. It was a feeling he'd come to despise with every fiber of his being. It made him feel these human feelings he'd never felt before, and he hated it. Although he knew he never could. And that everything that had happened was his fault, deep down he wanted to hate Greyson. He wanted to blame this all on her because if she had never come here, he wouldn't be human. If she had never found him in the trees that day, he'd still have a brother. If she had never looked at him with those goddamn eyes, he'd still have a beast. And to him, being a beast was better than being a lonely human with no family or someone to love. But he couldn't blame Greyson, no matter how hard he tried. No matter how much alcohol filled his veins. No matter how much he cursed her name and trashed her old room. No matter how much he cried. He couldn't blame her. He couldn't even blame Petrarch. He couldn't blame anyone but himself, because everything that happened that day was his fault. And he could still hear Petrarch's voice reminding him in his head, her words driving him to insanity. Everything that happens today is because of you.